Jalan. Apa Dina baru jam segi baru udah dibabi-babiin. Kepala gue pusing cok, kenapa? Ya butuh tidur lagi deh. Oh iya, tadi gue pause ya. Nih sekarang gue lanjutin, oke? Mantap. Makan tuh waktu jalan dia berjalan. Terus mandi pagi bos ekskuret pagi. Ini mau mandi dulu. Gue juga gak ngerti gitu udah seminggu. Mata lu seminggu. Dah gue mau mandi ah. Mandi cuy, kita nonton apa ya? Kalian mau nonton apa? Bisa cok. Wow, sekarang sudah nyala. Lah pusing nih. Kayak tuh. Ya kurang tidur kayak. Gue karena begadang biasanya kalau bangun jam segini tuh tidur cepet. Din, danin makan dong Din. Oh ini aja nih, gue login follow dulu. Ada update cuy. Ini tambahan udah nggak ada ya? Kasbon udah nggak ada ya? Iya lah, udah gue tambahin kemarin. Anjay banget. Bentar ya, gue login follow dulu, terus gue AFK mandi, main atau enggak watch party kan soto. Lah Kasbon 14 menit cuma kedip doang, kelar. Nanti aja kalau 14 menit. 14 jam baru panik. 14 menit mah kecil. 14 jam baru tuh keringetan. Kok 6 jam ditambahin di Kasbon? Apanya 6 jam? Jangan aneh-aneh lah. Kocak. Jadi tambahin semua dari Kasbon ternyata kemarin. Oke, gue tinggal tidur dulu ya. Tidur dulu. Mandi cuy. Yang bilang tidur parah tuh. Timer. Niki. Tuh. bilangin dulu lah, belum ada yang ini. Masih aman ya? Iya, kemarin udah ditambahin jagib. Belum tidur udah ditambahin, jangan aneh dong. Jagib ini loh. Jagib. Maniki pakai RC biru apa oranye? Apa tuh? Sarapan, beliin dong. Ngap. Ini gimana caranya, Cok? FK mandi dulu. Oke. DF-nya kocak makanannya. Pakai nggak tahu gue namanya apa. FK di pause kasih, nggak bisa lah, orang streaming nyala, orang cuma mandi bentar doang. Ada lu. Oke guys, mandi dulu ya, bentar ya. Gue mandi cepet. Set, kelar cuy. Paling 15 menit lah. Setengah jam sih gue bisa tiduran dulu. Oke, see you guys, bye bye. Tidur mandi. Tidur mulu sih. Mandi cuy. Oke cuy, mandi. Teret, tereret. Udah cuy, tinggal pesan makan cuy. Katanya mau mandi, udah mandi kocak. Kasbon berapa sih kasbon jadi ya? Kasbon 14 menit 30 detik ya. Gue tambahin deh. Masukin aja langsung deh. Tambah 14 menit 15 menit dah. Bilangin Raka masih ada nggak Raka? Gue tambahin 15 menit deh. Jadi 44. Waalaikumsalam Maulana. Ini gue tambahin ya. Lagi berarti 14 menit 30 detik, gue tambah 15 menit ya. Nih cek nih ya. Dari 26 28. Up 2643, oke? Kasbon habis. Udah diisi semua. Langin kasbon gimana? Oh gitu. KS 000 gitu kan? Benar kamu Wiko. Saya makan dulu ya, lapar cuy. Udah kah? Ada lagu yang biasa deh. Wah nipu Wiko. Wah nipu SK anjir. KS apa? Still. Wah. Ditipu aing. Halo Darkness. Aku kan ngarang tadi. Oke, kita main yuk. Main gak sih? Sempet gak ya kalau main? Sempet gak cuy kalau main? Enggak ya? Kita chat dispenser aja. GL mamen gitu ya. Good luck mamen gitu ya. Kita chat aja deh. 6 jam udah ditambahin. Mana udah langsung ditambahin cuy, udah dimasukin. Musik kok mode neka itu. Gak sempat kalau main, nunggu Ior main lagi. Mau tebak-tebakannya hadiahnya di Secret Blade atau di Split. Maksud gue kayak di matchnya Secret Blade 5, terus di next matchnya atau enggak di Secret Blade 3 di order Cerberus 2 gitu. Karena kayaknya gue alter ego METH nggak sampai deh kayaknya ya, karena jam 6 karena gue latihan. Gimana cuy? Maunya kayak gimana cuy? niatnya gue di AE sih, tapi AE gitu cuy. Bingung gue jadi. Biskuit pakai biskuit cepat. Dimasukin ke timer SUBATHON aja dah giveaway-nya. Jangan, nggak mau. LZ bikin full aja deh. Mau hadiah kuis, mau di kita bikin ini. Oh, tinggal 26 jam. Iyalah. Tadi husband udah gue masukin 14 menit 30 detik kan, tapi gue bikin 15 menit. Gue nggak ada yang benar Bang Kaco. Kemarin cuma satu doang. Ada yang benar. Tapi yang dapat hadiah cuma satu doang, sisanya hilang anjing tidur. Halo Kahfi. Halo Muhammad Aging. All less. Yang sawernya juga udah lo masukin. Udah kemarin sebelum tidur. Sebelum tidur gua semua masukin. Jadi gua satuin. Kan kemarin kan sampai 39 jam. Namanya tidur mau gimana? Iya. Kan? Iya. Iya kan? Iya. Ayo kita vote dulu. Nanti setengah 12 baru kita tentuin mau kayak gimana. Karena gue bikin vote itu karena gue nggak bisa nonton sampai AE kayaknya. Soalnya match ini kemungkinan bakal map 3. Kurang nih. Cedah kok kurang sih. Yang penting kita sudah melewati 6 jam SUBATHON. Karena gue takut jadi 6 hour kan. Ntar kita jadi Mr. 6 hour lagi. Cuma takut itu aja sih. Halo Moe. 6 hour. Kita ngobrol-ngobrol dulu aja ya. Ngobrol-ngobrol manis dulu aja ya. Sabar. Sekalian setting. Kemarin kayaknya ada yang donasi tapi nggak masuk gitu cuy. Maksudnya nggak gue pasang ini. Masih so. Ya tes dulu ya. Tes. Kok nggak bisa sih? Lah. Udah bangun Ocat, absen. Halo Aldi. Bang sekarang kalau solo di rank bawah biar tetap menang gimana? Lu pakai agent yang lu biasa pakai aja. Sama kalau mau party bersama teman. Ini kok nggak bisa tes sih? Nih pucuk. Lah. Lah. Orang donate gimana caranya? Kayak tes donasi gitu, tes ini. Coba sini ya. Alert. Tes. Notifikasi. Oh, ini aman.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Aman. Kayaknya berarti di SB ya. Ini deh. Oke, aman ya. Kita rename. Oke. Dah. Kita tes lagi. Hap. Kok nggak bisa bab. Nipu ini. Support build apa secret? Siapa aja sih sebenarnya yang bisa bikin biar bisa nonton AE. D1 stack 2 nya nggak ada ya? Ada kemarin. Oh nggak ada. Itu baru gue restream tadi. 12 jam. Kok ada 23 menit sih? Ini real guys. Ada donasi ya? Lah, ada donasi. Husband udah nggak ada cuy. Oh itu karena tes anjir. Orang nggak ada yang donasi. Wah nipu gini guys. Kemarin bakso gaming kamu mau bohong. Coba kita tes lagi ya. Nambah lagi ya nih. Coba.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
46 tuh. Berarti 23 bener. Ah. Testing tadi kocak. Hilanginnya gimana cuy? Aduh gue lupa lagi. Sabar, hilangannya gimana? Hilangannya gimana cuy? Hah? Bonus enggak. Jangan dong. Ah. Jangan dong. Hilanginnya gimana sih? Lah. Hei. Oh, gue magang banget sih. Jam 6. Hah? Sumpah gua gak paham anjir. Gimana cara hilangin ya? Gimana Cok? Diapain ya? Enggak. Bakso kamu mau nipu ya? Hah? Hari-hari hobi nipu kocak. Kayaknya gua kayak lupa gitu deh. Kemarin tuh gimana ya? Ya Allah. Ya Allah, pengaturan. Guys. Wah, gua harus setting lagi, Cok. Untung aja. Saweria ya, anjir. Setting lagi gini, Cok. Nih. Iya, anjing kehapus semua. Red, start. Baik lah. 1, 2, 3. Udah setting lagi. Nge-lag kan jadinya anjing. Ando gak bisa. Enggak, bukan main soliter ini. Terus sekarang tiba-tiba ada sumpah nipu loh. Ya Allah, gini amat ya. Karena Sawira suka nge-lag lagi. Satu, 2, 3. Ada bebek Mars, guys. Tuh, 2, 3, 4. Tuh, 2, 3. 2, 3. Bebek, kenapa emangnya? Wah, parah bebek Mars. Halo Bang Dre, udah bangun kah? Ini udah nih cuy. Hapus dulu, kita masukin yang baru. Duh, harus dihapus di semuanya anjing. Ya dia semuanya. Ribet gini ya. Jadi pusing anjir. Nah, aman cuy. Hahaha. Ha 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 ha. Dah. Halo yes kecil. Vote dulu cuy. Udah kayak ini. Oh full di Blade Secret kah? Real kayak ini. Full di ini ya. Mengkaca pulsar X-LED wireless sama Jipper Superlet gripnya sama enggak? X-LED wireless. Gua sebenarnya nggak tahu grip yang kayak gitu-gitu Bang Stephen Lim, tapi dari bentuk mouse saja sebenarnya beda karena X-LED itu ergo kan. Ergonomik itu yang kayak miring-miring, rada miring-miring gitu gak sih? Kalau Superlet kan lurus doang. Kalau grip itu arahnya kemana ya? Kayak lu cara megangnya ya, cara megangnya. Kalau kayak gini. Ini. Kayak gini kan nih, Superlet sama X-LED tuh. Tuh. Genggamannya sebenarnya tergantung orang kan. Lo kalau misalnya megang Superlight pasti kayak gini kan. Ergo tuh kayak rada miring gitu loh. Oh gedean mana? Maksudnya kayak pas kita grip gedean mana? Ini persis nih. Ini X-Lite. Menurut gua gedean X-Lite sih. Karena dia bawahnya lebih lebar. Kalau Superlight kan kayak lurus doang. Gedean pulsar. Tuh. Ya lebar tuh. Lihat nih perbandingannya nih. Bang Stephen. Tunggu ada nih. Lihat aja. Lebih lebar X-Lite sih. Ya, ini lebih ramping nih. Oke, aman ya Mas Stephen? Tunggu tanya 2 mouse gua ada. Makanan udah datang cuy. Tapi menurut lu dari pakai G Pro ke pulsa worth it nggak? Sebenarnya worth it aja kalau misalnya lu nyaman dengan mouse yang ergo. Kalau gue sebenarnya bisa, tapi karena apa ya? Soalnya dulu gimana ya? Karena udah kebiasa pakai mouse yang ini sih, kayak mouse yang ramping lurus, gak macam-macam gitu, kayak ya udah. Soalnya dulu gue di game sebelumnya di CS gue pakai EC2A, EC2B itu kan ergo juga kan. Bacot Rizky anjing. Halo Susu Murni. Ada mouse ya nggak kepake yang mau dijual nggak cok? Udah kejual kayaknya. Hadiah turnamen Logitech. Oke Mas Stephen Lim, aman. Kalau mau nanya, untung aja pas tuh. Pas, untung aja pas gue kebetulan ada. Kalau nggak sih GG sih bang. Viper Mini pernah pakai? Sebenarnya gue pengen coba Viper Mini sih. Yang waktu itu gara-gara nontonin siapa ya Viper Mini ya, yang di Master. DJ Pro agak dakian. Muke lu dakian. Muke itu berdaki Rizky. Coba cuy. Berarti real ya. Full match blade ya. Mau tebak-tebakan apa? Viper Mini kurang, Viper Ultimate. Oh beda ya? Oh, banyak ya? Kenapa sih mouse itu banyak macamnya? Gua ada Viper Ultimate lah, kayak apa sih namanya? Kayak Final Mouse, ada Poseidon lah, ada apa lagi tuh? Final Mouse itulah, kayak Artisan, ada Zero lah, ada Hein lah. Anjir ribet banget. Berarti deal ya ini. Cuy. 5 ya. Oke, menurut vote 65% nggak perlu di split karena nonton order sama server males. Gue tahu. Pada pasti malas nonton order. Bukan match yang ditunggu-tunggu atau enggak? Kuring. Enggak, yang gue bingung kenapa AE itu bukan jam 3 gitu. Jadi lebih enak tuh kalau jam 3 bisa ditonton sampai habis ya kan. Nipu gini jadwal anjing. Mau tebak-tebakan apa cuy? Mau tebak-tebakan apa? Mau tebak-tebakan apa? Soalnya keyboard Logitech enak tapi tulisannya gampang hilang. Oh ini ya, di keycapsnya ya. Gue beli Wan. Nita ikutan beli yang tens itu, tapi yang small. Gimana dong? Wan, emang di situ ada Wan. Tapi mahal banget final mouse anjir, sumpah dah. Jumlah Ron. Nggak ada uang Wan. Bisa lah Wan. Wah. Mau tebak-tebakan apa cuy? Jumlah Ron kah? Berarti waktu itu kayak gimana? Logitech G Pro keyboard beli di mana ya keycap cadangan? Ini di keyboard di ininya kali ya? Di Logitech kali ya? Sebenarnya ini sih yang enak. Kalau kata Raka jumlah RON tuh enak sih. Jumlah RON total jumlah RON apa sih waktu itu? Apa kill paling banyak ya? Kill paling banyak boleh sih. Ini kayaknya 3 map deh. Kill paling banyak mau nggak guys? Kalau tebak nama kegampangan. Kalau tebak nama menurut gua gampang gak sih? Tapi kalau tebak angka lebih seru gitu. Tebak total kill paling banyak. Iya gak sih? Kill terbanyak lah, boleh lah. Ya. Bahasanya gimana, Ci? Saci ngomong apa, Saci? Saci ngomong apa? Jumlah player. Apa tuh jumlah player? Iya, kill terbanyak all maps. Hah? Apa sih? Tebak-tebakan jumlah player. Kocak. Raka, bahasanya gimana Raka? Enak dong, semua bener dong jawabannya. Tebak jumlah kill. Oh, bukan jumlah. Tebak total jumlah kill terbanyak. Wah Raka. Ini cuy, ini real ya. Ini aman kan? Kayak gini kan? Ini oke nggak, guys? Ini oke ya? Tebak total jumlah kill terbanyak all map, oke? Ini kalau masih ada ngetik nama kebangetan, namanya total jumlah kill. Masa jawabnya nama? Akhlak di mana? Minus. Tebak total keseluruhan kill, maksudnya? Total keseluruhan kill. Yang paling gampang kasih contoh. Oke, gue kasih contoh. Contoh 68. Loh, salah. 69. Terus. Emang bisa diganti number? Mana number? Gak ada number, Jok. Tapi yang ganti number gimana caranya? Multiple choice ini anjing. Masa gua opsi 1 gitu-gitu. Inilah paling bener, Cok. Jawab sendiri. Kan huruf Z. Wah, ini bingung nih. Bener. Nipu nih kayaknya. Full map nih Bang Sauki Hafiz, atau cuma satu map? Berarti setiap map dihitung, pokoknya keseluruhan paling banyak. Mau siapapun orangnya bodo amat, yang penting paling banyak. Nih gue kasih contoh ya, kayak Onyx Lone Boom, paling banyak killnya 57. Berarti jawabannya 57. Udah kelar. Jawabnya 57. Mau dia gamenya kalah kek, orangnya siapa kek, yang penting ini yang ditebak total kill. Ini cuma 2 map. Oke, 2 map. Yang 3 map. Nah, andainya 3 map nih. Berapa paling banyak? 63. Mau semuanya 63 kek, yang penting jawabannya 63 yang benar. Itu gun. Itu gun, oke kan? Mantap ya. Oke kan? Let's go kan. Let's go nih. Gila cuy. Angka doang. Oke, gue mau ambil makan nih. Udah ya, aman ya. Ntar kalau ada yang nanya jelasin aja apa Raka. Kalau udah enek, udah diemin aja. Kuisan. Oke, gue tinggal ini dulu ya. Ini gue endpoll. Udah selesai. Udah gue ambil makan dulu ya ke bawah ya guys. Ya Allah, apa tuh yang ke tadi, apa yang ke close, Cok? Waduh. Man, dibalas sama dispenser cuy. Dispenser kah? Ada tulisan AFK, oke. Ambil makan. AFK 5 menit ambil makan. Aman ya ini? Kalau ini aman nggak? Nah, aman kan? CTRL Shift T. Ini real nggak nih? Oh, Twitch anjir. Kira apa? Kaget. Lala. Oke, cuy. Video apa? Pasang video apa? Pasang apa ya? Oh, gua tahu. Gua tahu. Gua tahu cuy. Ya. Parah. Gurik tapi 70 dong. Oh ini nih. Oke guys. Tonton ini aja ya. Nikmati ya. Nah, mantap. Akan tuh ya.
Bentar aja dulu.
Suara siapa tuh? Anjay pakai topi gua miring-miring topinya. Udah tonton aja. Mantap.
Gua kelas ah.
Ya gitu.
Bikin malu gitu anjing.
Motinub. Paran mod judulnya kacau, ada Motinub.
Mana sih, di mana sih dia nge-live?
Facebook Asteris
Oke, sambil makan.
pakai nama lu Motinub.
Mantap. Lama nih.
Ada yang masuk.
Anjay, mantap.
Muka lu kok kayak anjing sih, Cok?
Muka lu.
Kasar.
Lu emang lu
Kasar.
muka jelek.
Emang lu udah jelek, gendut. Aduh, lu mandi dulu kan, Cok? Kelihatan kusem.
Lu udahlah. Di hujan. Malah ketawa. Wah. Harus.
Cok, tambahin logonya itu dong. Asus ROG.
Oh iya.
Oh iya.
Oh iya. Nih, mana ya? Gua kemarin taruh
Mana
bajunya.
sih? Gua udah masuk ya?
Ya Allah.
Ya Allah.
Kak, buru kak, buru kak. Ya Allah. Ya Allah. Mana ya baju aksesoris gua?
Aduh, Rida mana? Ya Allah.
Lagi masuk.
Ah, ke band.
Ya ke band udah. Ya ke band. Kalau ke band gua report.
Ya,
Ke band kok gua
Dua.
report.
1.
Wow. Wih.
Mau bacot musuhnya bacot nih.
Maksudnya bacot.
Iya.
Sabar. Kok
Kira
ini
kita
gua
takut.
Gila.
kok gua
Gila.
nggak ya?
Buka musuhnya. Coba dah gua tuh. Moti. Gas terus, Mat.
Oh,
Gua gasin.
tenang. Tenang.
Dulu.
Pisau ya, dia malah ke atas, dalam atas. Tolol.
Betul.
Ya Allah.
Oh, parah.
Oh.
Ternyata jadi itu topinya si Aaron.
Oh, iya.
Aaron lagi mengejar kita. Di negeri seberang ais.
Wah.
Mampus.
Tolol.
Mana, Cok?
Harus dalam. Buru-buru gue semakin connect. Oke?
Ya mati dong goblok.
Mana nih?
Harus dalam.
Ya biasa dong.
Gua lihat lebar dulu lah. Lebar satu.
Di luar satu. Luar satu, TM satu.
PM.
Ya, di luar masih satu. Nah, last di luar, set A.
Pertama.
Gua kok lag ya?
Satu-satu dibantai.
Terbantai.
Wow.
Lah orang Indonesia maksudnya.
Brunei.
Mati bocah.
Mati lu.
Ya, bye dong dia.
Ya Allah, Timothy Baguna.
Ini hijau di mana sih? Oh, di situ.
Nice.
Gua ngelek dah.
Kabur dia.
Ada Kak?
Tawa dong dia.
Diketawain sama musuhnya.
Biasa dong.
Ada. Nih,
Parah,
kita
bacatin
kan-
Kak.
Yoi.
Yoi lagi.
Kocak beliau ini ya.
Yang nonton di kita malas.
Ini gua main sama siapa?
Daripada lu yang nonton cuman gue doang satu.
Loh, mampus lu.
Kan kita pacaran.
Wow, itu kan gua. Yes.
Ba.
Ini gua ajarin caranya. Ya Allah.
Mas Eta.
Kereta tengahnya.
Ini zaman mainnya sama siapa ya? Mau kau, Dre.
Gila digelen Nanda.
Sat B.
Standar itu.
Sedap.
Gila.
Makau Dre
Suara
mah.
gila dah.
Ada Nafski anjing, ada suara Nafski, Cok.
Ada di sini emang. Men ada.
Ada suara Nafski.
Lihat. Moti kalau mau bunuh nunggu temannya mati dulu.
Ada
Mana
suara
mau dibuka?
Nafski anjir.
C4-nya mana sih? Di atas ya?
Moti.
Enggak depan lu.
Anjir ini zaman kapan banget?
Ya,
Awal
ya.
banget
Ya.
pindah bootcamp di Bung.
Anjir beli lagi. Beda.
Udah toxic sejak dini, guys.
Rasin A-nya aja lo gua flashin sini. Flash kanan.
Lu aja yang keluar. Gua flashin. Maunya ngebet doang lu.
Ngebet
Padahal-
sejak awal.
Ribut mulu nih orang ya.
Tahu.
Oh, ada 2 AWP, 2 AWP.
Kanan
Ya
di kanan.
Allah. Berguna dikit apa tim? Astagfirullah. Kabar dah, gua kelas ini dulu.
Aku ganti masa habis ini emosi gue lama-lama pakai.
Bang,
bro.
notis aku. Sadap.
Allah, percuma dong gua beli smoke ya, beli flash.
Udah berantem sejak awal.
Lek.
Iya sama nih nge-lag.
Kenapa kamu gak pakai topi lagi?
Ini painkiller nih.
Sumpah, gua selalu merasa kalau gua pakai topi tidak cocok anjing. Mana
Satu
sih?
hijau. Ivy.
Kak turun Kak.
Enak aja duluan. Duluan ntar nyusul.
Wah ada dia. Ya Allah nyusulnya lama benul.
Nasi kuning sambal
Astagfirullah
terasi. Nasi
Timothy.
itu.
Ada. Menang nih, menang.
Nah, menang tai anjing. Bodoh.
Siapa sih di ASD?
Oke guys, kita makan.
Oh, namanya Hehe, makanya dia ngomong mulu.
Lucu lu kan. Lucu banget. Aduh, gemes gua anjing.
Boti gak jelas cok. Pengen diajak berantem. Oke kita.
Set dibakar ya.
Ya, baterai expired berarti.
Gila dibacotin mulu ya.
Ez,
Gua AWP gue jago banget cuy.
hijau,
Dulu,
AWP.
cuy.
Tahu.
Mana ya? Gua AWP main banget dulu. Jago banget.
Hahaha aku.
ada nih AWP Kak di atas Kak,
Ya
dalam atas.
Allah.
Dalam atas.
Nambah lagi itu billing.
Betul.
Oke Bang Re. Buset dah, nambah lagi tuh tuh 6 jam.
Ya udah nggak percaya. Gua mana?
Percaya. Untuk
Mana?
kasih ke wanita.
Gua mana pernah bohong. Tuh masuk sini. Orang gua jago ya.
Ululu.
Nasi. Jadi apa sih Batan?
Ululu.
Aduh, udah nambah lagi ini.
Ez.
Gila jago banget kok cuy.
Ez.
Neng.
Jangan kagum nap. Biasa.
Malu gitu anjing. Ini SK gua. Jago cuy gua cuy. Ez. Dah. Malu. Ini baru 200 nih. Udah nggak ada lagi nih yang tebak-tebakan. Bubar kah ini? Tutup kah? Tutup kah cuy? Tutup kah nih? Nipu. Makan cuy. Makan ya, sambil makan ya. Sambil makan ya. Kalian, gue pengen nanya deh, rata-rata kalian di sini pada main CS:GO nggak sih? Pengen tahu pada main CS:GO nggak? Serius nanya serius. Aku dari Dota. Oh, kalau Dota gue juga main. CS nggak main. Oke. Nah, ini serius nanya juga ya. Serius nanya lagi nih. Kan pada kayaknya yang main CS:GO tuh banyak ya. Kayaknya yang gue lihat banyak sih yang main CS:GO. Gue yang public player gitu banyak. Tapi dulu kayak misalnya orang-orang yang sering juara di CS:GO nge-stream kenapa sepi ya? Oh iya si Caca main Dota lagi. Kayaknya awal banyak yang nonton stream itu kayaknya sejak ada PUBG kayaknya. Kalau PUBG udah rame karena kayak si Rian lah contohnya. Rian tuh sebenarnya jago kan. Terus kalau yang nonton dia banyak banget. Tapi kalau CS dulu mau udah sejago apapun kayaknya kalau streaming udah yang nonton dikit. Kenapa ya? Nggak sebelum ada game mobile ya, sebelum ada game mobile. Maksud gua kan dulu CS, tiba-tiba ada PUBG. Di zaman CS kenapa sepi gitu? Bukan lu Mamat, anjing Rian Mamat. Lu mah demasif. Kau diam. Lu mah nyanyi itu aja kocak. Soalnya itu tadi stream gua yang main CS tadi, itu yang nonton cuma 2. Kayaknya 2 atau 4, nggak nyampe 5 lah. Itu juga yang nonton kayaknya sih Dinap, Kak Audrey, yang main sama gue juga udah. Oh ya, kalau itu gue setuju. Dulu tuh YouTube itu bukan tempat platform untuk live ya, lebih ke arah orang upload konten. Soalnya kalau live biasanya tuh ke arah Twitch, benar gak sih? Lu kenapa gak live TikTok? Gua nggak tahu sih TikTok bisa live. Lu TikTok belum ada juga. Soalnya dulu tuh yang stream orang jago-jago tuh banyak cuy. Apa kata Bis? Oh, benar. Masuk akal. Oke. Bagai. Yang Rizka ditelepon dulu bentar. Besok gua izin ini ya. Besok ini ya. Gila, ada kentung mau nambah billing ya. Besok ada match siapa cuy? Aduh, ada Onik ya. Besok si Rusman ngajakin pergi cuy. Udah janji lagi. Gimana cuy? Izin ya. Emang udah izin pick? Ayo cepet dong. Paling IRL sih. Mulai anjir.
About holding off the attack from bleed. That's the biggest part about this. But for Ascent
Nanti
in
Jay.
particular, I think that Secret will do a very good job at this, at defending, especially on a map like Ascent. We've seen so many teams struggle on the attacking side, but for now, we're going back to Icebox.
Of course, I am inclined to agree, but interestingly
Nonton
enough,
ya.
of course, this time around, we have our first time seeing zero duelists on bleed. Darren is the chamber, already getting taken out towards the middle, and right now, as they continue to push forward, we have a bit of a flank coming in from JC Vash, Lenny to trade things off, back to an even number squad.
It's really fast right now. Maxi also finds another kill. Team Secret are trying to close in. Actually, just wanted to point out, Jeremy's actually playing the chamber. So, panel, you guys were looking for Jeremy. He's actually here. He's playing that chamber. They're bringing in the chamber tech for Icebox. great start for Team Secret, but Bleed were just a little bit faster. They just overwhelmed Team Secret's defenses.
Definitely. It's a useful pick having the chamber in, but at the very same time, it comes down to these positions. And Lenny was just super huge, lurking around the middle, and just from that one spot, able to find those two trades, and it really broke apart Team Secret's formation. Now, going into this next round,
Nasi
they're
kuning
going to have to make some adjustments. And
pakai sambal
Dubstep forcing
terasi,
out on the Marshall.
pakai bawang udah.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool because Dubstep is still a bit of a sign of confidence for him. He really does.
Oh my god.
The shock dart straight onto Barker. We always talk about Lenny's utility usage,
Lu mau
right?
beliin
The
gua
shock darts, the
makan
Hunter
tuh.
Fury is just so good. On the side of Bleed though, what I want to point out, they have two Vandals on them already. Darian and Maxi have already bought up that Vandal. We saw that as well for Fancy. They love doing this, especially when they get the spike plant. Go for the 3 rifles so that you bring it in to the bonus round, and once you do that, it just becomes a bit dangerous for the opposing
Kalau
team
dibeliin
because
sih
when
makan
Secret
lagi
have to
sih.
fight against Bleed and their bonus, they have to fight against some rifles.
I miss this. You're the economist, and you come and bring in a lot of these insights. They will be able to snowball this advantage if they get to go for it.
Jangan
However,
tuh.
right now, I mean, they're able to find some of these frags, but they're taking their time, and I love this because they're really just putting these question marks inside Team Secret's head.
Yeah, Team Secret are basically trying to find information. They can't find any at all as they've gravitated towards the A site. Bleed are actually already running into
Itu mah Yudi
they're already
anjir.
on yellow crack.
Exactly, and you can see
Emang
that
mirip
Team
ya, Yudi
Secret,
sama
they're a little
Dubstep?
bit slow to the catch. They're still hovering around middle. Where could Bleed be? And right now, of course, the answer
Ya
is on the
Allah,
B
Lena.
side. Dispensers in position, but again, they just don't have the
Ngapain
best
bom aja
weaponry,
nggak tahu
so
bisa
this
pecah
is
keluar,
starting to seem like a
astaga.
foregone conclusion.
Yeah, for sure. And they
Farm
they
udah
do have
tutup
the
Bang
range
Hefrus.
as well.
Dari tadi
It's
jam
up to
setengah
Jeremy to try
12.
and deal some damage. Dubstep as well still has the Marshall. Can pick a few off here. It's a little bit of a greedy investment as he peeks forward. That turret
Lu
is
pernah
gonna
masak
spawn
nggak
him.
pernah?
Jeremy, there we go. The headhunter. This
Lu
one we're
zaman
looking
gua-
for. Finds one kill. Let's see if they can make it a bit more expensive.
Zaman gua
Dispenser
diet.
is still alive as well. So if they can get any
Mas-
close range fights with the
masak
classic,
dada
this
ayam
could
gitu.
potentially do a bit more damage, but it looks like Bleed are just gonna get out of dodge, and Team Secret will probably just die to the spike.
Yeah, just narrowly running away with things, and this is how they're starting to come in with this lead. Team Secret, they are playing catch-up, and that doesn't feel too good.
No, that's just a
Ya
that's
Bang
just a start.
Hefrus,
yeah,
It's
sensei
just
Bang
a start,
Hefrus.
so can't count them out
But
just
you know,
yet.
momentum.
No, we'll see round
We'll
number 2.
see.
So this is where it gets important because it's the pistol round that really got Bleed these first 2 rounds, right? Jesse Vash had a very good start at the beginning.
Exactly.
Actually found 1 kill and immediately stuck in. I think that Team Secret are playing on the same pace as Bleed is. It's just that in the pistol round they took some duels and lost
Kayaknya
lost
menang
some of them.
di
Well,
spe-
most of them.
menang
Especially towards
TS
yeah,
deh.
most of them. But that's how Bleed kind of operates, and this is something that I think Team Secret really needs to start to work their way around, because these guys, look at them, they're
Lihat tuh, guys.
contesting for
Recon.
ball control. They've got contingency plans coming in with trades.
Recon terbaru tuh.
However, if you take a look at the minimap,
Bisa tuh
Dubstep all the
di-copy.
way down middle, this is big info. They know that these Bleed players are all towards the A site.
Yeah, it's a good push for Dubstep as well. Not being too overly aggressive, but at least have enough information, enough for his team to rotate. Jeremy is still on that B site though, so he's gonna need to rotate very soon.
Yang
Dubstep does
Paris.
not have confirmation that everyone is on A. That's the thing. That's why Jeremy is still waiting on B.
He does see the turret though, so he's just holding in case anyone tries to make some kind of a rotation. Does spot on Maxi, but unfortunately won't be able to find the shot. Has to back up as well. So he's kind of giving up control. We're still just kind of letting the timer tick down. Bleed still
Here's the
hovering
Bleed
over the A
special.
site. Exactly.
Yeah, they wait and then the explosion should come in very soon. It'll start off with
Very
some utility
EU-esque.
from Lenny. Sorry.
A very, very EU-esque kind of strategy, right? I mean,
Yeah,
their,
for
their
sure.
coach is.
Yes,
you know, like
it's really that. It's the pop in.
Ooh,
Darian gets taken out.
borak
Though.
nih.
Without that dash, it's a little bit of that movement not being there, not able to really get into that side. Borkum finds another one. Jesse Bash finds a kill as well. Borkum with a 3rd kill, and Jesse Bash is gonna clean up shop. It's gonna be a flawless round for Team
Mana
Secret.
Nabila?
And here's what I'm saying.
Gua udah
We win
WA
those
dia.
2 rounds. The 3rd round gonna be difficult. The rifles are coming in. Team
Okay,
Secret,
okay.
very good defensive team. They're ready for Bleed's push.
I'm gonna have to concede to you right now. Yeah, you're definitely showing it right now because, well, what would you know? Just the patience that pays off. They already had the information because of Jeremy pushing up earlier on, and now it's
Weh,
just
Nabila.
waiting for the push
Yeah,
to
bro.
actually come in. Dubstep in that
Tadi
one
gua
play
udah
maybe
chat
didn't
lu
get
ya,
that many kills,
babi.
but the information gathered provided so much value.
Ah.
And he was also very conservative in that once he saw
Nonton
Maxi,
sampai
he
akhir, Cok?
actually just dashed away. I
Enggak
think
juga
that's very
Enggak.
good discipline from Secret that we're seeing right now. I
Ya
think that's
nobar
what
itu
the panel
hari apa
touched
sih,
on a
Cok?
little
Hari
bit as
Sabtu
well.
doang ya, Cok?
Is that Secret
Ya,
are a lot more
tanggal 6.
calculated
Ikut
now, so
lalu.
they're taking calculated risks like this
Tanggal
one.
6
Jeremy
tuh hari
realizes
apa ya?
that he did
Hari
not get a
Sabtu.
headshot in the first 2 bullets,
Sabtu.
immediately uses
Ikut
the
nggak?
rendezvous to get away. On the side of
Ikut
Blade, though,
dong.
Darian on the
Tapi
jet,
gua booster dulu hari
dashing in.
Jumatnya.
How can they make space on
Sekali
this
doang kan
attacking
berarti
side
ya, nobarnya?
and get into
Ya.
the site and go for that plant? That's the biggest problem right now that I'm
Apa?
seeing from Bleed.
Exactly.
Sekali
A little bit
sehari
less
doang kan
mobility,
nobarnya?
so they're gonna have to
Yeah.
use their utility instead. And right now it's
Hai,
the wall
guys.
that kind of gives them the space that they need. They get the spike down, and all they have to do right now is to back off completely. That Viper's pick completely nullified, and holding through the middle, Pith
Ini
is able to
mapnya siapa
shut
sih?
down
Oh,
any
Team
kind of
Secret ya?
flank. Now Team Secret's only option is push up front on towards yellow. Dubstep flicks over to the other side, but
Nggak
Redluck
bisa
comes
nak
in with
booster,
another
efeknya nggak
trade.
enak.
They're playing off contact of each
Soalnya
other.
kalau
At
gua
this
nggak
point, I
booster,
don't
gua
see how
takut-takut
Jeremy
ya.
can find
Takut
anything
kena.
right
Gua
now to finish
takut
things
kena
off
nanti pas
with
di
the
sana.
third
Terus nanti
headshot.
pas kalau
The new
gua ada
player
kena,
on Bleed replacing
kan
Lexi
gua
Redla
nggak bisa
has
vaksin
really
lagi.
shown
Sedangkan
that
nanti
he's changed the age
2
compositions
bulan atau
for
3
Bleed
bulan
a
lagi
little
kan,
bit. Not
sorry,
too much,
bulan November
but a
kan
little bit.
harus
Lexi
ke
would
Berlin
still
gitu.
play
Bukan nggak
Sage
harus ke
here,
Berlin
but
sih, kan
he's
belum lolos
definitely
juga ya.
coming in hot.
Insya Allah
Also
kalau
the one that
lolos.
disappeared in that first
Kalau
series
seandainya
as well.
lolos kan susah tuh
He's
kalau
really
gua kena
A little bit
kalau kena
more comfortable in
corona.
the Sentinel role, I would say.
Yes, for sure. I mean, he's all known to be the Sentinel. Since
Nggak
the
bisa,
start of
nggak
his
bisa masuk
career
kayaknya,
on
iya.
that side.
Itu nama PD cuy.
Really showing up on the stage
Yoi,
right now.
yoi.
PD
It
cuy.
looked like they were a little bit disjointed on that retake
Harus
as well.
dong.
Weren't really covering each other on the defenses. Wasn't expecting the double
Jaga-jaga
peaks.
bro, kalau gua
Bleed
kena
just
corona
slightly
nanti di
faster, but
sana kan
Secret still
nggak
have the
lucu ya.
economy coming into
Terus
this,
tiba-tiba gua habis
round.
vaksin malah
They're actually
sakit kan.
taking
It's their one chance
Tapi emang
of
hal-
finding the
udah
momentum
pasti kayak
again,
gitu
but
anjing.
Maxi taking down Dispenser
Terus
really
kalau gua
puts a
sakit
wrench in the
gimana
works.
ya?
And right now, JC
Tapi
still
kalau
trying
seandainya
to
gua
find
habis
some kind
vaksin
of
cok,
pick,
terus
has
gua
no escape
ini
plan,
apa namanya
gets
tes,
himself
apa sih
taken
itu
out by
namanya?
Pith. This gives the
Antigen
site
kena
over
gak
to
sih?
Bleed. They
Kelihatan
get it
nggak?
down. They get the wall
Ngapain lu
up.
tes?
It's just so many
Kan kalau
obstacles in
kata
front of Team
Kaniki kan
Secret to
bakal tes
retake this.
antigen
And
katanya
I think you
semuanya.
might just want to go for exits at this point.
Yeah, just slowly look for the
Nggak
exits.
tahu lah.
It's
Enggak
just
lah.
a little bit too
Kata Kaniki
Jangan
difficult
lah.
tes antigen.
on this 2v5. They don't even have the proper utility to find these 1v1s. It's difficult
Bisa
with the
tergantung
wall
bang,
as well.
kemarin
There's
pas
so many angles to
pas
clear.
vaksin 1,
They might
2
want to save
aman
this,
nggak?
but if they're not
Kemarin
expecting
gua
Pith,
pas
okay,
vaksin
they
1,
are.
2 gua
They
nggak
found
aman sih.
Pith, they get the
Sakit
kill.
gua.
Barkham takes a little bit of
Sakit.
damage.
Enggak,
Enggak,
si
Gimana
Inap
gitu?
Are just
itu
gonna try to
mau
run
vaksin
away.
apapun karena
Oh,
dia
Redla.
Give me another
gampang
one.
Yeah,
sakit.
they're looking for
Lu kan
more.
gampang
Actually,
sakit
Redla just
orangnya.
wants to go for those kills. I think Barkham is already expecting this. He might just
Another one.
find the
Ya
headshot.
udah kalau
There's
emang
another one.
sial-sial gue
Dubstep
tiba-tiba
finds the
sakit
kill as
parah
well.
gara-gara
Just
vaksin,
getting
gue tetap nobar.
not
Tapi kayaknya dia ikut doang
necessarily,
deh.
it is not necessary to actually go for these hunts, but they've already lost 3 members. They
Gua
wanted to
pas
take
booster
2
langsung
guns
berat 3
away
hari.
from Team Secret, but
Bobo
instead
nggak
they
bisa.
lose 3.
Insya
It's
Allah
a
bisa.
statement, is
Soalnya
what it
banyak
is. I mean,
teman-teman
like,
gue yang
yeah,
nggak
you
sakit
might have
sih.
the round,
Vaksin
but you
booster.
still gotta furious. You still gotta be careful because we
tergantung.
are
Booster
Team
itu
Secret.
nama vaksin
Time
atau
for
apa sih
Tondo
cok?
Gaming to step
Booster
up, but
itu
that's
kayak
the
vaksin
thing.
ketiga
Right now,
tapi nama lainnya
Oh,
booster.
I
gue
love
pikir
that they're
booster
going
itu
for
nama
this initiative
vaksin
of
kayak
pushing
Sinovac
out, getting
gitu-gitu
active
cok.
map
Bukan
control,
kocak.
but when they
Astagfirullahaladzim.
lose
Tapi gue kemarin gue yang
it doesn't
kedua kan
work out.
Sinovac.
Yes, I
Jadi
completely
gue
agree.
ini
Ah,
kita
lu
Sinovac
itu-
lagi.
I guess they probably need to adjust it a little bit, but
Kalau Sinovac
the
gua nggak
players
tahu
do
deh.
that. It's a feel thing. It's
Sinovac
kind of like a
harus-
roller
Kayaknya nggak
coaster.
bisa deh
Sometimes you
Sinovac
need to
gua.
push out for more information.
Nggak ada booster
Sometimes
Sinovac,
you need to
anjing.
hold. You really have to feel it out. But
Itu kayaknya
Bleed
antara
definitely
Astra,
liking that
Moderna,
B side a
Pfizer.
lot right now.
Berarti gue ulang lagi dong dari awal kalau kayak gitu.
Information out the owl drone, but Jeremy just hiding in the off angle. Once it checked, he's able to
Pfizer
find the first
ya?
headshot.
Pokoknya
Instantly trades
setahu
him
gua,
in. Rez comes
lu
up
kalau
as
misalnya
well. This is not going to be a good fight.
vaksin
And that's what we're
1-2-nya
talking about for Lenny as well. Hunter's
Sinovac
Fury
gitu,
kill.
ntar lu
Really,
bilang.
his usage of utility on
Oh,
Sova is
Sinovac.
unparalleled.
Nanti dikasih taunya.
He can just really
Astra.
find those kills.
Astra
Hunter's
berarti
Fury
ya?
all
Nggak dosis,
effective.
iya.
And right now, Team Secret are on the
Oke,
back
oke,
foot
oke,
yet
oke.
again. They do
Gila,
still have
pada jago-jago,
Dubstep
Cok,
and
kalau soal
Barkham both
vaksin mah
alive.
tebak.
They're the ones with the rifles from the
Kemarin
previous
gue mau
round.
ke mall ya beli apa namanya?
Might
yang
Ordal
ada
semua itu.
bulanan gitu.
But whether or not they can actually make use
Mau
of
ke
those
Lotte,
things
kagak
is a
boleh
whole
masuk,
other
Cok. Gara-gara
question.
gua
Just as
belum
soon as the
booster.
curtain drops, Darian strikes that hammer. And now looking for for the
itu
next
low
one.
banget
JC
sih,
Fast
Fast.
with a bit of a peek, able to find one, but instantly
gila,
traded.
treble-nya
It's
gua nggak
just
beli
too
seperti ini, kawan.
overwhelming, these odds. Dubstep,
Harus
are you still gonna
mereka
go for
nyesuaiin
this?
dosisnya.
Seems like he wants to
Oh.
go for this 1v4
Ya,
and now
semoga
trying
gua
to look
aman
for
lah
that
ya,
first
nggak
kill, but
sakit.
Darren
Amin.
holding that angle finds the instant headshot onto Dubstep.
Kalau gua waktu
Doesn't
itu
let him
kalau
have the
vaksin
chance to
Astra,
shoot one bullet.
yang vaksin
This is
pertama
a
kan gua
very
demam tuh karena gua
controlled, very steady bleed that just
Nggak,
comes into the game.
apa, nggak
They
makan
find
obat
some of these picks,
tepat waktu
they
gitu,
find
Nap.
an opening into
Tapi
the
yang
site,
kedua
once
aman
it's
sih.
planted, everyone
Oh.
holds.
Kan lu udah dikasih kayak
Position,
panadol,
nobody really
paracetamol gitu kan.
overheats or anything,
Terus
and it's
setelah
just
Harus
perfect.
minum ya.
Team Secret right now,
suntik,
they're
kayak
trying
gue
some things out,
jeda
they're able to find
sejam
one or
apa
two,
2
but
jam langsung
why
gue
can't
tenggak
they
itu
close this out,
paracetamol 2
Ricky?
biji abis itu
It feels
aman aja
like
udah.
the first contact
Oh,
is
ya udah,
always
coba ntar
won
gua
by
kayak
Bleed.
gitu.
I think that's the biggest problem
Banyak
right
minum
now.
vitamin aja,
Team Secret
biar
are not
efek
able to
sampingnya
find
gak
an
banget.
easy kill.
Tapi
They-
paling cuma
that's
ini
what the
aja sih
chamber
kayak
normally
badan
for. You
apa
want Jeremy to find a quick
tangan
kill,
lu lemes doang udah.
rendezvous away, maybe even get topped up by the heal
Ya
from
2
the
biji
Spencer.
langsung.
That's
Ah.
just
Iya,
not
kalau
happening
gua
right
nggak
now because
booster ya
Bleed,
amit-amit
they're
di
pushing
sana
together.
kena sih.
And
Suwe
they're
gua,
just
Cuk.
overwhelming
Iya,
Jeremy with
Jason
the
sini,
utility
Son.
that they're
Nobar
using.
gak,
I
Son?
think they weren't expecting
Halo,
letting use that
Arfi.
Hunter's Fury pop it, especially on
Besoknya langsung ngomong
bit of
bahasa
half
Afrika.
buy from Secret,
Penjadun.
and they just were not expecting
Sebelum
that,
vaksin
that
jangan
rush.
begadang.
So
Nap.
Bleed right now
Gua
they're in
sekarang
a comfortable
nggak
5-1.
Astaga 2
Maksudnya
buah
dia
bisa
This time was
lari
probably
ke
to
sana
readjust
coba.
that. They're probably trying to figure
Oh,
out,
ini
okay, how do we
KGP nih orang nih.
receive this push from Bleed better? I think that for both
Iya,
A and B
Nap,
sides,
gua
so far
kemarin
mid control
gua
has been
makan
Nggak
pretty
apa-apa,
good.
Riz.
They might
Aman
want to
nih.
consider that. A and B sides,
Kalau
the way
pas
Bleed take
ngantuk
them is
jangan
full
dipaksain
5
melek atau kerja
rush.
tidurin aja.
So
Lah,
they
terus kalau
just
gue nobar
wait
gimana
and go
sih?
for rush. The
Really?
timing is
Yes.
just it could be instant. It could be we wait 1
little
minute.
slow,
We
yeah.
burn down the clock
Maybe
and we
Bismillah
go
ya.
Then explode. Yeah, exactly. That's the
janji
thing.
jangan
The one
narkoba.
time Team Secret actually won a round was on the A side.
Oh,
It was
Sabtu
when
mau ke
Borka
hotel
was
Ayana,
holding the
Bang.
off
Ngap,
angle
iya.
towards the other side.
Tapi gue mau booster
It kind of
dulu.
worked out, but of course this time Bleed might expect that. Bleed, they keep on going with this coordinated
cek bapak
push, and
dulu
it
deh,
just makes it
takut
so
lupa.
difficult for Team Secret to win some of
Ya
these
lu
opening
booster dulu
duels.
aja biar aman.
But for now,
Berarti
Bleed
kapan ya?
taking
Besok
it
ya,
slow. They're
besok
the ones
ya.
in charge of the tempo, so they're slowing it down a bit. Team Secret, off of that timeout, have reshuffled their defenses a little bit. B, look at where they're playing from B. They're not playing far forward anymore.
Unik
They're using
atau
that
ciri
wall
khas Bleed
to
itu apa?
actually separate yellow. So they're ready with that wall, so that if they do
Mainnya-
plant B, they have that
mainnya
wall
sabar
to
banget
actually
sih.
use
Ini
for
dua tim
retake.
ini
Exactly. So
Sabtu
that's
yang
termasuk
the
main
adjustment
yang
that Team
sabar
Secret
sih
are
dulu.
making, and
Gak,
they
gua-
might just be
gua bingung.
successful
Apa sih,
because Bleed
Jason?
are going back onto this B side. Pith though is still on the flank. I think Dubstep might be able to find.
Tapi
the
bukannya
kill
Sabtu,
if he
emang
doesn't
Sabtu udah
change
final
side.
ya? Coba
It's
belum
a
kan?
good little plan
Belum.
B, but exactly.
Kenapa nggak nonton
It's
pas
so
final aja ya? Kan
crucial
bisa.
that Dubstep actually finds that frag. He does, and it completely eliminates the possibility
Kentang
of
gitu
an
kan
A side
nontonnya
hit.
pas.
Right now, Borkum is the one that stands between Bleed and the B side. Can
Hotel
he find
Ayana.
some kind
Oh,
of
ada
pick?
Ayana.
Can he
Enggak,
do
maksudnya
something
lu
right
nobar
now?
dulu.
No,
Extra
Terrence
pala.
shuts him down, but of course this is information plenty for
Iya,
Team
makanya
Secret.
mungkin
All they
memang
really need to do is to come in
kerja
together
satu
as a team to
Ayana,
retake the
ya.
site.
Now that's painful. You want that toxic screen up
Itu
for
bukan
that
di Liga
retake,
Game ya?
and
Katanya
without
One
that
Up-
alive, it's
One Up
definitely
bikin
not
nobar
gonna go
juga
up.
hari
Right
Minggu.
now the toxic screen is working
Oh, beda
against
ya coba
him.
berarti.
That's actually from Maxi.
Tahu
Oh,
juga.
cuts him off.
Beda
They're trying to look for
sih,
the kills. It's a 1-for-1 trade right now.
Oh my
Darian
god.
finds the third kill as well.
Darian.
And a fourth.
Baru nyadar gue Darian
showing up
pakai
on
itu
this
ya.
chamber.
Darian ini makin lama makin jago
All
aja.
he needed to do was
Iya,
to
Darian
stay in that
jago
one
ya.
spot,
Makin
hide
kesini ya.
around the corner of that wall.
Bebas
Dari
sama
pas
coy.
yang
So
dia
many
Bleed
frags
yang
just like
udah
that.
rosternya
Team
pakai
Secret, what
pit
are they
gitu jago
doing? All of them coming in from
Ya,
that
kayaknya
one
di buff deh
single
sama
position. It's
ceweknya.
all too clear
Ceweknya ya.
for Bleed
Anak
to take them
NGX.
down.
Siapa tuh?
Yeah, it's just one angle. They
Chloe.
just could not find there, and they could not shut him down. Great
This is-
opening kill by Dubstep. Now this is a
Tapi dia
problem.
jago sih
They're already at a
sekarang-sekarang.
man advantage. Then they start losing.
Dia
man
makin lama
because I think
makin jago.
Borkum was a bit over.
Gua
Tapi
kalau
dia
liat-
main rekat nggak sih, Cok?
Losing Borkum
Nggak tahu
was
deh.
really.
Gue kalau
really
latihan lawan Bleed
On
Darian
Team Secret.
doang,
This
yang
is
tembakannya
starting
sakit.
to look like that alter ego game from a few days ago.
Gila,
I
dia
don't
boleh
like
kayak gitu buat
it.
apa ya?
Team Secret, they need to show
Oh,
up, and
buat
right now
masuk
they're
ke
trying to
Menit
get a little bit
ya.
aggressive. JC Vash inside the poison cloud, able to find the first one. But then here comes the trade again.
Gila,
Bleed,
Team Secret
they're playing
langsung
so
lawan
well
dia di
together.
Xbox.
One person falls,
Lihat nih
an instant
kayaknya
trade
memang.
comes in.
Dubstep.
Dubstep though with the Blade Storm, and now Jeremy with the
Ngelit
Tour de
TTW
Force.
itu
They're
Oji.
starting
Oh
to
iya,
wake up
Oji
onto the
sekarang
server.
dia
They've
yang
got
Oh,
their
God.
ultimates. They've got the crosshair lined up. He's looking for the next one, but Redless shuts that down. What can he do though? He's alone right now. Needs to turn back around. Gets the spray. He's looking for Dubstep, who is really low. Redless got this lined up.
Gila.
He comes back in for the
my God.
next
What the
frag.
fuck?
He's
Might be the ace.
online for the
Oh
ace.
my
Falls to the
God.
classic and nails it perfectly. 7-1. 1, and Redless the emissary of
Gila
death right
Red
now.
La S.
A clutch ace from Red
Ini
Love. We were
pemain
talking about him just
barunya
now,
Blitz ya?
how he
Gantiin
excels
siapa
in
sih
his
dia? Gua lupa
sentinel
dah.
role. He just
Lexi.
stood his ground in that
Oh,
corner.
iya,
This is
digantiin
my corner,
Lexi,
this is
ya.
my territory. Team Secret had such a great start to
Anjay,
that round,
terbungkam
but
nggak?
Red Love played that to perfection, used that wall to boost
Terbungkam,
himself
Team
up
Secret.
and find Jeremy, found Dubstep in the final kill as well. How did he do that in that corner? It's actually a 1v4 ace clutch for Redla.
This is the bleed that we're talking about. It's time for Team Secret to bleed. And this is what the panel was talking about, because each and every single one of these players has the potential to stand up, excuse me. Team Secret had everything lined up for them. They got all those frags, but it just takes one player to shut that all down. Dubstep now pulling out the big guns, but is it going to work though?
Yeah, they need this operator to be effective, because the Blade Storm, the Tour de Force, they
Gila,
use
bagus
that. They
sih
found the
mainnya
kills. That's the
Bleed.
thing. They just can't
Makin
close
lama,
out the
ini yang
rounds.
gue bilang
And
kayak
Bleed are the
bahaya
ones that are
buat tim
closing it
Indo
out. The
anjir.
lockdown has been committed. It's going to be a clearly telegraphed
Dan dia
push.
tuh utility-nya rapi banget. Tuh lihat.
A little bit as they dash away and
Ya
get
dia
out of
nggak
the
bisa
lockdown.
di
They are still pushing in, and
nggak bisa
they're going to get this fight down quick.
di timingin.
Just like
Tuh kan Dubstep mau coba timingin kan? Ya ada nggak yang nakal nih maju-maju sebelum lockdown hancur, taunya di drone dulu.
Ya, baru lo ngomong kayak gitu tiba-tiba kecolongan.
Nah ini gua nggak tahu sih kalau itu. Kalau ini emang tim secretnya ngeriaknya bagus.
Still trying to find a little bit more. It's up to Dubstep to
Pas
possibly
Taretnya,
attack the
sumpah
spike
Taret
or
emang
more.
nyebelin dah anjir.
To push up front, a little bit of an
Taretnya
overheat.
nembak ya?
Now out of position.
Taretnya
It's
madep
tough
ke
for
arah
Dubstep to
itu
get
kan?
this defuse. He
Oh, ngadep
sees the
belakang.
Taretnya at least halfway,
Ngadep
but he
belakang.
still needs to find these frags.
Dia bisa menang nih.
First one, the
Coba
bullseye
ngadep
lineup
kiri
for
aja nih,
Lenny.
menang nih.
He
Oh
gets the
my
shock
God.
dart, but right
Menang
here,
kan?
Cloud Burst can't quite find it. Dubstep sticks and gets the frag.
Salah
Two
sih.
to seven. Could this be the start of the Team
Plannya
Secret comeback?
jelek.
This is what they need. They need that confidence. They keep the operator as well. That's one of the biggest
Tapi
parts about
selain
this
itu
win.
emang
They
Taret
keep
juga
the
emang
big
gak bisa
gun. You
dipercaya
talked
kan,
about it.
sumpah dah.
He
Kayak
didn't get
kadang
to
tuh ada
convert
angle-angle
those
yang
kills
dia
with the
nggak
operator
di-catch
just yet. It was Jesse Vatch with the opening kills. Barkham with the flank as well. But Dubstep for the clutch. Well played by him. The cloud burst into hiding in the corner. Lenny doubted himself a little bit. He dodged both shock darts
Cepat
as
lebih
well
cepat
from
sedikit
Lenny.
kata.
The timing on Dubstep.
Speaking through gameplay, ice cold in his veins, he's got that clutch gene, and the rest of Team Secret has it as well. The thing is, they need to repeat this success. They need to break Bleed's formation. It worked out so well in that retake because we had Jason.
Wah,
Back,
bisa
because
nggak
we had
hancur
Walker
loh
coming in
sama
from
si
behind.
dispenser.
Can they do it again is the question.
Lawan itu
Bleed
dia TP-nya
again,
di
coordinated push coming up towards the B side right now. The one site that has given them the most success, and right now they're just holding angles. Anyone who peeks out would be dead. Using the Hunter to flush someone out of position right now, and Dispenser will be the first to fall. Jeremy still holding all the way from yellow.
Pinter sih
Comes in
Jeremy
on the
sih,
right.
dia nggak mau
Gila.
nge-pick
That's
duluan.
one, but Redla with the res. The numbers just don't favor Team
4 lawan
Secret right
2.
now, Marquis.
Not at all. Dubstep found a kill but quickly got traded. I think Bleed have this in the bag. They used the Viper Spit as well to secure this round. 2v4 right now, and Secret want to try and stop Bleed in that Viper Spit, but they both just get taken
Kayak dia
out
udah
instantly.
dia kayak
Look at
Kecil
this.
dulu
This
gitu
is
loh.
just the
Udah ada
perfect
wall,
airstrike. Every
udah
single
ada
one of them on
Viper
the
Speed,
same
nyantai
page.
dulu.
Bleed. How are they so good? So
Ini
thinking
mapicnya
alike.
Bleed.
Team Secret, they just
Mapicnya
can't
Team
quite
Secret.
find that
Bukan ada
one
tuh,
person
kalau main
out of
yang kayak
position.
Now we see why Bleed are the
Sabar gitu.
pre-tournament favorites,
Singapura
as
jadi
Digon
boneka
said.
Reprex
I
nih.
think they
Kalau
still
mau
are the
Yes.
current tournament favorites. They are the #1 spot in terms of points anyway. We're seeing why. We're seeing some struggle from Team Secret right now, but you know what? Some people say they're slow starters.
Makasih
sure.
Budi.
Sobat.
For sure, definitely did their homework. They've
Dia tahu
known
ini
these guys for a while.
jetnya satu lagi dapat orb kan, di counter tuh. Jadi nggak dapat.
Came from champions last year, so you can actually study them quite a
Tuh
bit.
digangguin lagi.
That's it though. We're coming down to
Orang
the
gila.
second last round of the first half, and if
Tuh, lihat.
any time it is now
Dubstep
time for
sampai
Team
lari
Secret
ke B tuh
to find whatever else they
demi
can.
ambil orb,
They just
guys.
don't have the
Karena
economy
A-nya
right
nggak
now, though,
dikasih
so
orbnya.
hoping for a couple of frags, maybe pick up a weapon or two, but
Gila.
the way that Bleed are
King.
going together, this phalanx
Satu
formation,
orb aja tuh
it's
saking
impossible
pentingnya
to break
buang
apart.
utility banyak.
It's just so
That's it.
difficult right now.
Wow.
They're playing as a unit, and I think that one thing we haven't seen from Team Secret are
Jangan
strong
ambil out,
flanks.
udah
They've been
rata
afraid
nih
to
set
push out a lot. I think they might be respecting Bleed a little bit too much, but Dispenser
Dapat
finds the first
senjata dia.
kill with that
Wah,
share,
gila.
finds a second as well. Barkham would have picked up Phantom. They find a kill. They're at the man advantage right now. They don't have the guns completely.
Bisa menang
But
nih.
Dubstep
Spike.
also has the Blade Storm. So I think this still might be
Sampai
doable
udah
for Team Secret.
roket
Very
lagi.
doable. The biggest problem right now is the fact that they don't have mobility, and the spike is in such a weird position.
kelihatan loh.
Poison
Gila.
cloud just over the top of
Tapi
the
dari
edge, and Morgan
POV
finds
kan nggak terlalu
another
kelihatan ya.
headshot.
Wah gila, rusak
Right
dong
now,
ini
and
Blade
Bleed
kayak gini.
are on the back foot.
Buh,
Finds
SK.
the third,
Oh,
the
enggak.
fourth. No, Darian finds it, but 22 HP
Nah.
left on him, and Dubstep is gonna put the end to
Hanya
this
bisa
round. And
ngedelay,
they steal
Dubstepnya
this
bisa
round. They've been
Blackstone.
struggling with guns,
Anjing ya?
but on this eco, somehow they
Ngeselin ya?
found an opening.
Oh my god, it's always on this A side because of this one
Oh, iya,
angle, this
lupapin.
one position held by Porkham. They just can't quite deal with it because they need to go in with such coordinated timings that sometimes it just throws them off a little bit. Bleed, they work so well on the B side, I bet you they're going to go back to it. I just don't see them making the A side work.
Yeah, it's all up to Dispenser and Jeremy. They've been struggling thus far to hold that B side, and you could tell as well from the scoreboard, they're just not finding these opening frags. Now Jeremy is actually on that operator. Good choice by Team Secret to hand it to him this time. If he can find his first kill, exactly what they need. He can still stand on yellow. Does not hit his second shot though. That should have been an easy kill for him. But the rest of Secret are still here. Jeremy
nggak kena
misses yet
juga, itu
another
gara-gara
shot. He
open
tries
naga
to
tuh.
hold still.
Padahal mending
Dispenser
aja.
is going to be there to back him up still anyway.
Di temennya nggak mau
Location has
ngancurin
been
recon tuh,
revealed.
parah banget.
Switches his gun to a Phantom.
And that was one that they had from the before the round started. Just holding at the angles still
Kecolong
though.
nggak sama
They're
Retla.
trying to
Bisa di-res
deny
sih.
this push. They're trying to contest for it.
Wah
But
gila,
it's such an
Dispenser sih
even
orang gila,
firefight
Cok.
that Bleed are still able to hold
Counter
their
coy.
ground. Here comes Porkham
Ada
though.
perang kayak gitu
Using the
tapi
box for
si
cover, he's able to
Jeremy-nya
find
aja
a bit of a
apa
wall bang. They have the numbers advantage right now, but this is
Wah.
so easily turned around because
Jeremy-nya
Pip
aja nggak
pushing up
ngerti
front.
Iya.
It's keeping Jeremy trapped in up over by
Dua
yellow.
temennya kayak mau perang
He's
sedangkan
thinking of
Jeremy
pushing
aja
up
off
front
angle.
still, but Jeremy could be anywhere around this one spot.
Nah,
So
dibalik
if they turn
pasti.
around back, they
Nah,
might
udah
have
ada
more
dubstep,
options. But then
Aduh,
again,
dubstepnya
where
keramik
is
ya.
Dubstep? They haven't seen him yet, and he's all the way down the middle.
Masih nunggu
Team
tuh
Secret
dubstep.
have not made a full rotation because
Gila,
Spike
gua
was
demen
not
banget
spotted
orang
just
kayak
yet,
sabar
and
gitu,
Dubstep
tau nggak lu?
now confirming where the
Ini-
spike is, has to play this 1v2 yet
Dadah.
again. Can he
Dia
clutch this
chill
round again?
dulu. Kalau
It's
dia
all up to him.
cuma beberapa langkah
He
ke
needs
side
to
kan.
find the 1v1s to be able to do it, but
Jadi
knowing Bleed,
Jeremy-nya jadi kepancing,
they're
si
gonna stick
Dubstep-nya
together. They're gonna have this
nahan
buddy
di belakang,
system.
Jeremy-nya pengen cari
Dubstep,
info. Ini orang
You can
balik
have
apa
all the
gimana?
utility in the world, buddy, but this is not going to be an easy fight at all. Cloud bursts,
ya.
updrafts, tailwinds, I don't know how that can help you steal away.
Bagus sih sebenarnya.
Maybe if he
Tuh,
finds
turretnya
one
ngebug
headshot
anjing.
and dashes away, he can find the 1v1, but
Parah
look
tuh,
at how
parah.
these guys
Tapi
are
kayaknya
holding.
aware
They're
gak sih
not
dia udah
giving
bisa
up a
nyebrang?
single
Nggak aware
inch.
kah?
And as soon as
Bukan
he
aware.
peeks out, Pith
Gila.
gets the
Rapih banget
perfect
mainnya,
headshot,
Cok.
ends the round. It's 9-3 at the end of the first half, Marquis.
They played that to perfection, using the turret on one side and then Pith watching the opposite side. Redla just there to swing on either side.
yeah,
So
the turret.
whatever
Jago
Dubstep
Redla.
wants to do,
Ganti
he will be
pantas dia
spotted.
ganti.
And
Halo,
Redla can
hai
peek from
Owen,
either
hai
side.
Ersyad.
I think that's the biggest
Kalau
problem
setting
with these
Gede.
two. Well, get fighting against two
Pantas
sentinels.
ganti
It's just so
Jangan
difficult to
dia
push against that.
Pantas
And
gantiin si itu.
I think Dubstep could have tapped it. I'm not sure. He had other options, but unfortunately, the two agencies up against just makes it so difficult to get through. Team Secret had a few signs of brilliance, though. We've seen some defensive side holds, but I think the biggest problem was on the
Lexi,
side.
nggak
They
tahu
just
sih
had
Wamil apa
difficulty
enggak nih.
holding Bleed down.
Marquis,
Yep.
I'm going to be
Mungkin?
real with you.
Uh-huh.
I think I sense a bit of copium in your voice.
Yeah, I'm
Nggak
huffing
tahu
a
gue
copium a
jerat.
bit.
Eh,
It's
ada deh.
9-3.
I know.
It's 9-3.
Yes.
You know what they say about the 9-3 thing? You know, like
I'm
And
not
Icebox.
superstitious.
Icebox on attack.
Okay, yes, especially on
Beda.
ice.
Taunya,
So
taunya
much.
Blade udah kayak
But do
gini.
you really think Team Secret
Nah,
will
ini ya,
perform
guys, ya.
better on the attacking side?
Karena
I
untuk
think that
ini lagi ya.
it depends on how
Kayak
Dubstep
SRC ya,
actually
2 lawan
plays.
5.
So he's the one that's been showing
Comeback.
up. He's the one on that jet. He's gonna lead the charge. I'm actually very surprised with his new Bleed lineup with
Kita
Darren
sering
on the
melihat
chamber. It's
skor
actually very
9-3, cuy.
impressive, but the real star of the show, of course, Retla,
That one ace.
18-6 coming into the second half.
Ah, 9-3
Absolutely
tuh
ridiculous. The newest
bahaya
addition
di
to
Icebox
Bleed,
busuk.
and he's absolutely delivering here.
Exactly. Incredibly controlled. They all stick together. Anyone who peeks out, they get absolutely smashed by the Bleed wall. And right now, Team Secret on the attacking side, they really need to break this formation. Can they do it? I think so, because, you know, with the fact that Bleed are playing on defense, they will be split apart.
Yeah, I agree. I think it really just depends because some tendencies of Bleed is to actually push forward a lot. It's going to be either Darren or Maxi on either side, and that could be punished by a Team Secret default. Now, Team Secret could also choose to go for a quick rush, and I think that just might just might catch Bleed by surprise. So we'll see which one they're bringing out today, and if Bleed can actually hold against Team Secret.
Whoa. Well, they're not really just holding, though. They're pushing up front, and Darren is getting a little bit of information. Of course, they can hear the footsteps going towards the B side as well, but the wall is the one big obstacle right now. It gives
Kita
them
sudah
the
tahu
free
nih,
plant,
ada wall nih.
and all they have to do is to
That's
back off, hold the post plants as it were. But then again, Retla still has his wall orb as well. You know what that means, Marquis?
Yep, the double barrier play on Icebox, that's one of the biggest things, especially on the pistol
How
round.
many
It's
times
so
have you seen
difficult
it?
to take
Hati
down
nih wallnya
a
nih.
panel. So Team Secret need to be very sharp to hold this because the rest of Bleed are going to stop them from trying to break this.
Okay, a bit of a poison cloud. Oh,
Whoa.
they're peeking together.
Tiga
Look at this,
peek.
Maxi, a quick double kill.
Wah,
The
di
wall
wall
completely
lagi.
blocks out Dispenser. They want to stop
Kita orang
the
sih
diffuser,
wall
but
sih
they just
ngeselin sumpah.
can't. Pith able to find yet another frag. Now they're just going for extra cash. JC
Gila.
Vash, you might be alone,
Nang
but
pistol
that's
lagi.
not going to be enough. 3 to 10
Jadi
Bleed.
kers-
They've gotten the pistol round. They've gotten the momentum. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. You called it. It's the wall orb that's going to spell their doom. This always happens on Icebox on both sides of the map.
Always.
Once you wall it up, it's just so difficult. And look where Secret planted the spike. It's actually behind the boxes.
Bentaran
That just
doang,
makes it
gua
so
be
difficult to
right
break that
back.
panel. And if you cannot find those first few frags and push out of yellow, there's no
Tapi
way to
sekarang
stop it.
wall itu
Man,
ngeri
it's,
anjir.
it's that one
Susah
strat
dihancurin.
that works so well for retakes, and it's so annoying.
Oh,
That
dia
right now,
force buy.
it's do or die in Team
Gambling.
Secret. They're going in with a force buy. If they can slam it with the speed of light, they just might be able to overwhelm Bleed. But here comes Retla. He's got his Spectre as well. He's going with the sprays, a bit of a run and gun, a bit of a fade away. He's getting so much damage done. They're trying to overwhelm him. They finally get to do it, but it's a little bit too late. Reinforcements have already
Whoa.
arrived. And look
Whoa.
at Maxi and Pith. The Bulldogs, they bite and they yank so hard. You're left with
yeah.
no limbs, except for JC Bash and Dispenser, perhaps. They get the spike down, but whether or not they can hold the site, that's a whole other thing.
It's definitely very difficult with Jesse Vash only 10 HP and Dispenser already getting
Dan
taken
Iyer,
out. What
Iyer,
can
kenapa,
he do
Iyer?
with a Spectre? Just gets taken out immediately by Darion as Bleed.
GG kah?
They're on 11-3 now.
Oh my god, the jaws of these budget rifles is just so sharp, it's so strong, so much force. 11-3. Team Secret, the fact that this was a force buy as well, we might as well be looking at match point Marquee.
Yeah, Bleed just
They
looking
check
too
Iyer,
strong
they
right
check.
now. It looks like they've had their morning coffee. They're out for blood. Well, yes, out for Team Secret's blood, and Team Secret, maybe they have something up their sleeves for the next few maps. I hope they do, but
Biasa.
This was their
3-11.
map pick!
This was their map pick. I completely agree. But we've seen so many teams win on the opposing team's map pick. I'm not discounting Team Secret entirely. But
Bleed
Bleed
kuat
right now
banget
looks
sih.
so good.
Dia pengen
I
banget
think that
lolos,
when
anjir.
watching these two teams, you can see the
Bahaya nih.
Bleed are a step faster, I would say.
Yeah, they definitely look so prepared, as if they
Oh,
knew
ini
what
persis
Team
banget
Secret
yang
were
dipakai sama
going
dia.
to try to attempt. That right now, hearing footsteps, all Pith needs to do is to peek out, finds yet another
Alarm buat
shot,
di
they got
situ,
information.
trap
Lenny is here to
turret di
leapfrog and
situ,
find
ya,
some
Menit
trades.
sih.
Well, he's backing off instead, though, because he's sustained quite a bit of fire. And right now, this might allow for Team Secret to possibly maybe take down the A side, but then again, they got to work through so many of these layers. Retla here to back it up. Darian here to reinforce
Gila,
as
dia
well.
mau
And
kobok,
of course, they
coy,
all
Secret.
drop like flies, and it comes down to it. 3-12.
Bahaya dong yang di bawah
It's
nih.
match point.
We also saw a shock dart kill off screen. So Lenny actually found a shock
Ketemu
dart kill. We
Secret.
talked about his utility usage.
Berarti oh ini ketemu
Perfect.
Secret ya?
But Team Secret now have the guns. This is a round where they actually have a slight advantage in terms of guns because they have the Vandals. There's Bulldogs on Bleed, so it's not that big of an advantage. It's a small advantage, but if Team Secret want to mount a comeback force, it's now or never.
It really is. It's my life. It's now or never. Team Secret, are you gonna be able to do this? They're trying to find some kind of an opening, but look at how comfortable Bleed are right now. They're so confident they're holding these forward positions, and all it takes is a little bit of a sidestep, and Retla will be able to
Sakit
find
tembakan
the first
Retla.
frag.
It's just a quick kill using a Bulldog, a quick burst, and he's out. Retla has been playing so well for Bleed on
Oh,
this
no.
map. Borkum just might find Retla though.
Well, okay. Gets it as well, and here it
Anjir,
comes.
Borkum bisa
It's breaking
nge-flank
apart
aja
that
tuh dia.
formation that we were talking about. The res comes in as well, gives them a little bit more of an advantage. Viper Spit, a little bit extra, but you know what? Anything to give them the win. They need it right now. And 4v2, excuse me, Maxi and Pith, they might be the Swedish brothers in arms, but can they actually get this retake?
Yeah, against the Viper's Pit, it's going to be very difficult. Secret really threw everything into this round. They don't find a first kill
Baru
as Jesse
nggak nyampe
back.
seminggu
He's
gua
faster
latihan
on
lawan
the
dia.
reaction.
Ini
Maxi
persis kayak gini,
with
men.
inaccuracy was not
Ya,
able
apa
to
namanya?
go for the head. Pith right now
Ya,
recognizes
taruh turret,
1v4,
agentnya,
maybe not
gitu-gitu.
really killjoy.
Maybe not. What up now, Swedes? Woo!
Rasa tim
3 to
udah
12.
gua
Make
enggak.
it 4 to 12. And then they need 8 more rounds.
They need 8 more. It's still a huge mountain to climb. Team Secret, this is step 1 though. If they really want to make a comeback, step 1 is winning 1 round. And they
Okay.
did pretty well for that as well with the alert from Borkum. Actually able to find Redlow. That's one of the biggest things. Bleed had an opening through mid. They weren't watching that at all. And
Bleed.
they just slipped through.
Blade katanya
That's
tuh
something that really broke apart
yang
Bleed's
punya-
formation. We saw this when they were winning on the defensive
kayak
side. Team
apa ya,
Secret,
yang punya
if they can repeat this time and time again, if
dengar-dengar
they can find ways to
ininya
infiltrate
Dubai, apa
behind
sih?
enemy lines, whether it's through the middle, whether it's through, I don't know, maybe tube at some
pengusaha
point,
sukses
they
di
might
Dubai
just be
gitu.
able to
Nggak
find
tahu
a
deh.
little bit
Dubai
more
atau apa gitu.
success.
Pokoknya
That might have been step 1, Marquis,
Sultan lah.
but how many more steps are there? I mean, we got 8 more rounds to win.
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult, especially against Darren's op, which we're seeing right now. He has that operator.
Sultan Dubai.
He can also get a
Sultan
total
minyak
for the
ya,
next round.
minyak kayaknya.
Bleed
Minyak
are
Dubai.
building up their
Nggak tahu deh.
ultimates as
Sultan,
well.
cok.
So this is a gigantic mountain to climb for Team Secret, and it's going to just
Oh
get
enggak
harder
mungkin
and
dia
steeper.
by apa
Really
datengin
tough. And
pit.
look at Pith's
Ngapain?
positioning as well. They were learning from past mistakes,
Minyak lintah.
giving
Gua
that,
nggak paham juga
little bit
sih,
of a mid
nggak tahu
presence,
persis.
completely
Cuma dengar-dengar
nullifies any kind of a flank.
Gua
Team
aja
Secret,
kaget,
they're
anjing.
running out of options, if I'm being honest, and
Minyak tawon guys.
well, it's tough for them to find an advantageous duel.
Yeah, it's just so difficult for Secret to really find an opening here for Bleed.
Slowly, can't quite find anything. It's not safe to take a peek, not even a jump spot, because who knows how sharp Darius
Yang jelas
can be.
orang kaya.
This guy,
Iya.
this guy has shown up
Kaya
before.
banget kayaknya.
He can very well do it again. Dubstep though pushing up front, gets that frag onto Lenny and instantly tailwinds away. This pulls in the reinforcements coming in from Team Streaker onto the side, but still the numbers, it's going through. They've taken down Retla, they've taken down Pith as well.
Gila,
Continue to push
dua
up
lawan
front though,
dua.
and they walk straight into Darren
Dua
and
lawan
Maxi.
4.
Yeah, they found. Oh, Bleed are actually
Dari
turning this
2
around.
lawan
They
4
found
jadi
the
2 lawan
kills.
1.
Team Secret have slipped up a little bit on this post plan. It's all down to Dispenser. He finds one. It's gonna be a 1v1 right
Menang
now,
nih.
Quack.
Nggak jadi.
Oh, and Darren didn't quite hear it. Dispenser able to release death from above. It's a
Hampir
bit
GG,
of a
cuy.
clutch. It gives them another life in this
Yang
game,
kalah lower.
this match. Let's see if it can do
Kalau match
a
ini.
little bit more. 7 more rounds, guys. Do you believe?
I believe.
Apakah?
It's pretty close. So here's the thing. Secret, they lose so many members, and they can't afford to have that
nggak
at
mungkin sih.
every single round. They
Berat
need to
sih
still
kalau
keep
untuk
up the economy even
comeback.
though they win. Right now, Bleed are trying to go for a hero vandal on Maxi. That's gonna be some spicy stuff. But Team Secret
Gua
starting
nggak
to
tahu
find
jagoan siapa
their
siapa aja.
momentum, to find their stride.
The tour de force.
Tapi ini
though, that's
ini
something
dua
that
tim
I'm
sih
kinda
yang
scared
jadi
about,
ancaman
because,
untuk
yeah, you know, we might have operators before, but
pemain
tour de
apa
force,
tim
what was
Indo.
it said about it before? I mean,
Secret
it
atau
shoots like
Bleed.
an it shoots like a marshal, but
Yeah.
it has the power of an
Dua
operator.
ini.
Exactly. So that's a tour
Oh
de
my
force.
God, that's the
Maxi
hero
with a
vandal.
hero vandal finds a first kill onto Dubstep.
Well, you're my hero, Marquis. But you know what? Lenny with the marshal as well, still doing damage. Jeremy with his own operator trying to find something, and
Gila.
here comes the sprays.
Wow.
Dispenser able to get 2. Borkum finds another one, and that leaves
Dua lawan
Redla alone. He's got nothing but a sheriff to his name. Holds the angle like nobody's business, though. A bit of a repeat, and Borkum takes him down. Team Secret back in the game, and they need to keep on going.
That's the most difficult part here. They have to play to perfection. They cannot afford to lose a single round. For Bleed, this is our Bleed. We're on round 12.
Yeah,
we give
we're
out a
good.
few rounds.
Nanti nonton nggak?
for
It's
charity.
Tergantung
flash
sih.
wound.
Yeah, this is the Bleed
Kapan?
special. They have maybe need a time to close out this game, but
It's okay.
yeah, we'll see.
We're not chokers or anything. Nope. 6-12, and again,
Iya, suara in-game.
any run of these rounds, they could just close that out, and all it takes is a bit of a mistake from Team Secret, and that's exactly what Bleed are looking for. And look at how they're holding right now. Viper Spit completely blocking off the A site. Team Secret has no choice but to head towards B, and Bleed knows this.
Yeah, but good tempo control by Team Secret. They immediately run to B. The rotations are going to be late. They're planting far forward in front. They push forward, try to look for the kills, but they lose it 2 for 1. And it's going to be
Ooh, Red La.
finds 3 kills. It's all down to Jeremy right now. 1v4
Gila.
Quack. Can he do this?
Oh my god,
Gila,
then the
di-res
wall
dong.
again, plus the lockdown. Jeremy, this is way too tough.
Again menang.
He has no choice but to peek out, but Rella's on the other side. A quadra kill in the last round. What a way to close it out in fashion.
A quadra kill, an ace. Redla's been an absolute monster for this game.
Hai
And
cuy.
dispense of Team Secret. It's such a difficult game. This was their map pick
Redla is
as
on
well. So
fire.
Team Secret really need to make it up on bind here.
Just devastating. The messenger of death, and his name is Redla. Bind, that's Bleed's map pick, and dude, I'm running out of copium for Team Secret.
Yeah, we'll have to see, and we will see that after the short break.
Buset, dicari tahu nggak? Pernah G2, pernah NIP. Kill 26 cok. Sage the next Jika deh. Rata dulu Papa Rex. Habis itu dia nggak main-main lagi. Ya sebelum Shiba masuk. Anugerah Gusti, welcome to membership. Bentar ya. Tapi Redla nggak jago main itunya. Main apa namanya? Main race, nggak kayak Jing. IGL Bleed apa ya? Maxi. Ini gue nyangkut gimana? Anjir. Iya, Redla tuh dari dulu Sentinel deh. JCSG jadi ini Blade Academy terakhir yang gua tahu. Di Blade tapi akademinya. Menurut lu yang LCQ siapa pasti dia pasti. Udah lolos sih sebenarnya. Ini capek-capekin badan aja udah tanding. Udah menangnya udah tahu. Gue bingung sih. Jagoan red Allah. Eko siapa? Speko anjir. Acap kemana terakhir dia jadi coach di ini di Nikma. Di Nikma. Perex ambil asterisk disuruh turun ntar ngaruh lah cara mainnya jadi beda banget emang adanya orang Europe gitu. Makanya lihat aja tadi cara mainnya di Bobo 2-0 sih kan 2-0 nggak 2-1. Bobo setahun nih stream nggak dong tahun nggak tahun cok Paco coba lihat dekatnya Asia coba predik siapa coba kayaknya Jing Wamil juga masih bisa main deh. Maknya udah tajir gitu apa nggak usah Wamil deh. Dia bisa izin gitu nggak sih? Kalau dia hamil juga. Ya mamanya aman. Bayar. Anakku mau e-sport. Mil gue bayar dah. Nanti dia hamilnya kalau duty goblok. Kuy, map 2 nih, map 2.
Nonton guys.
Fokus map 2 cuy. Suaranya ini.
And that's going to be the case for the 3 maps today.
And of course, like we mentioned, these are all the sides that they love.
Cara jago
the
pakai
sides
frenzy
that
gimana
they're
ya, Cok?
most comfortable with. But right
Lari-lari
now,
aja udah.
getting quite a bit of information. Team Secret, they're leapfrogging
Nggak ada
all the way to
suara
the
lagi.
back of the site. They have to relinquish a bit of control. And once Bleed finds
Frenzy
those
kalau udah
opening
jarak dekat
picks,
OP banget anjir.
this is
Jangan
where they
nunggunya
start
makan apa?
to
Mangga,
create some
Bang.
chaos.
Yeah, they found one. They're actually slowing it down. Again, the tempo control from Bleed. But I think the most important one right now is Jesse Vash. Potential flank from him. He's actually going around though. So this flank might just not be effective because he's going to miss this timing. They are trying to check the corner though. Maxi tries to see if he's there. Jesse
Nah,
Vash
ini
just
mana
might
sih
find the kill
suaranya?
onto Maxi. Maxi
Recon di
sees him.
mana?
I think they're in an
Makanya
engagement
gua
right
bilang.
now. Oh, actually, Maxi gets taken down. There we go. The flank from
Ya
Jesse.
Tahunnya udah
Allah,
berapa hari ya?
observer.
Udah berapa
4v4
hari
right
ya
now.
streaming kayak
Bleed
gini
are
ya?
getting the
Anjing.
spike plant though.
Ya nggak ada perubahan.
And Jesse Vash
Muka
goes in for
Borkum
shots.
aja tuh
Right
di.
at the plant.
Borkum
Bisa
aja
menang
terus
nggak tuh
tuh.
Borkum?
Most control over the site.
Borkum
And
aja
right
yang
now,
diliatin.
Borkum coming in
Udah
to take
terus
Lance
seumur hidup.
just makes things a
Borkum.
little bit tougher.
Yang
Bleed, where
bunuh
can
Wits,
you run to?
Borkum.
Apparently not much.
Wits
Even
dispenser
inside,
bunuh,
outside of Lance,
Borkum.
towards
Lagi
A
AFK,
short,
lagi
you're
berak
all
kayak
getting
gua tadi.
gunned down. And this is how Team Secret comes into the game.
Kenapa
And
lo
this was
kurusan?
Team Secret.
Enggak,
This
Cok.
was
Makin
around one
gendut
that
orang
I
dari
thought
kemarin
would
gue
happen
makan.
on
Gila lu ya?
Icebox earlier on when they found those kills. When Jesse Vash found 2 kills at the very beginning. Team Secret able to close it out this time around. Perfect
menang
retake
atas
from
Aldi
them
nanti
as
kebetulan
well.
kan.
Jesse Vash with a great positioning, with a great
Insyaallah
flank
doakan
as
ya.
well.
Nggak,
Who
ini
finds the
sebenarnya
flanker? Normally
stream
Maxi is the one that finds
LCQ
these flanks,
atau
and I
stream
think that's one
Borkum
of the
deh.
biggest
You did
differences
see
that
him.
happened in that round. Jesse Vash flanked the flanker.
Stream LCQ apa stream Borkum?
I
Bener
mean, you
juga.
flank the flanker doesn't turn around, and
Ini
this
Borkum
is
lagi
where
stream
Team
di
Secret
Twitch ya?
really
Gua liat
starts
di
to
HP
come in. Of
guys,
course, a little bit of a tech pause, but it's okay.
Enak
What's
ya Borkum ya,
interesting
nge-stream
enough,
ada
though,
komentator
is
ya.
Bleed potentially going for a force buy.
Yes, so
Gua
all teams are
bingung
doing this
loh.
now, especially the
Apa
teams that
sih?
are a little bit more confident on their attacking side. If they get the spike plant down, they
Bisa
actually
nggak
go
sih
for
makin-
the buy.
orang
And I
makin
think
hari
that
itu
that's
makin
what they want to
bagus
do. They
gitu
want
ya.
to keep up the momentum.
Stream.
They don't want Team
Makin
Secret to start
nggak
getting that
jelas, anjir.
confidence by stringing those rounds. They want to carry over their mental state coming in from the
Exactly.
previous game. They don't want to give Secret that confidence. Now, Secret is going
Oh,
to be
observernya orang PH
Jesse
makanya
Vash
nggak
on the
mood karena
Marshall.
TS lagi kalah.
They can probably hold up
Enggak, ini
against
Borkum
Bleed
lagi
because of-
SUBATHON,
well,
Cok.
we've seen some crazy
Oh.
stuff from Team
Ini
Secret
sekarang udah
before.
beda.
They're
Nah,
definitely
udah
doing
diganti
it.
switcher
For
nih.
Bleed,
Oh, kayaknya double
Darian
click deh
on
itunya.
the raise,
Keyboardnya
actually
bermasalah.
starting seeing that,
Pokoknya.
especially in this new lineup.
Terus?
We're not seeing him on the Jet purely now. He's flexing a lot. He was on Chamber, on Icebox.
like
We
that.
see him on the Jet. We see him on the Raze, and it's unlocked so many agent lineups and compositions
helm
for
dah,
Bleed.
anjing.
Emang
Masih ntar
kamu
Sebenarnya.
makin hari makin
You know,
bagus
with
ya
the
dong.
Rays, we've seen it before, some
Anjas.
showstopper
Sebenarnya beta lagi dapat
shenanigans and
momentum, bukan
paint
momentum
shells,
yang
and it
menjago
just
anjay.
helps so much for the entire squad. At the
At the
same
same
time, Lenny
time,
with
I wanna
Fade as
love
well.
you.
Yeah, Lenny on Fade. That's also new. We see him on Sova for the most part, bringing in that Fade. Of course, one of the more meta picks right now for the maps that don't really favor Sova as much. Like, you know, if you want to see Split, you want to
Kemarin lu main PUBG ya,
see
Cok?
on Bind, the Fade.
Dia yang
has
ngajakin
become
lu
the
nggak ada.
more favored pick.
And again, all this
Ngajakin
just
mah lewat, kalau
ties
pengen
back
lihat mah lewat
into
WA, bro.
potentially a new
Tidur
league,
aja
but
terus
at the
kerja
same
lu.
time, it's something that
Ngapain
helps
tidur?
Kalau lihat mah
Kan
cariin
udah pernah.
orangnya di WA, bro.
starting to
Lu udah
implement
tidur,
some
kocak.
changes too. I mean, dubstep on the raise.
Belum tentu kocak orang gua nontonin lu.
It's really just
Ah, saya lu,
potential
Kem.
for huge plays. But
Nontonin
right
lu
now,
buat
the thing
tidur
that
tapi.
worries me the most
Anjay.
is a lot of just position.
Teret.
Tapi ya gue kalau tidur emang butuh orang kayak butuh orang live streaming anjir.
Of really finding these
Biar ada suaranya aja,
on Icebox
biar ada suaranya aja
that
gitu.
I think cost Team Secret
Sus
many
lah,
rounds.
sus.
And for Team Secret, their
Kacau, live
timings,
streaming,
especially after a post plant, those were the most difficult ones on both sides. It's not just on attack.
Gue pengen nonton Bang Winda ya, cuman gue takut nanti
really being
pas
able to find bleed.
udah kelar
I think that's
nontonnya,
one of the most
kegantinya
difficult parts
pas
that
Bang
they
Winda
need to
lagi main
figure
game
out. So
horor.
they did a really good
Iya.
job of that here on
Tapi
Tapi
Bond.
dia
gua
belakangan
nonton-
ini
on
juga
his
dia
side
lagi main
against
horor
Sora.
terus
Main
aja.
game horor terus kan, iya,
Iya.
yang mayat itu
Something
anjing.
they
Iya.
synced up. They found a way.
Sama ada kayak ruangan apartemen apa tahu anjir.
And once they start to feel it, then you know, less
Suara
there's
kaca bikin
trouble.
subuh. Enggak, suaranya mah gue
I'm just gonna,
kecilin.
like, dial this
Kalau
back for
kenceng
him.
banget
It's
mah
tech
gue kaget
pods,
dong.
you know. So
Bangun.
this happens all the time in APAC.
Tapi
If
Ior yang di
you're
stream
new,
gak bisa
hi,
dipakai buat
welcome.
tidur. Soalnya Ior
This is
streamingnya pagi terus.
something that we want to try to theorycraft around. Right? Jesse Vash on the Marshall. And if
Mortuary
he is positioned where he is right now, towards
assistant.
Hookah,
Gimana kok Komiga kata Iceberg tuh.
and
Si
if
JJ lagi
Bleed
dirawat.
completely overrun him with
Oh, iya.
specters,
Kenapa
Iya.
dia?
what
Terus
happens?
buntu
That
abis
could be
dioperasi.
For sure. I mean, Fade
Astaga,
not really
banyakin
an agent with
Indomie,
mobility,
JJ.
can't get out, can't rendezvous. It's not like someone you could dash out with.
Terus bentuk
But
tuh
if he
biasa
finds the
karena
damage,
makan
if he
apa ya?
finds that first
Yang
kill, I
biji
Gara-gara
bijian ya?
makan.
It's pretty.
Really?
It's worth it. Yeah.
Yang
let's
lemaknya
see if he actually
banyak.
peaks this one.
Terus
And as we're actually
yang junk
well,
food.
just look at
Gitu dah.
Jesse Vash. He loves
Oh,
this
junk
one.
Makanan
food
gak
ya.
sehat pokoknya.
He loves this one. in
Apalagi yang lemaknya banyak banget tuh
Yeah,
pasti.
this
Terus
specific
buntu
one.
ngaruh juga.
Aduh,
What's the story
JJ.
behind it?
Yeah, he
Play yang
he
playlist
likes-
aja kalau
he
nonton.
Ini
likes
enggak, ini
whacking
kenapa
people.
technical
he's
pause lama
whacking.
banget?
Yeah, he likes whacking people. He's used that to knife
The
bucket.
bash.
Iya, lama banget
yeah,
ini.
the Jesse Bash.
Tahu gejrot
But
gue dari
he-
mana ya? Aku pengen
he's
makan tahu
used it to
gejrot.
actually
Tahu
knife
itu protein
some
apa bukan
people.
sih?
It was on Vine as well. It was Octagon.
Wasn't it?
He
Yeah.
actually
Tiba-tiba ada
knifed someone
kasbon
in
kok,
the
guys.
face. So
Back
that's
in
that's
the
actually
Age.
really-
10 menit
So,
apa? Oh,
well,
ada yang
Secret-
jadi membership
You
ya?
mentioned it, Tondo Gaming. That's the one.
Protein,
That's the one.
gila.
Tondo Gaming. And we
Oke,
wanna
oke,
see more
Raka
of it.
tadi ya.
Ah,
So
pedas juga
far,
ngaruh
a
katanya.
good start for Team Secret
Si
on this
Anugrah ya tadi ya?
new map.
Anugrah.
It's
Ya,
still
gitu
rather
suaranya,
early.
Oke.
The
Woi.
thing is, once Team Secret starts to find that momentum, once they
Udah
start
mau
to
habis
gain,
nih hari ini.
I don't know, like 3-4 rounds in a row, that's when they really start to play around with their opponents, and that's what I want to see on this map.
Yeah, I completely agree. But then again, this is Bleed's map pick. Don't forget. So
That's true.
we might see potential setups from them, and I really love Astra Viper, especially on Bind. So I think that this could potentially cause some trouble for Team Secret. We could see. On the other hand, Team Secret also have a Viper Brim. It's kind of like also a double controller setup, but it's a little bit of a different flavor, I'd say.
It's more like additional utility versus Astra Viper, a bit of a wombo combo situation. Let me throw this question to you though, Marquis. What's the magic
sama
number
Wiri
that
ada
we're
ya?
looking for at the end of the first half?
First half,
iya, iya.
at the very
Santai
least,
dong, santai
if you
dong.
want an 8-4
Aduh,
defense,
nunggu.
7-5,
Iya.
you're kind of like teetering on that. Okay, kind of dicey.
So
Nah, udah
8-4,
kelar nih.
probably for Team
Mulai nih,
Secret
mulai
for
nih.
you know,
Yeah.
Pinoy Pride. We're going back into the game, and here it is. Jesse Vash still positioned towards Hookah. Will he get overrun? Maybe not, because Bleed looks like they're headed towards A instead. Instantly though, the Haunt and the Prowler get sent out, clears out the entirety of B short. He knows they're not there.
Yeah, just information coming for Team Secret.
Dinap nggak
They
mau dia
are
bikin member,
trying
males.
to actually just get a feel of what Bleed is going to do, but
Oh, I
Bleed
love this.
normally does not reveal anything until that burst, which is coming very soon, Quack.
Slowly, surely, here they go. Already onto site.
Oi,
Boombot not able to find that much.
Mati dong,
Does take
Borku.
out a chunk of
Ya.
ammo though, but again,
Gak
shower
expect,
control
anjir.
should have
Udah di
been
reset
good.
loh.
Unfortunately, they get traded instead.
Waduh.
Dispenser continuing to push up front, making use
anjing ngeding dong.
of the Spectre to
Numpang lewat
shred
dong.
away at these light
Lu
armored
telat gak sih, Cok,
players.
kayaknya,
It
Cok?
does quite a bit of damage, but still not the
Tahu, anjir.
most effective. Jesse
Ini
Vash
lagi di siapa?
with a
Jesse
fully
Vash bukan?
automatic
Iya.
weapon. It does give him a little bit of an advantage.
Gak itu
They
sipit
need to
di
find
ding,
these
di
remaining
shot.
players. Position
Terus
towards
ditinggal anjir.
Lucy. Perfectly held at head height.
Gila.
He gets those 2 headshots and turns things completely around for Bleed.
And this is where it gets dangerous. Bleed on that
Second
force fire could have been punished.
Spectre,
Team
guys,
Secret
enak.
could have strung rounds
Hari-hari
together,
cari
but
hari.
instead,
Hari.
in that round, Team
Jundi
Secret
Muhammad.
lost
Hai,
the
Jundi.
fights. I think that's the biggest
Temen
problem. They weren't
kampus
able
gue ada
to
di
hold
sini,
on to that
goblok.
side. They weren't able to get the trades that they wanted. They tried to push Maxi, but unfortunately, his hold on Bags
Iya anjir
was
menang
just
force
too
buy.
strong.
Gila Blade
Hari-hari Jundi
lagi.
Muhammad.
It should have
Lagi
been
ngejar
Team
nih, Blade
Secret who
nih.
had that hold on Baths, though. That's the thing. They had 2 players hiding in that one spot. They had a sky smoke on the outside of Baths just to control it. But unfortunately, with Darren towards the
Banyakin
front, they
kopi.
got switched up. They got messed up. And that's where Team Secret starts to feel
Blade
a
pakai
little
Astra
bit
ya.
uncomfortable. So, round 3 now.
Astra di sini enak juga
Economy
sih,
affected.
sumpah.
How can they work their way around
Tapi
this?
Brim di sini juga enak. Semakin
Going to
lama,
be very
bro.
difficult with these guns. They have a few sheriffs. We've seen some signs of brilliance from them with these sheriffs. We saw that on Icebox. They didn't convert that one round, but there we go. That's the headshot from Dubstep. That's the brilliance we're talking about. If they can pick that gun up and at least try to get more kills here, I think that's going to be a win for Team Secret.
Okay.
Ada
I like
ada
that.
suara siapa
They're
ini?
holding hookah as well, which means that Bleed only has 1 route, and that is through B
Iya,
long.
bohong,
They
dia nggak
could
kuliah.
teleport if they
Lah.
want to, but Team Secret
Iya lah
pretty
emang
much in
nggak
control
kuliah,
right
gue
now.
udah
The
lulus
only
kok.
thing is they just
Anjing,
don't have the
mati.
guns, so Paint Shells, in fact, will be the one to take out the counterpart Raze. That's Dubstep gone.
Ya Allah, Jesse pas.
Jesse Bash, he knows they're coming through with all the positions that they have. It just doesn't quite work out against these guns. 2 classic right clicks though, and it does take Darren out, but still, Lenny continues to push up front. They will be able to retrieve those weapons.
Ya.
Holding still is all
Borkum.
they need to do. Borkum tries to push out from long, but it gets
Aunya
shut down by
bukan plan
Maxi
kebuka.
with the Vandal. Dispenser, the only one left. Only a Sheriff, 20 HP, hiding inside the Star. I'm sorry, but it might be lights out pretty soon, buddy.
Yeah, he took a few bullets through the smoke as well. They were just pre-firing. Now they know where he is. 2 HP.
Wall
They shoot him
bangs.
through the wall as well, and Bleed get out of this round with their rifles that they wanted to bring over.
And that's exactly what they've done on Icebox as
Kayaknya
well.
Bleed
It's
nih,
the,
guys,
it's the
2-0.
perfect way that Bleed plays every single time.
Busuk-busuk
They're just
bawah-bawahnya.
so comfortable, so controlled that even when things don't always go their way, they're able to recover.
Yeah, they're able to just hold on to the side. I think that's the biggest edge right now that they have. Secret are just not able to break their formation. Whether it's the utility usage or the timing between the players to sync the calls, Bleed are just doing a better job of closing out these rounds. Team Secret trying to be a bit fancy, pushing out forward with Dubstep. Borkum finds a kill through the wall to the head of Lenny, taking that 1 kill. But Darion finds 2, gets shut down by the Dubstep though.
Dia nembaknya
Redlock
chill banget,
trades
anjir.
Dubstep, and now Team
1,
Secret
2,
are having to play
gila.
this 2v3. They are behind.
How did that just happen? All the way from inside
sudah
showers, the
nyampai.
blast pack is enough to throw him on the other side. Finds 2 quick kills, and right
Gokil,
now
Cok.
it's a battle for time. Bleed, they're rushing to get the spike planted, and Team Secret might be on the site, but they just don't have the initiative, the advantage to retake or to even kill the spike planter. All the way from the top of heaven, banged up to 11 HP. Wits, not much that he can do. It's all up to Dispenser to push
Suaranya
up
kecil
front.
banget
He
ya, coy, ya?
creates a little bit of that space.
Suara in-game
But
ya?
this is
Iya.
where Astra Viper shines. Gravity Well
Betul
comes
banget,
in. Snakebite's probably falling from above,
Ah,
and Pith
dimoli.
pushes up
Dimoli.
front just to
Busuk
slow
dong.
them down. Wits without the help
Busuk
cannot
jadinya.
sustain this
Anjir, Bet.
damage.
Dua
And there we go.
Sweden.
Dispenser getting taken out towards the end. It's 3-1 Bleed. They're very much in the driver's seat.
For sure, and it's pretty much impossible to get out of that situation against an Astra Viper. The utilities can be shot without any line of sight. The stars really just makes it
Gila.
so difficult for
My
you to get
God.
in. The snake bite just
Tahu
makes
gejala
it
tuh
difficult
bawanya
for
dari
you
mananya
to
ya?
get
Dari tahunya ya?
on the spike.
Yeah, I can't get enough of that replay with Darian doing those acrobatics again. And right now he's sitting at 5-4-1. That's
Iya,
a pretty
harusnya
good stat
Darian
for
enak
Duelist, I
banget
think.
nembaknya
You know,
gitu.
he might be getting a
Teng-teng.
lot of deaths, but a lot of first
Oh,
kills
dari
along with it as well.
trasinya.
Right now, back to the Sheriffs, back to the Wild West. Team Secret trying to do what they do best with these angles being held. They
ditembusin.
got info,
Iyalah.
they got the wall
What the fuck?
banks. Can they get out of dodge though? No, not
Tembus-able
quite.
itu.
The Vandals just spray on through
Fire
anyway.
dong,
But Pink
meninggal.
Shells,
Lihat gak, Cok?
a lovely little bit of a trade. 3-3.
Mati
Can they
manet,
find this and
anjay.
turn things around?
Jelas-jelas dia
Darren did not
dilemparnya
expect
dia.
the
Dia
pink
malah
shells. I think
maksa
they
loh.
I mean, they saw it, but the
Fire
smokes came
ini.
down at the same time, and it was kind of like a
Fire.
very, very
Banyak
pretty famous
hit.
in
Dia
the
server
corner
belum
there.
ganti sih,
Daryl
dia udah
used
mundur.
the showstopper. I think he wanted to blast
Ya dia
back
mundur
in.
satchel
He
doang.
realized the-
Tapi
the
masih ada
second cluster
efek
of the
granat anjir.
grenades. Wit's the only one left on this B side. He has the ghost, but
Ah.
could not find the
Beda.
kill.
Gila Blitz sih.
Yeah, a little bit
Wangi-wangi nih.
Maybe would have been better to wait for the spike to be tapped or something first, but you know what? They've retrieved one Vandal on the side of Team Secret, and this could be something that gives them a bit of an advantage. Of course, Dispenser is
Mati,
trying to draw the attention
banyakin.
away, and he did his job. Allows for Borkum to come in from behind, gets that one frag, picks up the orbital strike, goes in towards the
dia
front, but
nggak-
does not
Oh dia nggak
expect
expect gara-gara ada
from
Maxi di
behind.
belakang.
You talked about it. This guy
Itu
is
Maxi
the
baru
flanker.
muter.
Yeah, on that
Jadi
Astra,
lang.
on that Omen, doesn't matter. He finds ways to get behind you. And it's nothing personal, but he will take your skull. And
Aduh,
Bleed,
Secret lagi.
great start from them yet again, 4-1. And I think it's
Puyang,
Team Secret that's going to be calling this timeout because they really need to figure things out here.
The sneaky Swede. And here we go. I mean, yeah, this was sorely needed. Coach Fade is trying to give them a pep talk, trying to fix things. What do you think they can do to adjust?
I think
Boy dari mana?
they did a very good job of what
Fermentasi
needed to
tahu kali ya?
happen on the round before this, as in their eco round. Using the fade to find people behind the walls, get information, get possibly a wall bang through, some support from the smokes coming in, the sky smoke coming down instantly from Borgum to get dubstep out of dodge. I think those are the things that they need. They need to be a little bit more aggressive. They need to stop. They need to let Bleed become uncomfortable
Bawang sama
with
Cuka.
pushing
Kalau
onto the
bawang
side.
baunya nggak gini deh. Ini kayak
Taking
bau
one
Cuka
member
deh.
out makes them very uncomfortable because you don't have the
Kan
exact
Iki
same
ulang
setup.
tahun
You
sih.
start disrupting a full setup
Hah?
and finding those
Kan Iki
single
ulang
kills.
tahun.
That's the biggest problem
Iya.
because Bleed
Oh
are
iya,
also expecting
siapin
that.
dulu ah.
They have Maxi
Exactly.
on the lurk. They're expecting you to do that, and it really is a little bit of a gamble to push out. But I think Team Secret need to be a bit more proactive on
Ngeri
this
loh,
defensive side
diam-diam
so that they
loh.
don't get overwhelmed by a
Diam-diam ulang
5
Itu ulang
tahun.
tahun.
That's the thing.
Oh,
about
ternyata
how
nobar
Bleed
itu karena dia
plays.
ulang
I mean,
tahun ya,
Team
bukan
Secret are
terpet ya.
good at
Kaniki.
getting early information. They might be able to find some kind of an opening pick, but Bleed, like you said, they expect that. They have so much planned, so many contingencies.
Sukses terus
It's
Kaniki.
as if, like, you know, they're taking a page out of
Keren.
Eisenhower's book. And right now, this is D-Day. They're going in with a full frontal assault on towards Normandy. They always fixate on one site, and they fixate on it so well that whatever you can try to throw a wrench in those plans, it doesn't quite work out. Right now,
Tapi
they're
kan
heading
rezeki
towards
makin
B, and you
banyak.
can see
Kaniki nggak nongol ya.
so many players stuck together.
Rotations coming in from Jesse Vash already. That's going to be 3 on the B side. We have not seen them use the teleporter. Like you mentioned, they don't really change their minds that often on the side of Bleed. They're just waiting. They're just hoping someone peeks out. There's a Nightfall coming in.
Wah,
They're going to execute
gila.
now. Darion finds the first kill, Quack.
My God, you peek and you
Atas
see 3
sendiri.
players on the other side. That's just not what you want to have. And right now, Dubstep's starting to
Sampai
shake a
dibilang,
little bit. He's
sampai
able
di
to take
side.
down Lenny, but he's really
Busuk
low as
dari
well.
tim
Might have
Secret.
the showstopper, but can he make use of it? Pops
Cuek.
it, gets
Oh,
shot
itu
through
emang,
it. Here comes
nah, itu
Borkum
emang
from
gayanya.
outside, though, and he's able to find 2 headshots, but not before the shot from
Tapi
above.
tim Secret
Redlet
juga
jumps on
ngaco
top
sih,
of the
dia main
Tudor
sendiri-sendiri
cannon,
banget.
takes him out. It's 5-1 now, Marquis.
It's great effort, but it's not enough. Bleed are just so
Eh,
good
bentar,
right now.
cuy.
They're firing on
Toilet dulu,
all
cuy.
cylinders. It doesn't matter if they lose one. They find a way. They find a way to get onto the site. Their
Nap.
executes are good.
Lu custom
Using the
keyboard
Nightfall
di mana
to secure that
kemarin
round as
aku
well. They're
custom
very
keyboardnya
creative with their
di
utility
Yokip.
usage to the point that
Komik.
it just seems so difficult for Team
Nih,
Secret
nama Instagramnya
to hold onto
Yokip.
that site.
I know I predicted
Yokip.
Bleed, you know, doing the whole MYSG rep thing, but I really hate to say it. I
Itu.
don't want to see this become a 2-0. Come on,
Jeremy
Team
tidak main.
Secret,
Jeremy
they can
cuman
do
ini
more.
doang kalau
They
ada chamber.
have to. And right now,
Kalau
they're
ada chamber dia
starting
nggak main.
to relegate
Makasih,
themselves all
sama-sama.
the way from the back, starting to play a little bit more defensive. Dispenser peeking out front. That's one controller gone.
Aneh yang di sini nggak
Weakens
kerja
your
dia harusnya.
defenses.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a buy from Team Secret as well. We see the Guardian on Dubstep, Barkham on the Spectre. They really want to get going here. They're buying a little bit just to make sure they find those kills and try to
Ini
go
nggak
for this
dikacau, nggak di
round.
sini
But
masih
losing
aja
Dispenser
jadi
very
dulu.
early just means it just gets more difficult. That's the biggest
Tapi
thing
tetep
right
aja lu
now.
pakai goblok dasar lu.
Team Secret are really not finding those first kills. That
What the
Bleed
fuck?
are finding as Darion just shot Dubstep.
What the fuck?
Dubstep
Itu
with a
literally
heavy investment.
kayak
Barkham is
cuman
gonna be
asal
there for the
tembaknya tapi
trade,
dapet
though.
cok.
That shot That was a drive
Namanya
by
juga
just through the
Valorant ya,
smoke.
guys,
He
ya?
just satchels in, shoots one shot with a Guardian, and it looks like Bleed are actually going to a
Abis ini
different
A ya?
site this time. They're going on to
Enggak.
this B
A
side.
itu
after
match
trying to
ketiga.
go for A.
Abis ini
They've
order
already
sama
baited
siapa
their
gitu, gue lupa.
rotations out. They're already setting up
LTH
their
ya?
post plants
look at
though
this.
on the side of Bleed, trying to stop Jesse Bash.
Game
He shoots a
nipu,
few
enggak game
bullets,
nipu
crack.
juga sih.
They
Ya udah.
make that
Mana
one
Kiai
play
sih?
and they already gained the
Hoki,
initiative.
hoki.
And right now, Team Secret are just throwing bodies at the problem. It's not the solution though, and Wits, the only one of a Vandal, he's gonna have to back up and
Order
save
sama
this
Sabres
very,
katanya.
very
Oh,
valuable weapon
oke.
instead. I mean, like you mentioned, it was
Makasih,
all
Kiwat.
just a red herring. Darren with the antics, it just gave Bleed the timing that they needed to secure the site.
Yeah, Darren going
Jangan lupa
in.
nanti di
Normally
game
is
kedua
the tell
bakal ada
for Bleed. He normally goes in,
giveaway
the
ya,
rest of the
guys,
team
ya.
comes in, they take the site.
Hari ini gue udah giveaway 3
Darren
kali
went in,
karena
found the
kemarin
kill.
kan gue
Good
sempet
enough.
off
But the
dadakan.
rest of Bleed were already making their way onto this B site. Now
Ternyata
Wits
mirip-mirip Juicy ya,
trying to
Ime.
save this gun, and
Sakitan Juicy
of
gak sih?
course, he's going to be able to save this Vandal onto the next round where Team Secret are looking to buy for the full team.
Juicy.
Big old bluff, and Team Secret forced to fold, but we don't give up. It's 1-6.
Hai,
They buy
Axel.
back in, and hopefully they will be able to
Bisa
find
ngerubang,
some kind of a
gas.
solution because they desperately need it right now.
Gila, dia ulti kayak
Two
gitu.
ultimates on the side of Team Secret.
Ulti ke hookah
They
sama
might
bawahnya
just be able
juga.
to make that work, but then again, on the defensive side, Bleed have been able to crack it so
Aku sama
much.
Jorang terus pakai
just
subhanallah,
because of
jadi
their
subhanallah
tools, just
pasti.
because
Makasih
of
Raga.
their information gathering.
Subhanallah Raga.
All the
Kamu ganteng sekali.
information working for Bleed. In fact, Team Secret are also trying to find that information, but the way Bleed
Aku kan bilang, hai Dava.
Dreamer kecewa sama Mimin Onyx.
Dubstep gets a kill on Darian though through the smoke, through the bot. I think that's why it was a
Wait, tadi
wall
Darian
on the upper
apaan
right
tuh?
side on the kill feed
Anjir,
because he actually
loncat-loncat
shot
headshot.
him through the boom bot.
Tas
And
kali.
this is a good opening pick from Dubstep. Barkum tagged really low though. Lenny trying to
Ah,
find
Borkum ditiup aja mati nih.
both very well. Barkum very low right now, but that top
Nah, kan?
Subhanallah
screen
tiap hari spray.
is not going to hide him.
Itu
Barkum
boleh
is gonna
jelek
get taken
amat,
out.
anjing.
Dispenser trying to hold on to the side. Dubstep Octagon finds
Ya Allah,
the
Dubstep.
first kill onto Redla. Maxi not
Ya
peeking
Allah.
out just yet. He was
Coba dia
Wah.
nangis itu yang kayaknya dapat itu dua.
from hookah pit. It's gonna be there to
Gila.
take out
Wah,
Jesse
ini
Bash,
ini
and it's
tembakan
falling apart
udah
for Team
aneh nih.
Secret. Wits has to play his 1v3. He heard some shots in the room, does
Nah.
not check the corner, gets the kill
Satu.
anyway though.
Flash.
He's gonna have to play on
Buta.
against this
Ada yang
Viper's
dekat.
pit.
Nggak,
The spike
tapi
plan
nggak
does
sadar
go
di atas.
down.
Look at this.
Does he see
Dia
anything
nggak
at
nyadar
all?
deh. Timing.
He's managed to slip the net. That's the one thing he's
Ih,
got going
dua-duanya
for him,
sama-sama
but
lihat situ lagi.
the
What the
fact
fuck,
that
dua-duanya
these
ke
two
situ
players
deh.
are positioned
Bingung,
so
bingung,
close
bingung,
to each
bingung,
other,
bingung.
one of them being on top, it's gonna be tough. As soon as he taps it, they're gonna swarm him
Bingung
down.
sini gue bisa jadi wit sih,
Comes
sumpah.
back around the
Iya,
other
busuk
side.
dong, Wits.
Because of the decay, he just doesn't
Kok dia
have
nggak
the
expect
health.
ada di
He's
atas
going back
side
in to
ya?
clear out elbow. They're not there.
Anjir dia. Wah, udah pasti menang Bleed sih. Posisinya udah
One
dapet
of
dia
them is
soalnya.
starting to scout out a little bit. He spotted Pith, but that one position throws off your crosshair so much. Pith sidestepped, got the
Malah
headshot. and
malah
here it
boleh
is.
cuy ya.
7
Malah
to
gitu-gitu
1.
ya berdua ya.
What is the win streak of
Ulti
Bleed
Viper
right
kadang
now?
nguntungin musuh,
They're
kadang
winning
nguntungin temen
every
ya.
single round. They're winning quite handily even. Wits could just
Oh,
not
no.
find anyone in that Viper spit.
Ya
Even
Allah,
Maxi
ada
was
Onyx
moving
Esports
around
lagi
the
di
pit.
sini,
It's like each other and
Still on
astagfirullahaladzim.
a haystack.
Yeah, exactly. It's just so difficult. And
Latihan, ada
the thing is,
kumaha
that
damang.
Viper's pit from
Iya,
pit
Mimin,
as
itu
well
latihan
came from
itu.
the top of the tube, which means that at a second level, which just
Fokus,
makes it so
fokus,
much
lower.
more difficult to find anyone. And at that point,
Fokus,
even
fokus,
if you
lower,
found
parah
one, I think
banget.
you would not have found
Parah
a
banget,
second one,
Anik.
wouldn't have enough time
Kacau
for
yang
the
ngomong ya,
defense as
bukan
well.
gua.
Bleed
Kan memang di lower
playing
anjir.
this to perfection. Secret are on half by
Dawa,
yet
dawa,
again.
saya lagi mau di diskon sama
Just
Fokus
so
di lower gitu.
perfect tactical movement.
Boom.
Nothing
besok
going
main.
wrong. Anyone dies, there's a trade. Team
Hari ini
Secret
libur
tries
ya, guys, ya?
anything, it's no factor. And of course, this forces them back.
Lihat nih, di
onto the
satchel lagi nih.
half-buy. All of a sudden, the execute
Ya.
comes in. They got the information, but how do they deal with it? They can't quite put the fight
Cepetan
to them. They have to
granatnya.
fall back, and this gives them the sight Bleed. They managed to bait out a bit of
Ulti.
utility as well. The
Busuk
orbital
dong tuh
strike
satu
goes
orang.
through. And all they
Gila.
have to do is just to teleport over
Darian.
to the other side. In fact,
Anjing,
they're
Darian hampir
holding
mati, Cok.
use of this cosmic divide to
Lah.
play around with the sound.
Firing di
Holding
Hoi gak
down
tuh?
the angles. The showstopper getting
Sambil
taken
di-healing kan,
out
sambil
by
di-healing.
Darian now.
Ih, nggak
It
ditembak.
holds them
Ya Allah.
back, and it gives them a little bit more
Kira
time
mau
as they
ditembak,
go
Cok.
in
Ah,
towards
Jesse
Hookah.
pas mau jadi
Jesse
Asteris kah?
Bash not moving.
Oke.
He's got the shots. He's getting the
Berdua.
double kill. Redla now in a 1-on-1.
Itu lebih tepatnya mau jadi
Wits, you have to do this.
iceberg anjir.
Yes, a Spectre in hand.
Kok timernya 24 sih nggak masuk punya aku. Ada.
They're actually moving
Tuh,
out away
ada.
from the spike. They want
Red lah
to
gantiin
just
siapa,
make
Alex?
quick
Aman-aman.
for them again. The exact same thing
Nanti
happened
aja
in this
ditambahinnya
previous
tunggu
round.
timernya
He
habis.
can choose to switch
Masih
guns.
ada
He might
Kasban
just
kok.
get the jump onto Lenny, but Lenny's already watching the angle.
Apa mau nambahin lagi?
Phantom, better gun at that range, able to take
Ada
points
kocak.
out.
Ada mana?
Just
Nggak tahu.
Tadi ada yang bilang
But at the
tutup
same time,
aja
the positioning
karena
for
nutupin
Bleed,
logo Riot.
These post plants are so darn good
Ini
that we haven't seen Team
masih lama,
Secret win
24
a
jam mah.
single retake. If I'm not wrong, the one round they won so far is pretty much only on the pistol.
Kok timernya berkurang?
That's right. That's
waktu berjalan,
They
kocak.
played the retake very well on that. Jesse Vash actually finding 2 kills with a Bucky.
Nonton
Great
NA,
value, but at that point, the rest
nggak
of the
tahu
team
sih.
just not alive. It was only
Yeah.
wits, and he
Paling
did
mau
not have
nonton
the
Sentinel
guns
doang sih.
to actually
Banyakin
win that
kopi
1v2. Not
ulti
the
orang.
right tool for the job. And that's a Viper split early,
Dinas
getting
dipakai
committed by
terus.
Team Secret, but it looks like Bleed are setting their sights on the A site instead.
Here's the thing though,
Paling
Marquis.
gede pesanan
You
gua
said this
Asia.
was the magic number, 8-4, right? Bleed has already secured their side. Team Secret, it's
Sentinel
now or
paling
never.
nomor ya.
They don't get that fourth. We go into another 9-3. I don't like it. I don't like where this is going. They've got the guns and they really need to make this one count. They're not moving. They're just
Gila.
playing default
Off
defense.
angle.
And it works out quite well. Borkin with a quick double. But
Wah,
right now, Maxi
jebol
coming
kah?
back in for the
Mati
trades.
si Jesse Vash.
Jesse Vash, he's trying to hold them
Terjadi.
back, keep them at bay,
Terjadi, ya.
sprays it through, gets that next frag, and it's all down to Pit.
Gila.
Perfect lineups as well.
Uncle
He
boss.
sees it all with the haunt.
BG,
Jesse
BG,
Vash, we
Vash.
come back.
What
Uncle
the
Boss.
player finds them behind the smokes, uses his utility to perfection. He found the 3
Halo, udah
kills,
30-an
the
lu
hold by
pencet sama
Borkum
gua
as
main
well.
game apa?
Really
25
stopping Bleed in their
goblok,
tracks.
siapa yang
That's the
bilang
most important
30,
part. That's what we were
ngarang lu.
talking about. If you stop their executes, if you slow it down a little bit, that's how you get the rounds away from
Kalau
Bleed. And
30-an
they
gua udah
finally
ambil
were able
bapak
to
lu.
crack the code.
A little bit more faith. If they're all just bunched up, why not turn the whole thing into a choke point? Turn the whole thing into Valley of Death, because all we gotta do is to wait for them to line up, and then we get the perfect multi-kills, and manage to hold them off as well. Right now, they're trying the same thing, but a different site.
Nih.
Team Secret, though, trying to contest for this. Both Nightfalls being sent out now.
Pusing dah
So
tuh.
much info gained,
Nightfallnya.
not
Tali di
quite
mana-mana,
initiative.
Cok.
Bleed,
Tali
they
tambang
don't
di
dare to
mana-mana.
push off of this.
Panik.
Bleed actually got taken down very low by the paint shells by the Nightfall. Dubstep was thinking about moving forward. I think Nightfall was a little bit early, but damage was done. Redla able to use the regrowth though, tops Maxi up, no armor, but
Kan ini
it doesn't
game kurang
matter.
seru ya,
Bleed,
seru
like
tahu
you mentioned,
sebenarnya.
they wanted to set their eyes onto B side.
Udah
They're
nggak
still
seruan
staying
kemarin
there.
sebenarnya.
They still want to go for this. They're
apa
just
nih?
ready
Dan apa nih?
again for their utility. That's gonna be some
Kabi tuh,
lineups for
Kabi.
Pith.
Kabi tuh guys.
It's the snake bite.
Come on, Team Secret, they can
Pegang
hear that. They
Satchel
really
terus,
want
Satchel.
to right now, and
Lagi
Jesse
ya.
Vash
Satchelnya
has the
kagak ada
one
maju-majunya
contact
tuh.
to hold it down. He does though.
Terus mau-
Pretty good value.
mau
They've got
hukanya
hookah
kayak bapuk
control as
gitu,
well.
anjing.
Team Secret, surely they can do this, but
Tapi
no,
jebol.
they're losing the advantage again.
Ya, enak nih
Spencer
Maxi.
Borkum all away from this one spot CT, and it's all too clear. Maxi does a little bit more
Anjing,
damage. Borkum trying whatever he can. Incendiary to flush them out of position. He's got the orbital strike. He can just keep them pinned
Gua 35
down.
sini masih bisa sih.
Can he
Pelan tengah
actually
sih.
get the
Ulti
DPS? He's
elbow.
thinking about it. He's
Wah,
sending it
enak
out.
nih.
He's flushing
gila,
them out of
maksa,
position. He's
Kikir.
sticking it halfway. Lenny down to 22. This is the round. Borkum, you
Wah,
can do it.
gila.
And Lenny just
Dikit
walks
bisa
out
itu,
with the
sumpah.
Gila.
9-2
Kemajuan
and
sih dia.
Bleed turn this around again.
Through to
Ngeri
Gila,
Lenny
Bleed,
is able
Bleed,
to finally
Bleed.
stop the diffuser. He
Jadi
wasn't
PR
able to
untuk
do
tim
that
Indo
on
sih, Bleed,
Icebox
sumpah.
against Dubstep,
Bleed
but
sama tim
this time
Secret
around he shoots through the box. He gets Borkum, he gets the diffuser. Jesse Vash with a heroic hold, but just wasn't enough.
This is so hard.
Dia ngelihat bar speknya naik terus, tembusin aja.
They almost had it. And all it
Kalau
took
udah,
was
soalnya
for
tadi
one
dia yang
player
ngehit,
named
ngeding kan.
Lenny to shoot through the walls. 9-2, and here it goes. Last round before the swap. They don't have the guns either. Are we going to see a 10?
Blitz yang bikin Pepper
Just
turun
might be a
lower,
10-2
bukan
with the
bukan.
guns not in the favor of Team Secret, but
Itu
we've
mah-
seen them kind of crawl out from those eco
Yang
rounds with
itu bukan sih?
well, very sharp
Gaming
aim. When they've got
Gladiator.
nothing to lose,
Itu
they
less.
rely on the duels, they rely on their aim, and they can find those kills. So Secret, they still have 3 rifles. This is still not
Bleed nggak pernah
100%
menang
impossible
lawan
for them. So
Pepper.
Bleed, they're gonna have to be careful. This
Jadi
time around,
duelist
actually,
diff.
Bleed are going for a default. They've left the spike. not very common for Bleed to run it. They normally just do a default on a specific site. But right now, it seems like they're just running a default across the map. They've chosen B site this time. They're bringing it up.
Whoa.
Okay.
And
Biru
look
tuh
at
layar.
this as well on the mini map. Look at where Maxi's positioned. Cosmic Divide, and he knew
Gila,
that they would
setapan
turn
mereka tuh
around.
udah
He
bagus-bagus,
goes in for a
anjir.
strike from the back. The flanker does his
Balik,
thing,
balik,
but gets traded. So this gives TC
uncle.
Jesse fast. The sheriff double headshot. It's good. Lenny, you might have control over hookah, but can you still push onto the site? The answer is no. It takes pins to make it a trade, and here
Uncle,
comes
bos.
Borkum to
Cuma
trade
3
it
lagi kah?
right back.
Cuma
3
3
to 9.
momento kah, guys?
It's not
Curse
great,
coming.
but it's not so bad.
Yes.
It's the same start as on Icebox.
Curse
3
coming.
to 9. Coming into the second half, Secret. They finally found something in that
Udah,
last
nggak
round.
enak
Jesse
kata
Bash, of
Gejrot
course,
bau.
showing off his skills with that sheriff. He's able to take 2 down.
Menurut adik-adik
Really,
curse
really
nggak
what
nih
they need,
93?
but it just looks like Blade
Yo.
still
Wow,
have
500.000
a little bit of a stronger
dari
hold
Michael.
over this
Pesan.
game. Secret have to pull out some heroics to actually win these rounds, and I think that's the biggest problem right now because Bleed, they're operating as a full
But thank
unit.
you ke
They're
Mike,
just
nambah
overwhelmed
lagi
with
aja nih
Secret
Billy.
as a whole, and for Secret to win these rounds, they need to rely on, you know, crazy kills.
Oh,
from their
Control
crazy.
start
Itu
with
ke
M,
Michael ya?
mengesahkan.
Ke Michael kah? Atau Bang Michael ke Michael?
Scary
Michael,
nggak
thank you donasinya. Anjir. Nambah lagi tuh billing.
Makanya cium dulu baunya Nap. Iya, betul.
Terima kasih donasinya. Thank you, thank you. Oh iya, kok Michael cuy. Thank you kok. Sehat-sehat kok. Bukan era dubstep lagi kah?
It's not like they're not winning their duels. Jesse, Vash, Borkum,
Teng,
Dubstep
teng,
even.
teng, teng.
They've got what it takes. We talked about those heroics, those rounds with the Bucky, the Sheriffs, and sometimes when Bleed lines up for them and they've got the Vandals.
Nambah cuy, nambah
it's great.
cuy.
It's kind of like the Avengers before they actually work together as a team. Meanwhile, Bleed, they're like the 5 Infinity Gems. All of them are just in sync. They're all in the Infinity Gauntlet and they just destroy.
Terus.
We swap sides. Are things
Kalau
gonna be
2-0 sih.
Well,
Anjir, Secret
judging by
lawan
Icebox,
di lower cuy.
Bleed just
Masa nggak nambah
they're able to
matamu?
lock
Itu
things
nambah
down.
kocak.
It looks like they're very confident
Langsung
pushing
27
forward.
jam.
Kena.
Chasing the guy
Udah
in
kena
line
gigit
push
dong.
forward at first, and Nebula
Darian
pops.
bisa dapat
Darian
2
is
gak?
gonna find 2 with a frenzy out of bullets though. It's gonna be a 2 for 2
Banyakin,
trade,
lihat.
and Wits
Waduh.
actually finds yet another kill. Gets
Waduh,
Red Love
dibales
finds 2,
anjir,
is
sama-sama
able
lihat
to take
tembok.
them down. It's
Tadi
all
2
up
orang
to
Blade lihat
Dispenser
tembok,
with a
sekarang 2
classic.
orang tim Secret lihat tembok.
Lights and
Awan
Red
sih
Ledge
ini
just
mah.
Wah,
turn things
gila.
around. The spike
Awan
drop
Mirip
down.
kayak gua coy.
Might not expect Dispenser though.
Halo.
Oh, actually he does. Might
Halo,
have heard the
takut.
drop
Ya,
from Chris Ball, just
geter
dancing
gitu.
around back and forth.
Red
Able to
lah.
get the last hit
Menang
shot.
pistol.
Again,
Ya kejadiannya
this is
mirip
what we
kayak
saw
tadi
on
dah.
Icebox. They win
Apakah
the
13-6
pistol.
lagi?
What we saw before though was when Team Secret forced
Red
back
Lodge
this
jago
round.
ya.
Are they gonna do again? I guess not.
Jago,
It's
tapi dia katanya
not possible
tuh
for an
dia
enforced by
tuh
this round
ya
because
si
they did not
bocil
get
gitu
the
kan.
spike plant down. I think that's the
Gampang
biggest
getar
difference
sebenarnya.
between Icebox and here was that the spike plant
Dulu
giving you
doang
the
kali
extra
kayak
space
kasih
actually
wallpaper
allows
X
Sekarang
for
udah
that force spike.
makin
Sekarang
So because they
bertambah
did not
umur
get
kan.
that down and because
Makin
Bleed
kuat
just stopped
mentalnya
them
kan.
in their tracks on that B push, Team Secret are not able to even have that choice.
Milestone
They can
total
buy some
bukan
pistols, so we
timer
see
cok.
a
Oh,
sheriff on
total
Dispenser.
7,8.
They're gonna
Hah?
try something.
Itu kan di
and they're
Saweri
gonna
ya,
try to
tadi
get the spike down
donasinya
because
di
they need
Sosial
that for
Bas.
their economy.
Oh,
Beda-beda.
well, through the little gap they spotted out Maxi. This might give them some kind of opening.
Ini yang
towards the A
dicantumin
site.
yang
Wow.
Saweri ya.
Gantiin
Bleed
Lexi.
instantly
Katanya si
just
Lexi
react off of
military.
this and look at how they're positioning right now, preparing for any
Kalau
kind
Singapura
Kalau
tuh
di-
military harus berapa
A
sih?
site.
Berapa tahun? 2 tahun ya?
Team Secret,
Iya kayaknya
they
setahun 2
might
tahun
have
itu ada
to,
tuh.
you know,
Tapi nutupin
things differently. They might have to rotate off
soalnya
because
kepenuhan.
Bleed look prepared for this hit.
They're just very ready to receive Team
Wow,
Secret. They
1
cannot
juta
find
dari
any
Michael.
space at all.
Pesan.
They're trying to get onto B site now.
Sip
They
it.
tried to
Ko,
poke and prod on
ko.
B. Could not find the
Ko.
opening. Have the wall on A still. They bring it up. kind of tried to sell a
Mike.
frame, used the painters onto B though, so that's going to be telegraphed
kena lo.
already.
What the
Trying
fuck?
to make their way onto the site, but they're going to hold forward as
Gila,
Redla
Redla.
uses the guiding light to flash.
Thank you
Oh,
ke Mike,
Three gets a
anjir.
triple, runs out of
Nambah
board,
lagi
so does
itu
not find
kepala
the fourth,
tiga
and
tuh
Jesse
waktu.
Dash finishes him off, but the damage has
Thank you
been
ke
done.
Mike, respect, O7, O7 guys, O7 guys.
Lenny is going to be there
Thank
for a
you,
trade
Mike.
and bleed. Clinical round from them, bringing in 3
Wah,
rounds from this second
anjay,
round.
rata sih ini.
Jadi Poland enggak.
Oh God,
Tadi
Mom, I'm
first buy ya,
sick.
enggak ya?
Take me to the clinic, and that's the bleed clinic because
Bagus, flashnya
this is
Redla
just
tadi
the perfect
dapat
game that
3.
they're playing. Everything was so cleanly prescribed.
Banyakin
It's
tuh.
as if they haven't answered
Itu
everything.
Wit
You
sama
got a
dispenser
cough?
KGP
I'm gonna
kayaknya
send
guys.
Redla. You
Berduaan
got
gitu di
you're
ujung.
sneezing. I'm gonna send Maxi or Pith or whoever else it is, and it's just
IRL
it
tahun
just
baru.
shuts it out completely. Team
Enggak lah.
Secret are running
Enggak lah.
out of options again, and right
Tak iya.
now, full rifles but all light armor.
Masang
Look at
saja
how
bas
they're-
tutupin,
Oh my
nggak
God.
tahu
They're
taruh
just
di
getting
mana itu
pushed
ada
out there, and
tuh
Lenny
itu,
already
ada
find
tuh.
the double
Udah nih
kill.
match point.
Light armor or
Nggak tahu
not, it
taruh di
doesn't matter
mana.
if you find
Di
the heads
map kah?
anyway. Bleed are really taking control over this. They've
Dinanita,
already
welcome
lost 2
membership.
members. The rest
Ini
of
deh,
Bleed
taruh
also
di
have
sini aja
rifles.
itu.
They want to close this
Rapi,
right now. Lenny finds a kill, Redla finds one as
Itu
well,
aja ya.
and Lenny
Gila.
ends things. And the
Utila
only
tuh koneksi
chance
sama
that Team
lain
Secret
tau
had
gak sih?
Kan
of
dia
mounting a comeback
green screen
was
tuh,
just
aman
not
ya.
from the very beginning. They did not
Nah.
even
Utila
have a
mereka
chance
jago
to
dah.
make
GG cuy, Blitz cuy.
and Team Secret
BG
now have
Kaco,
forced by the
Artisan
Artisan
SUBATHON
masih buka
into their
po already
economy.
stock
We're
ya.
seeing a Vandal, we're seeing a Bulldog, a Judge,
kalau
a
di
Spectre,
Tokped ada
and
tuh
for
jual yang
Jessica,
ready.
it's just going to be a sheriff.
Kalau
Oh,
PO
it's now a
udah
Guardian
nggak ada
instead.
sih.
Big sheriff
PO
this time. But for
tergantung
Bleed,
ada yang
they had
mau
the
jual apa
Vandals
enggak.
on most of them. Only
Coba
Redla
cek
with
di
the
Tokped.
Bulldog,
Ada
but
tuh
they're
yang
going
jual
to run
artisan
away with
bisa.
this game. It's 12
Namanya
to 3
siapa
right
ya?
now, and Bleed just
Enui,
want to
Enui.
close this out.
EU apa gitu.
How
Eunui.
many times have we seen
Ya, itulah.
Redla step up already?
Ui, ui.
That triple kill with the Spectre, like you
Yang
said,
jual artisan di Tokped kalau nggak salah
damage
cuman
Atau orang
dikit
doang
deh.
kan?
And this might be
Dikit,
damage done
dikit.
as well.
Ada lagi
Ya, tapi
juga,
ada,
mahal.
tapi ada yang jual.
Wow.
Tapi yang kalau
12
yang
to
paling
3
utama
harus
ya
nembak
Eunui.
gitu nggak sih?
Team Secret are grasping at
Frenzy-nya.
straws. Surely they can get the spike planted at least. They're trying.
Gila,
They're
Bleed,
trying to
Bleed.
go up front. They've
Wah,
got the
tembakannya
smokes
itu
down,
loh.
but it's paper thin.
nggak kena lagi
It's
netnya.
see-through. They're spraying
Tembakannya itu loh.
past these smokes, and
Lagi
it's just pointless.
menyala-jalan semua,
Maxi's
Cok.
still going
GG
back
sih
and
menurut
forth
gua.
around on
Timing
these
ini
things,
mah.
and they have no idea that he's here. Finally, they spot him out. Borkum getting
GG
the
nggak guys
headshot.
menurut kalian?
We're back to a 2-on-2.
13-3 kah?
A little bit more possible for them to run away with this round, but they still have to be careful about this. Team Secret,
Enable sih.
both
Enable
sides
iya,
are
dibokong
showing
lagi.
their positions.
Waduh.
And here comes Pith. Borkum
Borkum,
turns back around at the right
awareness-nya.
time. Gives them a
Awareness-nya
little bit more of a
kakak.
chance. Surely they could rotate off of this. Surely they can find Redla as well.
Ih,
They know where
nyaris
he
cuk,
is,
what
and
the
it's a
fuck.
perfect double
Borkum nyaris
peek.
mati gak tuh?
Almost got the frag from Redla though, but here comes
hampir,
Borkum
Cok.
to save the day.
Halo.
We find one more round. Keep
Hampir,
our
anjir.
dreams alive.
Berbusuk tuh.
Bullet difference. If Redla just completed that transfer, he just needed
Kalau Vandal
one
beda
more
cerita,
to take him out.
Phantom
But
kena
Borkum
spray itu.
was there just in time, and Team Secret don't take the L just yet.
Iya,
because
barusan ditambah
Borkum was
lagi.
able to get there in time. They're able to take Redla down, who again is
Baru
topping the
banget
score.
ditambahin
By the
sama
way. I want
Tomek.
to point this out
Mereka
because
thank you, Frank,
he
gimana?
popped off on that stage. Now it's not that big of a pop off, but he's still
It
leading the
still
charge
is.
for Bleed. So this change, this roster change, this player
Up.
addition has really made a big difference for them. As Pith misses the first shot, only has a Marshall.
That's so good though. I mean, look at the utility usage. Poison Cloud plus the Snake Bite gives them a little bit more time to reposition to prevent them from
Banyakin tembak
getting
kaki.
easy control over Hookah. They step forward, Dubstep tanks a shot down to 66.
Ah, yo, mau kemana?
And just like that, everyone is moving around on the board. Take a look at the mini map. This is how Bleed gets control over this spot.
Up.
Shorty, push out.
Ya
Shorty
Allah,
as
dua
well.
orang yang
Doesn't
berbeda
quite
yang
find
ditembak.
much, but it gives them so much information and distracts them from turning around. Look at how these two players are pushing up front. Orbital strike
Gila.
back up.
Gila,
Morella
ada aja
is in
hokinya, cuy.
position. The
Dia
corner
taruh
not
smoke di
checked.
situ.
He gets the first shot, gets the
Terus-
second spray. Hawk out as well.
Gila, ada aja
Blinds
hokinya,
them a
anjir.
little bit further to spike
Wah,
out. They
GG
can't
dong.
retrieve it. Darren's still
GG.
alive. The
Ya
showstopper
Allah.
comes in. A bit of a team frag.
Ya Allah, temen
But
di
we're down
di
to the 1v1.
di showstopper.
Jesse Vash knows where
Kalah
Darren is.
tau
All he
ya.
needs is one headshot, and he will
Banyakin
get
temen
it.
di
Team
rudal, anjing.
Secret still alive again.
Temen di
I feel
rudal
like we're
cok.
having some deja vu
Wah,
here. This
kayaknya
is
ada
exactly what
personal
happened in
deh.
Icebox. We're down
Kayaknya
12-3. Team Secret fighting for
Akan
their
lah sama
lives in
Darion
this series.
personal kayaknya
They're
deh.
trying to come back. They lose so many members, but they still try to get those wins yet
Ribut
again.
kan ini berdua,
One member
personal, cuy.
remaining yet
Wah,
again to clutch things
rusak
out.
lah Blade.
Now it's
Bubar
a
kan dia
5 to
bentar lagi nih.
12.
It's pretty good. I
Personal, cuy.
like this. I
Temen
mean,
nggak
not
ngapa-ngapain
the
di
most comfortable
rudal cok.
situation, but the fact that Team Secret are not backing down, they're not giving up. You have to admire them. Kudos to them.
Oh, dan
props to
ini
them.
lagi
You have to love this team.
sambil
and
pause
they're
dia
calling
ngomong.
a timeout right
Kak,
now.
lu ada masalah apa
It's
kata
going
Red
to be
lah.
difficult for Secret.
Jangan
They
mentang-mentang
lost
gue
4
baru
members in that
gue junior
previous
di sini,
round.
lu seenak kayak
Because of that,
gitu,
they
lu
only
mentang
have one
senior.
full buy. Dispenser,
Gua di
he can still
rudal-rudal.
buy a
Kan gue
Vandal or
bunuh
Phantom.
musuhnya.
Jesse Vash still has the
Lihatlah
gun
skor
that he's
gua.
carrying
Tadi
over
gua
from
udah
the
ngangkat,
previous
di game 2 gua
round. But the
ngangkat.
rest of the
Lu kenapa
team,
sih Darion?
bit of a broken buy
Gak
for
senang
them.
gua masuk.
Dubstep on the Spectre, Borker,
Ntar kalau
even
gua
more
nggak masuk
Spectre
lu
and Light
nggak akan
Shields, but
terbang ke
still has the
champion.
Bulldog,
Ini kan
so it can
karena
be
ada
still
gua kata Red lagi
effective.
gitu kan.
On the side of Bleed, they still have 4 Vandals and
Lu
for
kalau nggak ada
Pits,
gua nih,
unfortunately, just a
lu
stick.
diebol-ebol.
Just
Jadi
a
minta maaf
stinger.
dah sekarang kata dia.
It is what it is. But here's what I want to see. We've got 3 ultimates on the side of Team Secret. Surely they can use that to find themselves some kind of an opening, some kind of a hold over a site. And that's really what they need. Of
Personal,
course, on the
Cok.
other side, though, 2 ultimates, and not
Darion
just any 2
bukannya
ultimates,
DRX.
but 2 initiator ultimates.
Itu siapa?
Seekers plus Nightfall, and that is big potential for retakes. Bleed, they could close this out right now.
Nggak ada kayak Darion tuh
If
Bleed.
actually changed to the judge holding hookah.
Iya cok, yang gue
Secret are
bingung
trying to
kenapa
get
teman
a feel
sendiri
of
di
this
rudal.
map right now. They're trying to go
Salah
for line
patokan
six.
di
Darian
Like
ya,
they
Darian
might
ya.
want to go
Iya,
for A.
makanya tadi
They
gue
have a
bilang.
wall up. They also threw the
Nih,
poison cloud. Dubstep trying
kalau
to look
misalnya
for kills, but
Red
nobody
lagi
is
nih,
peeking from Bleed.
lu game
Very
pertama udah gue
disciplined play from them.
gendong,
They're
game
ready
kedua gue
to catch
gendong
Team
lagi,
Secret
tapi
as
lu
they
rudal
execute
gua.
on this A site.
Jangan mentang-mentang senior seenaknya gitu deh.
They're waiting.
Kata Red lagi gitu.
Team Secret though, trying to be.
Lu kalau nggak ada gua nih, lu diebol-ebol nih Bleed.
And Darren's just waiting.
Coba
for the
bayangin
push.
kalau
Sends the boombot to get a little bit more information, and you can see the amount of
Yakin
utility that
dong.
comes out. But
Terus
Secret
ya
taking
udah
their
deh
time
kata si
along,
Darion,
here comes
gua main
the
di atas
long
truk
ball,
aja
here
deh
comes
biar
the
jauh dari lu.
execute.
Ya Allah kemana itu?
Send out all these
Salah
ultimates
turun
to
cok
kemana?
dia.
face
Nah,
your fears.
Satu.
That's right.
Itu Red lah ngeliat
They're not
minimap.
backing down.
Lalu
Look at
kenapa
Bleed,
turun
look at
ke
how
bawah truk?
comfortable they are on this
Ditawain tuh sama
outside.
Red lah tuh.
They're hiding and making use
Banyakin
of the
kena
sky
karma kan lu
smokes
kocak.
against Team Secret. The spike might have gone down, but they peek in and out of this thing just to keep them on their toes. Of course, though, Team Secret are the ones in control.
Viper's Pit going to
Ih, udah
make it
masukin.
difficult for Bleed to come into this
Wah,
side. But it's going
lu.
to be Pit with the judge. Finds 2 kills.
Wah,
Verla
GG
finds
sih
1
ini.
as well as
Gila.
Maxi takes 1 more down. It's
4
all down to
5.
Jesse Vash. Can he clutch this? He finds 2.
Gila,
Uncle,
Uncle
menang,
Bleed.
Uncle.
2 versus 1 right now. They
Oh.
Gila pinter
are
sih
up,
Blitz sih langsung
but they
dipandekin
don't
berdua.
get
Gokil.
killed.
Dia nggak
As
ada
Jesse
yang kayak
Vash
maju gitu ya?
falls to
Iya.
Pit
Karena
and
dia tahu
Lenny, and
harusnya
Bleed
bakal-
are going against Boom in the
Pantek
upper bracket
GG, cuy.
finals. Team Secret
GG
get pushed
min.
down.
Lihat tuh.
Bleed jago
Easily
banget.
top 4
Red
teams.
lah
I
cuy.
mean, these
Darion
two-
tuh ada masalah apa
Blitz
sih sama Red
mainnya
lah?
teamwork banget sih.
Everyone was
Iya,
talking
Red
about
lah
them.
tuh udah
Everyone
capek-capek
knew that this
gendong.
was gonna be a
Wah, gak
banger
tau diri
match,
nih
but
Darion. Kok nggak akan
Bleed
lolos
just
tuh ya.
made quick work of Team Secret.
Yeah, Bleed
Orang
has
udah capek-capek.
definitely shown the improvement since
Ada
the last
Fluffy
time
itu
they
aja.
faced each other. And Team Secret, of
Gila,
course,
Boom
just could not
ketar-ketir
cut
ya.
their defenses down. They could not stop the
Aduh,
attacks as
bahaya
well.
nih.
Bleed
Bleed lawan
just
Boom
looks
nih.
so
Boom
good
harus full
today.
fokus nih.
And
Bani
you know
kalau
what?
kebanyakan
They said in the
begadang
favorites
otaknya
tournament,
tuh.
I completely
Gua
agree.
jedotin
They
palanya,
really look
sumpah.
like it, and
Gua
they
kalau jadi
really
Meo
look
nih,
like they're ready
gua
to go
jedotin
to
palanya.
champions.
If
Begadang
there's
terus,
any
banyakin.
consolation, it's that this is only upper bracket, alright? Team Secret, they still have a tournament life. They
Tak
go to
percuma
lower
kalau
bracket,
Famos bisa
and they get to
tapi
continue to
yang
fight
lainnya
their
nggak
way
bisa
back.
mah
Of course,
harus full
Bleed,
fokus lima-limanya.
They go on through. They go to the match against
Berarti
Boom.
order bakal ketemu.
Yeah, it's
My
gonna be the
God.
upper bracket finals, and of course, this is not an elimination game for Team Secret.
Ada kesel
But to
nggak
break
guys?
this down, of
Bani
course, we
kebanyakan
have our
begadang,
panel
grinding
who will share with us
tapi
their
nggak
thoughts
tahu
about the
waktu.
series.
Marahin
Yeah,
deh.
Quack, I'm gonna have to disagree with
Pakai
you what you
telur.
said there at the beginning of that
Banyakin
breakdown where you
grinding,
said,
buat
oh, easily
tuh.
top 4, maybe
Muka
top
ada
2
kayak telur
teams.
gini ya.
No way. What we
Masih
got to see was the
begadang.
number 1 team in the tournament and Team Secret that was there that got to also see the number 1 team in the tournament as we break down that last series here. Tash and Conky with
Boleh
myself,
begadang deh,
Digon
cuy.
and Conky. Bleed look so damn good.
I think Quack summed it up
Kami
perfectly
nanti
between what we
kalau
actually saw on
kadang.
Siapa yang
Ayo, tebak-tebakan cuy. Ada mau tebak-tebakan nggak? Tapi like-nya tambahin dulu. Cuma 400. Sedih gini anjing. Berapa? 46 ya? Tadi kalau misalnya tebak-tebakan kita kill paling sedikit, kalian ada kepikiran jawab 7 nggak? Pasti nggak ada. Udah pesen? Udah jalan, udah nyampe apa? Baru jalan. Ada nggak yang kira-kira nebak kalau misalnya tebak-tebakan kita total jumlah kill sedikit paling sedikit 7? Ada nggak kira-kira di pikiran? Gue sih nggak ada sih, nggak kepikiran 7 gitu. Harusnya paling sedikit ya, kayaknya nggak ada yang menang deh. Terus 500 ribunya buat gue. 46 ya, jadi 46 ya. Lah ini full map lah. Ini jatuhnya apa? Full map lah. Emang ini satu map? Ini all map nih. Lihat nih. Icebox, bind, all map. 7. Lah emang dia all mapnya 7 mau gimana? Ada yang salah? Gak ada lah, kocak. Ini bukan satu map. All map nih. Ini diklik nih. All map. Jelas-jelas all map. Dia main satu map. Siapa suruh dia main satu map? Kenapa dia nggak main 2 map? Gak ada yang nyuruh. Untung tebak-tebakannya nggak itu. Oke. Ini mana cuy? Jawabannya berarti udah bener aja nih 46. Kok bisa hoki gitu ya? 46. 46 ya cuy. 46. Loh. Gak ada nih. Oh, dikit banget ya Allah. Oh ampun, dikit amat ya. Ini kayaknya udah pada nggak ada deh. Nggak ada nih cuy. Gigi. Gigi cuy. Ini pada nggak ada kayaknya, nggak ada di live chat, nggak ada. Ya turun lah ya. Turun. Emang ada. Ada cuma si Love doang. Angus kah? Sabar. Ya Habibi Mustafa. Sabar kocak. Sapal 46 kali. Enggak, 11 kali aja karena 11 orang yang menang. 46 kali banyak banget kocak. Sabar cuy. Gue pengen lihat banyaknya pada jawab apa sih? All. Ada yang mau ketawa nggak guys? Tawa aja ya, jangan ditahan ya. Ada yang mau ketawa? Tawa aja ya, aman ya. Anjing, dia jawabnya banyak banget cok. Wah, ini nipu sih, ini nggak bisa sih. Gila, kok bisa sih? Padahal gue udah ini loh. Wah, terciduk dia ternyata. Gue padahal udah iniin loh tuh. Udah gue setting loh tuh. Limit to one respon. Wah, gak bisa nih Rafki, pantes menang, curang itu cuy. Itu nggak bisa cuy. Untung aja bisa dicek cok. Gak bisa itu. Gila, dia jawab semua anjir. Tuh, 42, 47, 48, Rossi kah? TP kan 46. Kan nggak boleh kan begitu, curang cuy. Karena gue udah iniin loh, namanya anti pulsens kah, nama YouTube-nya anti pulsens. Nggak ada yang lucu lagi, yang lucu cuma main hola sama 150 kill. Nggak boleh kayak gitu cuy. 85 BO5 kali. Oh, cek dulu biar aman. Kayak gini kan enak. Jawabnya 1 tuh, 1. Rafki kamu bandel ya. Lihat guys, nih. Lihat cuy. Nipu Rafki. Katanya Rafki nipu, padahal nama dia Rafki juga, kocak. Mau tulisannya beda Y juga sama Q, sama-sama dibacanya Rafki, kocak. Kamu juga Rafki namanya. Wah, malah ngelawak beliau. Beliau suka lucu loh. Rafki. Bercanda guys. Cuma dia kesel karena nama dia Rafki, terus ada Rafki yang curang. Kayaknya dia kesel deh. Bener kan Rafki, kamu jujur deh. Karena Rafki yang satu lagi curang, kamu karena sesama Rafki
Bang
jadi
Kaco deat match
kesel.
follow dong.
Deathmatch follow, sabar lagi mau umumin pemenang ini. Ntar guys ya. Mursid siapa Mursid? Ya tadi Chelsea. Ini Jiki. Jiki. Oke cuy, let's go cuy, kita puter ya. Nah bubu hilang.
Halo?
Wah babi lu ngilang lu ya, tai.
Anjing gue DC.
Oh dia DC cuy. DC dia. Ayo kita puter ya. Ready. 10 kali. Tuh 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gas. Nah. Aditya Yuda Prakoso. Ada nggak orangnya? Wih. Aditya Yuda ada nggak?
Bang Kaco deat match sekarang woi.
Ya Allah. Mursyid siapa cuy? Ada nih Aditya Yuda, langsung coba. Coba langsung ini Aditya Yuda, langsung DM. Mursyid siapa cuy? Mursyid marah-marah cuy. Oke Bang Mursyid, sabar bentar. Thank you donasinya. Sabar. Bentar lagi ya. Bentar lagi aku DM. Sabar. Sabar cuy. Mana? Ditunggu. Siapa namanya tadi? Aditya Yuda. Coba DM. Anjing gila cuy. Anjing gila. Mursyid tuh apa sih artinya? Mana sih Aditya Yuda nggak DM ya? Oh ada deh. Oke. Kirim nama dan nomor HP. Oke, pemenang pertama Ril ya, Aditya Yuda ya. Ayuda Prat. Ayuda Prat. Ayuda Prat. Ayuda Prat. Ayuda Prat. Ayuda Prat. Udah ya, Ril ya. Oke, pemenang kedua langsung. Mursid siapa sih? Buka TikTok. Aduh, sumpah gua nggak pernah buka TikTok, Bandre, asli. 1, 2, 3. Pam. Paling bikin konten itu doang, buka TikTok. Siapa nih? Anjing. Ih, itu benar-benar satu helai rambut, cok. Ada nggak Gilang Gemilang? Gilang Gemilang Nusantara. Ada nggak orangnya, cuy? Oh, ada, cuy. DM Gilang Gemilang sekarang DM. Itu benar-benar satu helai rambut nggak nyampe kayaknya, cuy. Ada, oke Kak Febrina. Oh, langsung nih, bentar lagi ada hai, ada halo.
Tutor ikut giveaway bang.
Mursid, siapa Mursid? Tutor ikut giveaway. Pokoknya giveaway itu biasanya setiap sebelum ada match mulai. Dari awal pasti gue udah, pas gue live tuh pasti gue udah ngasih tahu. Tadi kan gue udah bilang tuh pas live, ini mau hadiahnya langsung di secret sama Bleed atau kita split. Katanya semuanya di secret Bleed aja udah, iya. Ya udah. Pokoknya setiap hari ada. Kalau lagi watch party. Mursid apa sih, cuy? Paham gini anjir. Mana Gilang Gemilang? Kocok beliau nih. Mana DM dulu? Oke. Namanya Gilang G8. Gilang G8. Cuy, udah pakai ad asli. Real. Real ya. Real, cuy. Oke, aman. Terus dulu. Oke, pemenang ketiga, gas. 1, 2, 3. La 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 la. Disuruh ini. Sabar. Ganti nama dulu, ganti judul. Iya gak sih? Disuruh sama Doge tadi ya, Lauf disuruh sama Doge tadi. Oke.
100.000 dari Jam Dutch
Wih, ini siapa,
Pesan
cuy?
A.
Jam Dutch thank you donasinya. Apa itu? A. Ini cepat, Lauf. Gue kasih waktu 5 detik. Anjing, dia langsung DM, cuy.
Steamer nipu.
Astaga, Mursid, kamu siapa, Mursid? Thank you donasinya. Coba Lutfi _nya 5 biji kayaknya deh. Iya bener, cuy. Lauf. Real kan dia? Real, cuy. Oke. Oke, pemenang keempat nih ya, pemenang keempat. Oke. Hap. 1, 2, 3. Mursid siapa sih? Imam Yahoo ada nggak? Guys? Imam Yahoo. Imam Yahono. Sorry Bang Imam. Imam Yahono ternyata. Gue kira email. Sorry ya. Jangan marah ya. Ada nih cuy. Ada cuy. Oke Bang Imam, langsung DM ya Bang Imam. Jangan lupa rulesnya. Aja gue kira ini cuy. Email. Sorry. Aman ya. Bercanda. Wah, bentar lagi ada yang hai nih. Halo. Bentar lagi nih. Gue melihat ada tanda-tanda nama berciri-ciri seperti grill. Bentar lagi ada yang halo. Gue udah tahu tuh. Satu binatang kelabang muncul dari muka bumi ya. Satu namanya Rizky Akmal. Bang Imam ya Hono udah DM belum? Ditunggu semenit ya. 1, 2 udah ada kelabang jagib. Ada Ivan namanya. Udah ada Bayu Oka langsung gercep, langsung nanyain makan. Banyak kelabang di sini. Bentar lagi ada halo nih. Halo juga nih. Indikasi bernama ciri-ciri grill. Bentar lagi ada yang halo juga nih. Apakah kita bikin skema grill ini menang guys? Biar dapat IG. Mana cok? Imam. Aku yang menang giveaway kata Imam Yahono ada nih. Imam YHN. Imam YHN bener cuy. Real cuy. Oke. Apa lagi tuh?
Tolong tuh Jagib.
Tolong TO Jagib. Makasih itu. Aduh, namanya tadi apa tuh? Kayak Oke, sabar. Sabar ya. Oke. Aduh. Mana tuh orangnya anjir? Mana orangnya cuy? Lah, hilang orangnya. Udah langsung di TO sama Doge. Makasih ya donasinya. Langsung hilang. Oke, pemenang terakhir guys. Ada 6 orang, oke? Apakah 5-2K hadir tadi? Naufal nggak tahu. Sisanya gue nggak tahu nih, ada apa nggak? Oke, kita ini 1, 2, 3 hap. Siapakah yang dapat?
Halo?
Karogawa.
Nanya
Kurogawa ada nggak? Katogawa ada nggak? Cuy, 1 menit ya. Wih, lu kemana kocak?
Internet gue mati, Cok.
Adakah orangnya?
Ini kayak tapi udah bener sih. Gue olah lagi dah. Anjing.
Ada, kata Invi ada. Ada mana? Gak ada, Cok. Mana cuy?
Gue lihat lagi tuh.
Ada, ketemu ada. Mana?
Astagfirullahaladzim.
Oh, ini cuy. Ini ya, Katogawa. Fotonya grill, asli kan nih, real.
Waduh.
Coba DM Katogawa, langsung DM. Hadir bang, katanya hadir. Oke, DM, ditunggu ya. Untuk melihat sesuai enggak nama IG-nya. Kalau beda huruf, beda nama IG langsung hangus ya. Dan kelabang. Gue nggak tahu gimana sih ini orang bisa jadi obeng gini tuh bisa jadi obeng. Yang paling bener cuma Invi, bisa binatang semua tuh. Masih pot racing masih oke lah, aman. Ya Rizky Akmal ini loh, gue bingung gitu kok dia bisa dapat obeng. Nge-cheat anjir. Gue nggak pernah ngasih dia ke Febrina tuh kelabang, kan kadal, udah berevolusi jadi kelabang. Mana ini tadi Katogawa mana cuy? Lah. Oh, Katogawa. Oh. Real kan nih? Rifki MF .id Rifki M. Bener sih, real cuy. GG ya, GG ya. Oke cuy, GG cuy. Berarti hadiah untuk tebak-tebakan hari ini udah selesai. Selanjutnya kita nobar biasa aja ya, kecuali ada yang mau nambahin seperti Invi atau Rizky Akmal atau siapapun yang mau nambahin buat tebak-tebakan, nggak apa-apa, ikhlas saya. Oke, aman ya. Thank you buat yang udah ikut tebak-tebakan cuy. Kita lanjut nobar. Siapa nih? Cerberus order. Ente buat 52K. Belum rezeki, oke?
Najib belum tua kakak.
Najib belum TO. Kenapa Bang Sipur sih mau kita apain tuh? Najib, siapa Najib cuy? Ada yang namanya Najib gak? Najib diapain?
Saya udah copy paste. Iya nanti aja.
Giovanni 06.
Gimana
Lah,
cok? DC cok.
Giovanni 06 ini kemarin namanya ada masuk tebak-tebakan sih. Ketiduran kayaknya.
Di antara break game pertama ini.
Najib mau kita apain Bang Sipur Racing?
Ada aja dah hari ini. Ada koplak.
Thank you. Welcome to membership Giovanni. Giovanni kemarin namanya masuk. Tapi Giovanni ketiduran kayaknya.
Belum keramaian ini iya nih.
I want to highlight how Texter hasn't used that Viper's Wall yet, so they're still holding it and potentially using it as a fake here.
Oh, look how far Loki was able to push there. So he does get spotted, ends up falling back a little bit, but the Ting wants to go for a bit of a walk himself, right? Slow start last series, but did gradually get there.
Siapa yang menang sih?
Do quite a bit of damage to continue to keep Cerberus in contention here at APAC LCQ. Texter finds his way all the way behind though, which is crucial enough, putting them in the front seat in regards of taking down this A site. Full control is theirs, and Cerberus are just lacking the numbers in comparison to Order.
I really like this from Order, actually. You see how late that Viper's Wall is? It means that it can be tailored perfectly to how they're going to hold this A site. And now for Cerberus to go into this retake, your only real avenue of attack is past Orange, at which point Order, they've already
10.000 dari Gilang Rifki. Pesan, halo grill full asteris.
Malah promosi si anjing.
Layla only good for 2 there. They would have wanted a lot more than that to clear this site, given the disadvantage that they had. But it's still Order with first blood.
For me, that was all on Texter. To be able to get so far down that corridor, to be able to actually outflank that A site without even being spotted, shows to me an instant fundamental gap in the Cerberus defense, which is something they can
vote
very
kira-kira
quickly.
kalian
Otherwise, this is something that Order are going to
dukung
exploit
siapa?
again and again and again. Remember, APAC has a very fast play style, just in general, and Cerberus, as you saw from that push from Loki, they really
dukung
look
siapa,
to
cuy?
embody that, which is both a double-edged sword.
And of course, we will be seeing Order with better weaponry here as we enter the second round of this match. I love that I really introduced this as the first match of the day. That first one did go very quickly, right?
Bleach played out their minds. And
how good do they look, man?
If you're Order right now, or if you're Cerberus, you have to look at that and think, we need to face that at some point.
Yeah, if we want to have a chance in this tournament, they're going to be our next contender at some point, right? Well, now they're at the upper bracket finals, so it's going to take a while for this team to actually get to that stage. Not really giving this round too much of a value, are we? Because of simply the inadequacy of Cerberus to get any weapons in, so Order will be cleanly picking this up, haven't taken any damage whatsoever this particular one, and kills for those multi-headed dogs of Cerberus. Will
Ardu is on fire. Harusnya jangan Ronski Besti Bani ya. Harusnya Order karena ada Somi Ragil.
This is the lower bracket battles. This is a fight for survival. Remember, yesterday Cerberus were able to upset Griffin and take them down, eliminating that team. But now Cerberus, remember, this was the first step in what was a very long lower bracket journey. They need to continue without a lifeline, and that's just added stress. Both teams here. For Order, You look at the buy here going into the bonus, and this is something I quite like, is Order a team that invests quite heavily into their second rounds, which means that for a round 3 buy, yes, it's a bonus, they still have quite a bit of weaponry to work with. I mean, Cerberus cannot overextend, they cannot get too bold, otherwise it's really going to come back to haunt them.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned the weaponry, right? Disco, Ronski, both on Vandals, and you know there can be quite a lot of impact here. Loki, too far out of his depth, ends up
Mahdan Ragil.
suffocation by bullet.
Welcome to membership. Welcome to Sobat DUNTZ.
Very high position. Talk about
Bapak
elevation.
Razi
It's Layla coming up from on top, looking for a
Kenapa
flank, but
namanya
the
Ragil, cuy?
execution
Sorry
has
ya
come
tadi
out
ya.
successfully from Order.
Bercanda, Ragilnya beda orang, beda Ragil ya.
And really not allow any space
Oh, dia
to be
dukung
granted
karena
over to Cerberus, and it's working out immaculately. Nothing can be done for the defenders.
Maaf Bang Ragil, bukan kamu. Ragilnya beda orang.
Order don't look like they want to
Apakah
fight.
I absolutely
kamu
love that from
Ragil?
Order as well, because it's just disciplined, it's calm.
Ragilnya
We're not seeing
Ardiu,
any
bukan?
overextension, we're
Suami
not seeing
Ragil ya.
anything that could really come
Mursyid
back
siapa,
and
cuy?
allow Cerberus to punish them. And with
Tajam,
it,
tajam,
it gives them
suaminya
a very
Ragil,
clean
thank you.
34
Oh,
players
jangan-jangan
alive.
Mursyid.
The other thing I want to mention
Ragil
as well,
asli.
Pavlos, is RDW's instant use of the null command. He was able to farm up quite quickly after the success in the first 2 rounds, gets the old Sorb, instantly brings
Ragil
it out,
everywhere,
and
cuy.
any hope for a Cerberus retake
Mursyid apa
almost
sih?
plummets as their player count does as well.
Mursyid siapa cuy?
Cerberus
Happy birthday
are
kan
now left in a
Niki.
very difficult spot.
Yeah.
Anjay.
Niki, live aku tadi DC.
Happy birthday Kaneki, yes, Istanbul is real.
From Cerberus. I want to say Gerveros, you know, it's the Greek word. It's Greek mythology.
Gile.
Ucapin selamat ulang tahun untuk Kaneki.
Iya, bisa Niki, tapi aku
Semoga
udah ini.
sama Niki dan Tokped selalu memberikan kita kejutan guys. Ada hadiah-hadiah banyak, oke. Mana ucapan selamat ulang tahun kepada Kaneki.
Ucapin guys.
Ucapin.
aja.
Ini berkat ada Kaneki kita ada tebak-tebakan banyak cuy berhadiah. Oh enggak ada cuy.
Tebak-tebakan apa tuh?
Ah soalnya.
Tadi menang siapa?
Menang si Blip. Blip menang Blip.
Muke lu sih Blip.
Jadi Blip lawan Boom.
ABD Tokopedia Kaneki mantap. Mantap guys, mantap. Kali aja kan abis ini ada tambahan lagi gift card kan. Kan kali aja kita nggak tahu.
Mobil kan giveaway mobil kan.
Iya. Jangan-jangan giveaway-nya NMAX kan? Ada yang tahu?
Nggak denger nih bisnis gua Aaron.
Sama kan Niki, kesel banget tadi aku lagi giveaway tiba-tiba
Oh dia cuma skema kocak jangan pengen itu ayo ngerti lu.
Oh dia menang giveaway itu kata ini.
Oh kan Niki bisnet juga ya?
Iya.
Boh. Ronski besti banget kan? Boh. Ya, kurang.
Yang menang lawan siapa? Lawan Onyx.
Ya, enggak, menang lawan Secret.
Maple also chiming in. Cerberus are really struggling to find these entries, really struggling on these trades.
Mursyid, makasih. Kata Mursyid, HBD Kaneki dia donasi 100.000. Mursyid apa sih?
Tell you what, 2 kills, that's
Dari tadi gue nggak tahu loh Mursyid.
this has been created.
Barakallah fi umrik Kaneki, mantap Nasiruddin, kamu ini banget. Mantap.
Thank you.
Tough one.
Masih gue seumuran nama Nafki ke 25.
Yeah, okay, the B-set open, you can kind of figure out that.
Nafki 29.
Foto ini sama anak
Muke lu.
Streamer nipu, tukang nipu pula kau, pantas kau dicap streamer nipu.
Wah, gila Rifki, welcome to membership.
Now time will be up against them, which it's
udah 8,9
Once again,
juta loh.
Order, they've held on to their wall for so long that it gets used late. So that's
Masih
going to be
berapa
hurt
jam
by
lagi
things,
tuh?
especially once that spike goes.
Nambah terus lihat tuh. Jadi tata hampir udah mau
47
48
the order default actually to save it
Mursyid
for
siapa
the
cuy?
upper
It's crazy
Enggak
that you
apa-apa
can
Mursyid
rely on the
sering-sering
flanking
ya.
abilities of Ronski
Mursyid
and
dia
Dinko high. Cast
ini
has
dia
played it, has made it into a game.
hidden name gitu deh.
Slow start, just messing out is fine. But Disco, right? But I mean, he
Bang
was a
Super
bit
Racing mau
absent in the previous
Tokped.
matchup
Bang
of
Super
Order,
Racing
so
waktu
I'm
itu
glad we
belum
already
menang ya?
see him in action.
Bukan
And
menang
as you
waktu itu ya?
said, you know, being able to rely on those duelists, not really needing the utility of
Udah
Vibe to
menang ya?
get them in.
Apa waktu itu ngasih ya?
Yeah, no, 4-0
Masih yang lain
for
aja
Order,
kayaknya deh.
now being converted to 5-0.
Maksud itu
That
TikToker
is a
pengkaca
very
tapi
strong
maksud yang ini
start
kayaknya
considering this is
fake.
their opponent's map
Enggak
pick.
maksudnya
I actually like the
apa
fact
dia
King's
tuh
backing
kenapa
off and saving
TikToker itu
here. It
kenapa?
does give you something to use next round. It also means that for Cerberus, you don't fall into this buy loop where you end up buying a weapon. Okay, you lose it all down to the pistols, and every round you lose almost counts as double for Order. 5-0 though on your opponent's map pick. For Order, this is a beautiful start. All they need to do now is keep that consistency. I believe that's a timeout from Cerberus. It would make sense. Now really starting to sweat a little bit.
Yeah, they're sweating bullets.
They do have the aidment of having a couple of ults to work with, though, especially with that tour de force about to come online for Kishi. You've already got your Vipers.
Gua TikTok cuma tahu ini yang tukang keretak-keretak
I've
itu
seen
sih.
that because Tex has done such a good job at sort of holding on to their utility. I
Master
want to see
apa
if
namanya
Loki's
gitu.
going to do the same, or if we're going to see that
Ketua lu berarti
instant
rekomendasinya
deployment, which is
gituan.
something that a lot of teams have looked to go for
Iya,
instead.
gua memang
I'm
pengen
loving
itu.
Order's comfort considering their
Enak sih.
unfortunate loss against Onyx yesterday. Kind of made me think Breeze may
Di
not
Bali
be
ada
that
yang murah
likely
gitu.
anymore, but no, they're saying Onyx
Pas
is
pulang-pulang
of
kayak
different
ke rumah sakit
caliber.
kan. Meninggal.
Cerberus is of a different breed in
Astaga,
regards to their
Napski.
play style,
Yeah.
and we can play against that. We don't mind it, and it's showing, very much so.
Yep. And remember, in Cerberus's game yesterday, they had to. It was a
Habis ini
hard
mau Terigo.
slog battle to be able to beat.
Ah,
Griffin,
iya
whereas
yang
Order, it was-
Titans
they
itu.
still,
Nah iya.
their game looks a bit
Lawan
closer.
mid ya,
Yeah,
iya.
for me,
Semoga nggak
Order
jauh
looked like they were
Really
just a
itu.
stronger
Iya,
team.
aku juga
As for
bisa kok dem.
Cerberus, there's
Tapi harus ini
an
game
element where I
cepet
still
sih.
think
Dari
they're
tadi
improving.
sih
And as
ngebantai-bantai
we
ya.
see, early Vipers all placed
Iya.
down by Loki. There's the potential for a Vipers pit to be deployed just
Prediksi
straight after
AE
it, and with
MITH
Order looking
AE
to
dong,
bear down
bro.
on the safe site, could be a very good read.
Oh kan Asus ke baru halo bro.
It's one of the
Ada yang
first
tahu
quick
gym rutin
executes we'll
famous
maybe
gak?
seeing
Apa?
here from
Emang
the Order
famous
side
berotot
onto
ya?
this A site. Cerberus have got plenty
Biar
of
dia kuat
plays in
gendong-gendong
this
aja.
direction.
Gila,
They're actually
kelabang
going
everywhere,
in
Cok.
for a bit of a walk. It seems that it may be telegraphed though. Look at the amount of
Ah!
both spotting out each other, but it's a simple trade.
Makasih.
RDW
Gila,
making sure
RDW.
Kashi can do
Kenapa
no
keren
more.
tadi
Felix
iya?
tetap
Still
bagi kaca lu
keeping things
gandeng.
even as they get themselves into the stage.
Gua sampai
for this
reset
round.
modem 2 kali cok.
I do as well. Through that smoke doing so much damage, and I can't help but think that's a
Gila,
bit of a waste of
crosshair
the
gede
Seekers,
banget,
to be
Cok.
honest, Pavlos.
Teksta.
Could very much be.
5-0.
Could very much be. I mean, Order playing things slow. They
Sabrina
are
Putri
okay.
mau
Layla
celana
could have had an
tartan ya?
opportunity there,
Gue
but
ngisi pakai 2 akun
Nambah
enggak?
lagi.
Terserah.
Order know that they
Sampai
can play
Brina.
this
Asal dia
by the
pakai
celana
numbers.
tartan
They
apa,
know
cuy?
that they can sort of overwhelm a 2v1 sort of trade
Apa,
there,
anjir?
knowing that Layla also has a bulldog, doesn't really want to take these long distance fights. But we can slowly see a bit of a pivot towards this left side now from Order, kind of putting more chips into that area of the map.
I'm very surprised by Layla's utility usage, to be
Karena
honest. It feels
ini
like
emang
you're setting it
kenapa
all down
tartannya?
one corridor,
Kotak-kotak
and for
ya?
Order, it's
Karena
just
Cino.
a very easy shutdown.
Betul,
They don't
Cino.
really
Aku
set
saya
it to
perut
beat, whereas
boker
it's a
dong,
very
boker
lonesome
dong. Gimana
Kishi.
sih?
It was really
Saris
important for Kishi to make it
Spear.
out of
Persis
Saris
saha
Spear.
area of effects
Gue
of the
barusan
dagger,
yang kayak garis
and now
kotak-kotak
has the
gitu
ability to
tartan
rendezvous if
itu.
he has to.
Gue nggak tahu deh apa
Sticks
itu maksudnya.
around to find one, and that is
Thank you,
crucial for
Murphy.
Cerberus.
Dengeran
Doesn't
itu yang
survive
di
for too long,
wah
therefore
gila
things are still
Tesla
very equal.
dapat
Texas
banyak
been
info
left
sih.
behind. He could be a vital aspect of the next fight.
Celana tartan yang gelas
Anjing gue kira DC anjing diem baik.
And that is going to be heard by the members of Cerberus, which may just actually
Itu
accelerate their
HS
push
map
to be.
berapa?
Yeah, but it has been a little bit far
Tanya
away,
Maple.
so it may not be that audible.
Kayak sarung
That is a
atau-
free pick onto Loki.
Iya.
Layla aggressive.
Boh.
Disco comes on top. Order may looked in trouble as they entered the B site, but they're
Ya
winning
udah
out on
kelihatan
the
sih siapa yang
And
menang.
Disco
Ini
is
order
feeling it today.
terbaru.
Bring out those lights and start dancing, baby.
Ah,
It's
biar
time
cepet
to
biar
break dance
bisa nonton
because
alter
Cerberus,
ego.
they are getting
Iya,
down
Suran
to
aja bilang,
0-6
cepet.
right now. They need to find some
bisa
way
ya?
to recover, and unfortunately, they have ults. Yeah, it
Bisa
helps,
aja,
but
cuma
they
abis itu
don't have
blacklist
the
ya
money
kayaknya,
behind it.
sama Riot.
And right now for Order with a huge firepower advantage. Something else that we
Dia
haven't
nggak
mentioned is
nasi yang-
Disco brought out a fairly
Suran
early
ganti lawan
operator.
gitu.
The fact it hasn't been punished in any way, shape, or form means that not only is he on the way to getting another tour de force, he's also on the way to being
Apa-apa
able
guys,
to
biar
afford another
13-0,
operator should
13-0 biar
that
cepet.
and the
Ayo,
tour de
men.
force fail.
Disco is like, I've
kalau
disappointed
Ayo, saya
Komodo and
bersendiri.
Conky yesterday.
Basi ah.
Today,
Rizky
I am
Akmal basi
going
nggak
to
sih
show
guys?
them
Basi nggak
why
sih?
I've been
Apa,
filling
apa.
into this chamber role and why I
Kalian
deserve
menurut
to be
adik-adik,
in the spot.
dia
This is
basi
looking like
nggak?
a way better self, a way more confident Australian
Banyakin cuek
representative.
Loki anjir. Panggil abang lu tuh si Thor.
Representative, if you will.
Biar menang.
The weapons from Ting are doing quite a thing by taking down nearly 3 players of Order.
Kemarin peraturannya kalau yang
KO can be
godain
resurrected.
cewek di live chat mesti
But still,
donat
it's
dulu ya
very
cuy.
competitive, hyper competitive. Unfortunately for Cerberus, don't have any weapons left. Scratch that. Ting is still in the
Biar rame
contention.
cuy yang donat dulu.
Oh dear, Layla as well. They
Makin
get it
banyak
done
dong
with
billing.
Sheriffs and Ting's Vandal.
And that is where I think the gaps are starting to show a little bit for Order there. That's the overconfidence I was talking about. We saw a huge push from Ronski there, but it was so low when he went up through corridor, which meant that once he died, not only did he get
Ada
to a position
pajak,
where he couldn't be
pajak
traded,
dulu
he
ya.
also on his body left a
Ada
vandal
pajak
for
kalau mau
the
godain
Cerberus
Kalau
to
kalau
retreat.
godain
The
doang
null command spot
sembarangan
for
nggak
Ardi,
donat
I
belum
really,
donat
really like
di
that
TO
purely
gitu.
because they knew
Iya,
that
kapitalis.
Cerberus had a
Kenapa
bang
saya
of
balik
ultimates.
tiba-tiba
They didn't want
3
Cerberus,
jam
the
dan
second they
Kasbon
realized they had
14
a
jam?
chance in this
Nggak
round,
tahu
they just
Raka,
didn't
aku
kill
juga
them
I
bingung.
mean, okay,
Bisa
I know the
sebanyak
graphic on the
itu.
top left there's a mistake,
Lu
but
nggak
it
tidur
kind
ya
of
semalam?
feels like Order.
Tidur gua.
picked up most of
Kayaknya
those
gua
maps,
kalau
right?
tidur
And
gitu,
like,
makanya nanti malam gua
maybe
pengen
a graphical error,
tidur
but it
cepet
doesn't
lah.
really matter, does it? Because Order, if they're doing
Nggak
so
usah latihan
well
gitu ya?
from the
Tidur
get-go,
aja.
you
Enggak
might as well
latihan,
call them
tapi
both.
habis latihan main dulu
You're
kayak
right.
jam
And for
12 gitu
Disco,
gua
this is going
tidur
to be
lah.
very,
Kemarin jam
very
4 kurang
interesting.
tidur
Hunter's
gua.
Fury comes out, is going to do
Kepala
a little
gua
bit of early
nyet-nyetan.
damage. Layla's going to try and push off the back of it as well.
Yeah. Layla falls quickly. So it's in so many instances we've seen Cerberus at the back foot earlier on. Viper's Pit,
Ayo
yeah, used
order,
very
jangan ngetro, ayo ratakan.
preemptively. Oh, Akashi. Okay.
Awan.
And just like he says, neutralizing Ronski, we kind of see Texter on the right extremity doing a thing of his
Look
own.
at
Viper's
that.
Pit going down. That is so much space created, and now they can move into doors.
This is an accompaniment to a really aggressive Viper's Wall. That goes into Cerberus's spawn, which means that for Kishi now, so where'd you look? Where'd you pre-aim?
Oh, well, he's got Maple to pre-aim on. He's got Disco to move his
Gila,
crosshair on right after.
Kishi lagi sih yang
And this
bikin
is where
Cerberus
Cerberus
kuat.
might be coming out on
Sumpah.
top. Kishi! What an immaculate play, putting Cerberus on top and
Dia
starting
beberapa
to
kali
make a
yang
scene
selalu
look a
bikin
little bit more
Cerberus
comfortable.
dapat
Vietnamese
angka.
veterans, they've put their foot down and they've
Kishi.
shown Order that, yeah, you had a good start. We can't allow it to continue though.
Oh, what a play by Kishi. What a legendary play. It's kind of missing, right? He's on the defense, he's the chamber. We've kind of expected to see a little bit more of him from the start, but this round just shows us his comfort to just anchor a site without reinforcements.
You're absolutely right, and more importantly is, even if he doesn't get those kills, he buys time. He allows the rest of the team to join him, and they're able to mitigate how effective that Viper's Pit was.
Cerberus, yeah.
Something else I really like actually is, you see how Order, even though they've been losing a few players
Kishi
in their last
siapa ya?
couple of
Kishi,
kind of
Kishi
lurking
siapa?
for Rays, they're still committing to them, they're still taking them, which I really, really like.
Well, early entry, again, Cerberus looking for that early pick, but it's still traded. Texter's been doing so much on these lurks, and Ronski, as soon as he gets an opportunity, he brings out a classic and makes it work. Somehow, this isn't how round's supposed to work, but apparently in this world, in Breeze, it can.
And what's really nice about the topography of Breeze is that because it's such a huge map, a 2 versus 2 actually favors your attacking side now. Kishi, identifying this, is now going to try and aggress. If he can catch out the spike here, this turns all of Order's plans on their head.
That's really smart from Maple to not go through that elbow angle, right?
he's
Just
read
kind of
it.
push through. Very, very smart. And they can sustain their position now on the B site.
Look how the chamber keeps going. Disco now pushing to spawn, and Order have realized that the flank could be coming. Unfortunately, the moment they jump, that's where Kishi will send them down.
Yeah, but the
Udah
thing
bangun
is,
lur,
this puts
bangun
Disco in
lur.
the limelight.
Lur,
Under
lu
a
kemana
Disco,
lur?
if you will.
Jalan-jalan ya? Ke ini ya?
You may not be doing the boogie
Lu ke
woogie.
Arlington Major ya?
Definitely try
Lur.
and dance around the players of Cerberus onto the back line here. Trailblazer.
Ya.
Concussed as well. This is tough. They can reposition, and Disco, he can be very nervous about this guiding light out into the open. The nerves get to him, and Layla is accurate.
Ya kan?
Layla,
Lu ke Arlington itu kan, Lur.
What a round! What a round off the back of
Akbar kertas,
utility there
guys.
from Layla. Absolutely perfect. That was one with some
Lolos
dogs, some
Major,
birds of power
Arlington
nature.
Major.
And as the dogs
Ngeri
of
sih ya.
Cerberus look to howl, they'll make it 3 rounds on the bounce.
3 rounds on the bounce indeed, right? I mean, Order, very strong start, but Cerberus starting to feel themselves. Yeah, okay, maybe they needed a few rounds to warm up.
Yeah.
Kind of feel comfortable. We're seeing a lot of it. I think, do you reckon it's off the back of Kishi?
I think it is. I think Kishi had a very good round, and the rest of Cerberus started falling into place. Something else they've been doing as well is now Order's Lurks are starting to play against them. They're starting to lose players without being able to trade it properly, and I'm actually very happy they've seen the adaptation now. It's just a standard split. We're not seeing any overextension by some players.
Yeah, Cerberus definitely switching up the pace, and talking about pace, Order going very aggressively, very quick.
Tiba-tiba
Ronski now on the site. Not taking over. Ronski really wanted that kill off of the back of this toxic screen, but still Disco does trade it. Kishi is challenged, he doesn't care. He's got Fury Rain over this area. Ting wants to join in, and this could be a double for him. It may be a granted, but Maple doesn't really have space to work with. He desperately needs a kill or reinforcements. RDW wants to be coming into the case himself, but he's got his own opponents to deal with. Maple ends up falling quickly. Cerberus in charge.
What's a round from Cerberus there once again, and they extrapolate that with Order going so aggressive, they know that there's probably not going to be a lurker once they identify Ronski. And I want to highlight with Ronski, he's been the first player to die, I think the last 4 rounds in a row now. While his extensions in the early game definitely worked, and while kind of first 6 rounds he was very consistently able to get these entries, now Cerberus have adapted. We need to see Order adapt in kind. A timeout from Order here really isn't a bad shout.
Really wouldn't be. It really wouldn't be. They've lost quite a lot of tempo here.
Yeah.
Ronski going a little bit off on those entries as well.
They also don't have any cash. With this round now almost counts as double for them, and so winning it would be crucial.
Bare bones when it comes to their situation this round as well, because we're looking at a buy only without any ultimates to assist. Oh, cheeky corner for Ronski, though. You expect the follow-up? No. Layla quick to trade out Seekers to find the information. This could enable the pivot from the defensive side, but also look at Texter. He could maybe shut down the positioning of Cerberus. As he rotates around, it could be a Viper diff play, but Loki is right beneath them. Oh no, they just miss each other. Oh, I bet they can smell each other and just questioning where they are, but no. Oh dear, Texter! What is this timing? That's a gun for Loki, and that's a kill as well, which clearly puts Cerberus in the driver's seat. Rotation over to the A site for Order, but it's a tall order for them to unwrap this round. Especially up against the 4. Oh, if Disco would have gotten a double there, maybe this would be doable. It's still doable, because Maple's up against 2. Oh, but Ting is doing his own thing. You're done, though. And that means that Cerberus are really closing up that gap now.
They absolutely are. Something I really love there actually is, even though Texter does end up dying, even though the timing is just soul-crushing for him, he did buy the time for his rotation. He did allow the space for his team to be able to get to that site, to be able to get that plant, and more importantly, he was able to enable that plant, which, I mean, the kills alongside it have definitely helped the economy of Order. We're not going to see any operators, and we are seeing, I believe, half armor on some players. It's not comfortable, but it's manageable, and right now, for Order, I think that's all you can be happy with.
Oh, Ting just doing his own thing. I think that's my favorite line today. All right, operator setup. Not too surprising considering their composition and how well they've been playing for the past few rounds with these big guns. But Ronski wants to aggro himself. He doesn't have reinforcement. No, he does actually. And he doesn't need his help because Kishi ends up falling to his own hands. What a turn by Texter, and Order now seeing back online.
It's just for a moment there. Cerberus, they sort of poked their head above the parapet. With Order there to just backhand them back into place. And with that, we're going to be seeing, unless something goes catastrophically wrong, a 7th here.
I can graphically envision that backhand on one of those dogs' heads.
Last player standing.
There you go. Ronski picking up an operator of his own. We'll triple things up. Loki holding on for a little bit more, but who other than Ronski to close out this round?
I'm really, really happy it's Ronski as well, because for a good while in the latter stages of that first half, Ronski really slowed down. Being able to hit 4K, ends that half on a last hurrah, means that you go onto your defense with a little bit more confidence. Bear in mind, Ronski's still top fragging for the server, and we are putting a lot of pressure on him, Pavlos, but that'll be because we know how good he can be.
He can definitely shine bright. 5 to 7, man. Okay, the half has just ended. Let's roll it back and see how this all unfolded, right? Because it's been a bit of an explosive one. Order come off strong with a very good start. I believe it was 5-0, maybe even 6-0, not quite sure on that one, but still, Yeah, no, the resurgence from Cerberus was even stronger. You started to see players come alive little by little, especially Disco on the Order side started to find things difficult at that latter stage as the opposing chamber took in charge.
Yeah.
How do we kind of seeing this unfold as these two teams start to switch?
What I really like is we're seeing a bit of a jet diff. Ting, while being good, is currently being outclassed by Ronski, but that doesn't carry down the rest of the ranks. Right now, Layla is doing really damn well, and RDW is going to have his work cut out for him on the defense.
Pemain kelimpahnya siapa ada deh.
I mean, that clip definitely wasn't great. The utility usage from that Sky has been the best I've seen from anyone this game.
Yeah, definitely a lot of supporting power. Although no assists.
Doesn't need them.
Doesn't need them. Yeah, because there's a double up, right? As long as you're there as a presence to follow up on those trades, it's always what matters, right? Layla's the one on 11 kills. Layla's the one that has been taking on a lot of these last fights as well, which have been the most crucial ones. But crucially enough, Order and the half 2 rounds ahead.
Something that I think is going to be really interesting to see is how Loki is going to be utilizing this Viper's Wall, because over on Order, they allowed Texas to have a lot of space to work with before they ended up using it anywhere. And instead, it's over on the defense, Loki just dropped it instantly. Same case here, both players holding onto their Viper's Walls, which means that when we end up seeing an attack, faking is going to be a really big option here.
By the way, this is the lower bracket, everybody.
Ekpit.
Whichever team loses this match are out of the last chance qualifiers of APAC. Now that is quite a statement.
It is. Look at the aggression of Order.
Yeah, they're feeling it. They've left the A site uninhabited. But they are traversing, which is giving them the idea that the rest is clear by process of elimination. They gotta know that they're on that side of the map. RDW gets hurt though. Loki, it's a simple picking. But do you expect Disco? You do not. Keeping things just a little bit more close, but they've already found their ground towards this A site. We'll be looking at 2 players entering from doors and potentially 1 trying to flank over from main. How will Cerberus respond? They're looking to push themselves. Very smart adaptation, but they seem to fall flat with the kills. Maple trading in his favor, and Disco has now joined the fight. Careful of your backline. It looks like Kishi is definitely looking out on that one. But now they're moving in. That's ahead. Can you connect it, Disco? That's crazy.
Siapa yang langsung mau daftar, guys? Itu ada yang mau nyari teman hidup.
Exactly what happened. Squashed.
Siapa yang mau langsung daftar?
Win another pistol.
Pavlos, you said you wanted to see more from Disco. There he is, stepping it up on the pistol round for Order, bringing them that 8-5.
Gini dong, makin cepat dong. Let's go.
To Order Cerberus. This is where
dicariin teman ranked malah teman hidup.
Next round, maybe the round after, we need to see one of these earlier timeouts get used, purely because Order, a team that do very well when they have momentum.
Kok jadi teman hidup.
What really went wrong there, man? They have the numbers.
It feels like when they ended up peaking, they ended up doing it a little bit too disconnectedly. They were doing it one at a time. And what they also did as well is when
it's okay, gua aja gak lulus kuliah.
Akashi was actually supporting the fight. He was sitting back trying to line up a shock dart, which meant that by the time the shock dart hit, his teammates were already dead.
Jodoh Radian. Kalau Bang Sipur Racing beda jodohnya.
Welcome, and we actually got a force spike from Cerberus here. I love
Kamaring.
this.
Bos! Kena lagi lo pada buta.
Because Order might be putting them in their graves before this round even starts. Maybe in a tough spot. Maple joins in. Rotations are already coming forwards. Oh, Cerberus, you might be regretting your decisions because that force felt very much like a pistol round for you.
It was a busted flush from Cerberus there to have the cards in your hand, to know that you have decent weapons to at least match Order, to have your line of attack planned, only to not anticipate one very key line of defense that you have, that being Disco, and that is a mistake I don't think Cerberus are going to make again, because Disco now is a mere ult point away from being able to bring out a very early tour de force. So we've seen Order, they're impartial to using these early ults. It was around 3 null command we saw from RDW in the first half as well, which is what was able to give Order that extra level of effectiveness.
Feels like there's no real risk for them to even go for those orbs this time.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, you can probably guarantee it by the next round anyway, given the money of Cerberus. So, very low risk round for Order, and one which could put them on the pedestal. Double the amount of rounds potentially, right? Double digits. Bit of a push from the right extremity. Seems that Layla may have to come in contact with that very quickly as they do push forward. Disco just does Disco things. And if you looked at yesterday, Disco things were completely a different reference. It's a completely different idea and concept And there you go. One by one, they shall fall. Spike fully under control. Map under the hands of Order as well. And Loki is a dead man standing.
He absolutely is. And
Let's go Order biar
So the highlight is this is
cepat.
Order's map pick. They are currently on their home ground, and because of that, you are expecting them to do a little bit better. The one thing I'm interested in is how Cerberus are going to be able to recover, and how they're going to be able to adapt
Anjing,
going
banyak
onto
dong.
a sense, knowing that Order are
nanya
going to have
jodoh.
that serious boost of momentum to assist them along the way. There's that earlier timeout, Pavlos. Very happy with seeing it, and I'm actually quite like Cerberus there. Even though in terms of actual aim, they're not quite kind of top of APAC level, but when they're utilizing their timeouts, they're utilizing their coach, they do that like the very, very best.
Now I'm seeing why the Aussie analysis is being justified here by seeing putting Order on top. Definitely very strong start, but you did say it is their own map pick. Although, I mean, there were question marks around it, given the performance against Onyx, but hey, you know, if it might just mean that Onyx is that much better, or Order is so much suited to play against the playstyle of Cerberus instead.
Yeah, absolutely. And interestingly enough for Cerberus here, the Order on their kind of second round of their attack went for a couple of Vandals, the old Bulldog. It meant that their third round had quite a bit of effectiveness behind it. In this case, it was a very Spectre-heavy defensive round, which means that their bonus is going to be much harder. However, they do have the Tour de Force to make their life that bit easier. And on top of the Tour de Force, we're going to see that utilization in mid, where it's going to have a fairly easy rotation over to A, where Cerberus are looking to assault.
Recon for the far end, Cerberus. Oh, dagger used as well. All recon utility used quite early from the defensive side of Order, knowing that they may be dealing with a very fast push. Wronski does connect to the head of Akashi, but he himself does get mowed down, trampled on, if you will. RDW, though, has a different idea of his own. In assistance of Maple, has put Order on a stepping stool. Loki wanting to throw them back down, damaged up by his opponents. Toxins, Texter picks up all three, and Order look unstoppable.
Well, that looked like a Spectre round from Texter. That was a snake bite round. What deployment of that utility. And what it meant is every single member of Cerberus there who wanted to run from RDW and Disco, rightfully so, ended up having to run through that snake bite into the vulnerable and onto the business end.
Mursyid, tadi nightbotnya error.
Texter with a very effective Spectre.
Coba, Mursyid.
Like that analogy. Very
Tanda
much
seru
so.
jodoh lagi deh.
Tadi
error.
Thank you, observation team and production team, for giving us that.
They actually had a shock dart afterwards, so they had no choice but to fight Texter while vulnerable there.
Order actually looked very coordinated, a very strong
Tanda seru
team, and this
jodoh
is
lagi
actually
deh.
speaking volumes to the level of the OCT tournament.
It really, really is. And what's interesting is, because this is their map pick, I think a lot of teams who may end up going against Order, assuming they win this, are going to look at this and go, actually, we may not be able to play Breeze.
Just a swing like that is giving them information about two players, and I don't think Cerberus has spotted them either. And there you go, 3 kills for RDW. A man who has stepped up massively in his previous game so far in this tournament, but hasn't needed to thus far. And Cerberus just fall one by one. They may have 3 heads, but I think they're losing every single one of them. Very quickly.
Yeah, we're sort of approaching the latter stage, the sunsets of this map. And for Order, I mean, hey, it's definitely been a romantic stroll through the woods, that's for sure. For
Tergantung
Cerberus,
si Kezia-nya sih.
from the woods is very different.
Kezia milih siapa? Kayaknya Kezia lebih milih Nightbot deh.
Quite. Layla. Otherwise, I'd give him a benefit of the doubt of trying to unravel this round. He's got the spike, at least he's got that for him. Disco and Tex are fairly low, but he's got to deal with a kill very quickly to at least open up one of those avenues. Oh, yeah. Disco's got the right idea. Tex didn't need to do a thing. Just allow the opposing player to enter the sightlines of his teammate. And that just simply places Order on map points.
It feels like Cerberus weren't ready for the reply from Order. They saw that initial couple of rounds, Cerberus adapted, things were going great, but then Order adapted again, and Cerberus just didn't anticipate it at all. They just ended up getting completely caught off guard, and they didn't really recover from the latter stage of that first half, where things
Tingkat
just went from
kecocokan
bad to
Mursyid
worse.
dan
We hit the second
Kezia
half,
adalah
and Order,
100%.
Bah!
I mean, there have been a lot of question marks around the role changes of
Mursyid
Order.
100% katanya.
This has answered a lot of them. You know, where's Disco been? Well, he's here now, and that's what matters. right? It may be a lower bracket run, but it's a
Itu
run nonetheless.
udah
They're still
apa?
alive in this tournament to tell the tale.
They've won this on the strategy front as well. Look at the stack on B.
Oh, and they have no clue that Wrongski is here and waiting.
Bredes.
Wrongski, how is he still alive?
Astaga, Bredes.
Just steals two out of thin air, but Ting may be able to turn things back here. Hunter Fury enabled on EW, a swing
Jika cuy.
of the ages.
Jika kah?
And
Iya,
Kissy
gini
falls
dong,
like
cepet.
a fly in the sky. 13-5 in
Jodoh
favor
jalur
of Volta.
donet.
A magnanimous play from our DW there. The fact that he used the trendils of that Hunter's Fury to hide that underarm flash drive was just incredible.
GG
And
cuy,
there's no way
tiba-tiba
Cerberus
udah
the
GG aja nih
players
game.
could turn from that, 'cause they
Nafki
didn't even see
mana
it coming.
anjing?
It's been a perfect, near perfect performance, I'd love to say.
Satu
But
game
Volta
lagi cepet,
really
biar bisa
playing to
nonton.
their strengths and players that we wanted to
Ayo
see
bisa
come
menang.
alive
Ayo
have
lawan
done
MCH.
just that. Resurrected, if you will, since we're in
Bisa
the
lah.
Greek mythology idea with
Langsung kah
Cerberus,
kita
it's really
gerakin
cool to see them
apa
actually
Mursid
doing
sama
so
Kezia di
darn
Discord?
well. Let's throw it a break, everybody. The analyst desk will be breaking things down quickly right after.
Kita buatin ini nih. Ruangan khusus pernikahan. Udah ada sini khusus pernikahan. Siapa yang siap menjadi ini, guys? Penghulu. Ada yang jadi penghulu, saksi, apalagi ya? Biasanya tuh kalau nikah. Jadi gimana? Mempelai wanita ready nggak? Sama mempelai pria? Kak Kezia, gue kasih tahu aja ya. Di stream ini udah ada beberapa orang yang udah nikah lewat online. Gue bagian makan aja, guys. Akibat lewat live chat ada nikah lewat virtual. Cuma di sini. Iya, buktinya namanya Jennifer Alexa tuh udah nikah via stream. Iya. Udah married, nikah online. Kemarin Jennifer Alexa sama siapa, cuy? JJ kemarin lah sama siapa ya? Jadi Kezia, kamu siap apa enggak? Ini udah ada ruangan khusus nih. Tuh. Khusus pernikahan. Udah ada ruangannya. Udah ready ya. Nikahnya di server Hong Kong. Jadi masih aman lah di server Hong Kong. Apa mau server Singapura? Bisa diatur atau Brazil? Mau server mana? Kalau ini ruangan khusus Adiswan, Doge, Raka. Ini ruangan khususnya nih. Ada audisinya. Real atau fake? Tuh lihat tuh. Audisi real or fake. Nanti difilter di sini nih. Kalau udah masuk ruangan ini hati-hati ya para grill. Tuh udah ada tuh. Ini siapa nih, kelabang mas ini? Dia mau dicek. Banyak kelabang mau kacau, aku diem aja. Ntar lagi juga di tag itu. Tuh, satu udah ada. Sound system. Kenapa bisa ada sound system, anjing? Sound system. Lagi iniin sound system. Penghulu mana, Bang? Mana mempelai wanitanya belum masuk? Harusnya khusus pernikahan kita bikin ya. Penghulu Rizky Akmal. Tukang gulung karpet. Retat cok banyaknya.
Bang kamu nipuk gak dehat
Oh
match.
iya deathmatch. Oh iya. Untung diingetin. Deathmatch. Oh iya deathmatch cuy. Kita deathmatch. Ada fotografer udah ready. Ini tinggal tunggu KJ dong ini. KJ mau pilih siapa udah ready semua nih. Tukang tenda udah ada. Organ tunggal udah ada tuh. Fotografer udah ada, sound system udah ada, saksi bentar lagi masuk. Bagian catering udah ada tuh, Jadi dia milih siapa? Ini udah ready nih. Virtual. DM dulu cuy. Mursid marah nanti. Mursid murka anjir, makin lama makin nambah tuh billing. Mursid murka nanti kita DM dulu cuy. DM. Aduh, kayak sedih gitu gak sih? Udah gua kasih semangat. Good luck my man. Teye men. Kalah anjir.
Match
Nangis
found.
kayak dia. Mamat katanya dia mau jadi stand in malam pertama. Wih, Dain Tatias, welcome to membership. Wih. Nambah lagi itu. Berapa cuy? 5 menit kah? Kasbon. Gua aja lupa. Apa?
Deathmatch. Warm up.
15 menit. Kasbon 15 menit nambahin. Welcome. Mursid nanti murka cok. Gua gak DM dari tadi. Ada Jeff Bansos anjing. SAP dulu cuy. DC udah siap tuh event organizer. Ini tergantung mempelai wanitanya doang sekarang. Pengantin pria udah ada. Pengantin pria siapa kocak ini? Kang Makeup calon 1. Aduh, ini bahaya cuy. Penjaga stand minuman udah ada. Apalagi nih? Tukang cuci piring, tukang bakso. Wih, makanan udah ready semua cuy.
Fight. Rise and bring glory.
Ya bansos bisa tingkat kecocokannya di DM follow anjir.
Banyak kelabang aku takut bang.
Iya, tadi enggak emang banyak kelabang. Kasih waktu untuk Kezia mikir cuy. Kezia butuh waktu untuk mikir milih. Gak fokus gua anjir, ada aja loh orang loh.
Trinity, you're welcome. Oh, come on.
Kezia-nya lagi ini dulu dia. Bingung sama pilihan.
Nggak bisa.
I take them out.
Kenapa sih? Lu pada tuh kocak-kocak semua. Nap, lihat di Discord Nap.
Sorry guys, kenapa?
Lihat di Discord channel bawah deh.
channel bawah.
Lihat aja tuh.
Ya Allah, banyak banget. Audisi. Grill.
Kagak waktu itu kan gua ada karena di channel gua bisa nightbotnya bisa jodoh-jodoh gitu kan.
Nah, terus
Gua bilang aja kita masuk Discord, gua nikahin aja online. Pada banyak bikin, ada tukang stand, ada tukang catering, udah ngumpul semua tuh tinggal mempelainya doang.
tukang tenda, tukang bakso, sound system, seksi keamanan, seksi catering. Catering.
Anjing ada aja loh. Orang tadi gua nggak nyangka bisa kayak gua kira kan ini siap jadi pembunuh. Ini bisa banyak yang join. Tuh kocak ada.
Kenapa lu?
Mana Mursyid, aku udah DM nih. Itu juara 1 di
Taruh piring gua dulu, piring gua apa?
Sabar. Udah mulai kah? Main dulu cuy, bentar lagi cuy. Mempelainya lagi ngambil keputusan, Cok.
Useless individual.
Gua bagian ini aja deh. Apa? Bagian makan.
Remaining. I punish you.
Sekali lagi cuy, sabar. Fokus. Ya Allah, bisa orang baru respon. Buset, temper so good ah, so good man. Busuk gini anjing deh. Ya Allah.
I killed them.
Mana nih kan? Bisa bang, popin. Kita nggak tahu posisi musuh di mana. Busuk guys. Tahu mati dari mana ya?
One kill remaining. One more.
Lagi cuy. GG Jeff Bansos. Allahu Akbar. Satu kill lagi. Masa iya kena comeback busuk. Dong. Wah. Busuk guys. Tapi bohong. Wow.
Of course we won. Charlie, don't insult my personality.
Pada ready cuy. Udah 30 orang tamu undangan. Ini Caca mau Super Racing. Karena tadi Kezia sama calon mempelai prianya nggak ada. Gimana kalau misalnya Caca sama Super Racing? Masuk. Ini udah ada nih tukang galong, buka amplop, jaga depan.
Kalian tahu kan gue pasti bawa apa?
Keamanan, warga sekitar, tukang parkir udah ready. Mau nikah virtual kah? Kenapa sih orang-orang ini? Nggak wajar gitu, Cok. Anjing udah 3-0 bangke. Iya, buka cuy.
There's clear signs of an anti-strat, and I think Cerberus maybe weren't anticipating that.
Mama stand in.
And I feel like at some point Order just realized, even with those anti-strats, they put Cerberus in a really difficult, maybe mental spot, right?
Yeah.
Oh, losing so much, and now they're on their own map pick and they can't scramble up around, but they have to now, right? It doesn't seem like they have any other remorse. I know it's early days in this map, but it's a full buy versus what is
error.
a weaker one on the Order side.
Ngambek ya.
Dragons from either team here. Kishi actually just gets out of there. I think Kishi's so wary of the fact that Maple's Ares could just pluck players out of the map that Cerberus are being fairly methodical with these takes. And I mean, look at the push in mid here from Order. Here's that aggression we know and love.
Okay, Ronski, we can see you. Although the aggression is just far too much for Order, they still make it work. They're just baking in mid one after the other. And when moments like these seem to be mistakes, it just works out. Over-aggressive a little bit, perhaps.
Jumping around corners like that may be a little bit ballsy. And it is down to 1 versus 1.
A little bit?
It's just, yeah, a little bit. As Texter goes for a bit of a flank here, he's not going to be able to extrapolate which site it is too quickly, which is going to give Kishi not just a plant, but also a lot of time to get into a decent after-plant position.
Okay. A very entertaining start to this
mungkin Sentinel doang sih.
Yes. Wouldn't say map, because the rest of it was a bit of a... but this is becoming quite a spectacle. So, who will be doing the acrobatics? As the spike goes down,
bro.
Kishi, what do you have available to you?
Kurang tidur ya, Mas ya.
Rendezvous. When you look at Texter, both dark covers available. Maybe a TP
Kalah please Kishi. Ya Allah.
The
Nah,
timing
gitu
shows his
dah.
position, and now they are wary of each other. Kishi at a lower position. Oh, that's ahead. Oh, will he go for the swing again? Oh, the switch up! 30 points of health on both of these players.
Ya Allah.
Swingnya kayak gitu banget si Kishi.
Mau popin kah? Ya popin aja.
For the Aussies.
Remember, Order are currently
Itu
on
dong
a
kalah.
in Thailand, so they
Discord
really
ramai
are
bener,
going
bro.
to be.
Iya lagi ada yang mau nikah.
The hype is definitely going to be there, and more importantly,
mencari
the
jodoh.
confidence is going to
Cari
be there.
jodoh, ada yang mau
Look over
join?
your teammate after he does something a little cheeky and makes it work. And you
Udah ada penghulu tuh, pengantin pria, pengantin wanitanya nggak ada.
I like actually once they identified that short may have been endangered, rather than umming and ahhing about fighting in B, they know that they weren't going to see an early push from Chamber because the threat of Maple's Ares was there. So instead, they allowed the fight to happen in mid, and they just brought 3 players to trade. And so long as you're trading on Order, remember, that was still a bonus for them. So once they were trading, they were fine.
Low risk, right? At the end of the day, still funds to get guns into their pockets, right?
Wah, gila kombonya.
Paint show combo.
Just nasty.
Right, why would you need a gravity well when you can use C's?
Look at mid as well. Look at this
Massive
push.
adaptation. I love how so many things are viable right now in
Gak
this
ada yang
game.
bisa kabur lagi.
Look at the push though, and it's unanticipated. Akashi looks to switch things up here. He may be able to do so. Double kill for Akashi, and that definitely puts Cerberus back into contention.
The worrisome sign is Akashi
What
is
the fuck,
very
kan
low
Diki manggil
HP. There's no
gua
mechanism
yor.
ability to be able to heal on Cerberus, and Texas
Ya,
also going
panggil
aggressive.
gua dong, yor.
By Disco. Order,
Karena sebelah ada kawinan juga siapa?
If it dies, Order moves on.
I mean, this could be a clear pick. Do they check? Yeah, they're definitely going to check.
Yor.
Oh, hello. Goodbye.
Nah, tahu.
As they come, Layla will not be able to hold on for too long as Disco just wants a bit more of that party, and it's 5-0. Crema is looking bleak for Cerberus.
Ini Kaniki ulang tahun kurang fokus ya.
Yeah,
Kaniki manggil gua yor.
It's a pity party, I think, for Cerberus right now.
Yeah, for Order, the success that they have at the moment is coming off the fact that they're showing absolutely no respect. They found out that the bottom of respect has a basement. They're currently in that for the level of respect that they're showing to Cerberus. Something else to highlight is look at the ults on both teams here. So I expect Order may have to be a little bit more passive now that the abilities are going to make their lives a bit easier, a bit harder even as Tour de Force comes out. And you see, initially they're not pushing, they're playing reactively to how Cerberus have poised themselves with these sheriffs.
I'm glad they are. To be fair. But at the same time, I want Cerberus. I want to see some madness from them, right? We know they're capable of it. Kishi was the one to initiate it that last map. Give them something to cling on.
Mampus.
And that is definitely an entry for them. That is definitely where they can start to staple themselves forward.
Waduh.
Si Disco tadi mau net mana sih?
You can't get a second. So
Short ya?
things are stabilizing actually for Cerberus, and they're finding themselves weapons. Tex, they're so close. Why are they playing so aggressively? And they're going to get caught.
Oh.
Okay, is this really the round that Cerberus are going to win? Is it really going to be a pistol buy?
Order's aggression.
Kena eco kah?
And for Maple, a 1v2 is by all means winnable, but unfortunately for them, they're going to have to break that door, which is going to give away their position, and they're then going to have to try and work their way through crossfire, in which Kishi has a tour de force.
Lagi nih, ada jodoh, ada ini.
Although Maple wins these. That's what I'm scared of. What if he actually wins this? What if he actually does? Let's wait and see. Let's get to see what the ramifications of the outcome of this round are when we get there. Well, won't even get the first one. A thrifty round for Cerberus to put something on the board for them.
Balance is restored to the force, and
kurang
it's
tidur kah ini?
equilibrium. For Order, I really need to see them.
Nightbotnya error gara-gara kadal.
Sabathon berapa jam lagi?
Realize that you don't have to just charge
Sabathon
into
berapa jam lagi?
Cerberus to kill
Masih
them.
lama
You
anjing.
can sort of lay
50.
strats, and you can use your ability.
50 jam.
It has been surprising them though, right?
It really
it
has been.
thrown them off. Wait, why are they doing this? This should be us right now. We
Ayo,
should be
Mas,
ones
durame sebelumnya,
that are
Mas,
getting in
beda
their
banget,
faces. Instead,
Tajam
we've
kok
got
dia.
some very aggressive Order people just knocking on our door.
What I really like as well is there were 4 ults available
Sabana.
on the team for the duration of that round, but it was
Ya
so
Allah,
aggressive,
bagus,
it was so
Mapel.
fast that they just weren't used.
Well, the Haunts on the Maple side will miss the mark, not jumping over that window. Night shall fall on it though, as they do
Wah, bagus nih perang nih.
move very much close to that smoke.
Sebenarnya
Leo
bagus
with a
nih.
double himself will
Tapi
put
rata
Cerberus
aja.
in a position to be on top in numbers, but Tex hasn't been challenged just yet. Now he has, and he's running away with a kill and still with his life. 13 bullets against 2 players, and he's got reinforcements. Paranoia thrown. It doesn't hit the spot, but he can see the movement, knows where both of them are. Oh, 4 bullets! Perfect to pick up! Texter, you genius! Outplays Cerberus!
It's textbook as Order are able to shut down Cerberus in such a convincing fashion. And once again, it's Order's ability to trade. I actually love from Texter. Once they identified the push was coming, instant use of the from the shadows to get to backside to be able to support with RDW coming from the flank anyway.
It's a textbook play. I love that.
Happy with that one.
Yeah, no, you should be proud of it.
Look at Cerberus's money now.
Let's make that
A textbook play. We'll see if we can. Because well, right now it is textbook. He's certainly going 11-3, and Cerberus with very little cash and with a huge commitment of ults to that round. The fact they lost it is not going to hurt them both in the psyche and in the wallets, but in the ult management as well.
Balik.
I think it's clear and very easy to say that
Biasanya
Romsky's
dia tuh
feeling it.
ngepick
Oh
lagi.
no! They're
Dia
just
bantu
getting
Disco
up
deh
in their
kayaknya.
faces. You're up against pistols. Normally teams will want to play the safe, but they
Bang
just do
jangan
not.
nikahan dulu mau berak.
Bang jangan nikah dulu mau berak. Oke, thank you the nasihat.
Who the hell is boss?
This is absolutely ruthless.
Sabathon enggak?
Here's the thing for Cerberus as well. They now finally
Sari.
bridge the operators, so they have
Sar
something
is
to try
here.
and keep Order at
Aja,
arm's
thank
length.
you.
But is that even?
Lu Sabathon capek cok.
They made that round look like it was just a walk in the park.
I think we have to justify why we have such big grins on our
Oh,
faces
relate.
right
Welcome to
now.
number
Because this is never what we
Langsung,
expected.
langsung.
It
Langsung
shouldn't
semuanya.
work, right? We thought this would be a close game, but instead, this is a
Kalau ada
slaughter.
nama
This is an
cewek
Order that
langsung.
is here to say that we
Halo, Kak Kaca,
deserve
apa
to
kabar,
be
Niki?
competing at the
Baik,
higher
lagi tiduran
echelons
dia.
of APAC.
This is why APAC Valorant is better than any other region. This
Langsung
is
jodoh.
just fun. And for Order as well,
Itu
it's now
latihan
they
nggak?
bring out the tour de
Latihan.
force. Their aggression is actually a little
Lu kalau
bit more
misalnya nggak
fastidious.
latihan, oke nggak ada kegiatan,
Cerberus can't
enak.
set up.
Sebatannya enak.
Order isn't letting them set
Nggak
up.
apa-apain enak.
Can't use this left side. Move out of it. Oh, he's wary of it. He's so wary of it, but it's all down to timing. Rugsky falls back for good reason because there is a crossfire waiting for him. A crosshair. Excuse me.
Kadal muncul semua.
For me,
Iya emang.
this is now Order showing
Kalau
themselves
ada
that
indikasi
they
nama-nama
actually
wanita
got
tuh
the best
kenceng emang.
by
Jadi kayak gue udah hafal
checking
aja
base.
gitu.
Look how passive they've now just 180s.
Oh no, come on, that is perfect. You
Ya Allah, baru mau ulti tiba-tiba di
showing them who is boss, and Texter just does the
apa sih
heavy lifting in
ultinya?
regards to firepower, and Disco is just there to
Ultinya
clean
kayu
up
namanya
the
apa? 0
janitor
command
in
ya?
this play.
Order took 5 points of damage that round.
Just 5
against 5
against a full buy of Cerberus, by the way.
Against Cosmic Divide, a showstopper as well, a full buy, and with a minute where utility could have damaged them.
That no command didn't only cancel the double blast pack, but it cancelled the showstopper as well.
Yeah.
Gini dong, ayo cepet.
For the front right now.
Gini dong.
And what I absolutely love is that no one on Order is particularly playing bad. Like, you look at Maple and go, yeah, but he's only got 3 kills. Maple's been setting up everyone.
This is really making me look stupid, putting Cerberus as my pick for this game.
Yeah, we've learned to regret
Diamin
that.
aja Aurelia, Dogi
The
binatang
Australian
memang.
castles here right now are probably
Kamu juga Dogi.
Yeah, we knew it.
Very hard.
Pantas Doge hilang dari sini ke sana denger nama Aurel.
It wasn't. You're lying, okay? This was never going to happen. Well, it is,
Ah,
and that's the scary part.
Ronski,
just get flashed.
punya Pepe.
DG Kaco. Asal mula nanda asteris.
Udah nonton tadi.
It would be another shark
Thank you,
sheriff
Indonesia, Bang.
victory here for Cerberus. If they can't win their buy rounds and they can win the sheriffs, then we're in for a treat. Well, the spike, that is a spike. Okay, never mind. Scratch it, wrap it up. This round's done. It's over. Okay, just head towards the spike, hold it down. Kishin Layla, they'll try and get to the rifles, but Order are well in hand with them. Oh, Kishi? Oh, they had no clue. Oh, it's still doable, perhaps? Unless Layla has to do it, and they don't know where he is.
The timing is favouring Cerberus.
Oh my god.
So the pieces of the puzzle are definitely set down.
Oh my god.
Oh, just...
Oh, that is perfect. That's a perfect haunt. But the Nightfall is going to be used down to 1 point of health, and the cleanup is there. Order on 9, and Cerberus still left with that bleak 1.
We joke about a 9-3 curse, but I
Gua angkat tangan aja dah, sumpah. Nggak bisa gua kontrol mereka-mereka kayak gini. Boleh minta waktunya sedikit, Kak? 2 menit aja sih. Join Discord. Binatang. Nggak habis pikir gua.
Because they wanted to prevent this very scenario.
I'm in disbelief. For a moment there, I thought there was a canoe floating in mid-air attached to a screen, but it would have made as much logic to be floating in the air as this game.
Aku angkat tangan ya. Terserah kalian. Kalau mau respon. Terlalu berbahaya.
Siapa menang nih? Iya, nggak ada yang kena sama sekali.
Ngomong apa sih lu kadal? Gak ada sama sekali mana? Sama sekali nggak ada benar-benar.
But they still need to actually be acquired, which means that gunplay is going to be the aim of the game and the real headline of this round.
Wonderful flash. But you can see how uncomfortable Cerberus are. They really aren't so crisp with their shots. We've seen them be very, very crisp before. So it's not looking very much like them. Double blast back onto the side. Immediately into the face of Texter. Now the Nebulas will conceal him for the moment. IW walks out of the Nebula with a flash to get a double.
Nah, ini dia nih sang picker yang overhit ini nih.
And there is nothing Cerberus can do about it.
If he can, he shall, and if he shall,
lihat nih guys.
Kishi, 1 lone operator versus 3 players. I mean,
ini dari binatang
if the roles were reversed, there could be a chance of it.
Gimana cara basmi buaya? Aku juga nggak paham.
This is going to be a very, very tough scenario. Maple with that Odin, instantly with the suppressive fire. In fact, Maple hasn't even revealed the fact that he's wielding an Odin. The blast pack, just the extra level of BM for Kishi, just being bombarded with basic utility. And there it is.
10-1, 11-1, 13-1 biar cepat.
The final blow as Order go 10-1.
Harus dikasih cover baru ya.
Because like this is very comedic, but I just remember another moment. I don't know which 2 teams were playing, but I remember there was 1 player left in hookah. There were 3 alive, and you knew that one around, and you could see the backside of Bind on the B side.
Cewek lagi tuh.
Iya, bentar lagi ada binatang. Enggak, dari tadi sih. Dari tadi tuh udah bergerak semua, coy.
Cewek-cewek banyak yang jadi member kaca ya.
Breathing space here. They have to win this round.
Kayak Aaron sekarang juga banyak kan.
Iya nih order, biar cepet nih order.
Ronski just walks in. Ronski
apa sih? Gue tahu sih menang, cuman kayak cara ngeliat dia main kayak ngeselin dah.
11-1. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kremer, but this is
DG Kaco, aku mencintai salah satu viewermu. Atur sama lu.
Yep, in VCT APAC, this is the most one-sided it has got in both series and in half. Order currently 11-1 up. Remember, this is the lower bracket. This is make or break. If Cerberus now were to come back and win this series,
kok tiba-tiba boleh?
I actually
Jadi
don't know
ngomong
what I
apa?
would do because I would be in such
Lama
disarray.
kacau gue kira camper apa tuh ya?
If Cerberus came back from on this round.
Every inch of hair on my body.
Okay, guys, you
Jadi
heard it
ngomong
here.
apa cuy?
Crema will shave his hair if Cerberus win this match.
If Cerberus win this match. No, if Cerberus win this series.
This series. Oh, come on!
This series.
The crazy thing is this map, not the series.
Well, it'll be even cooler if I win the series. There you go. There's my chips down.
Oh, man.
Cerberus win this series. It would have to be, and it would have to be a comeback for the 8.
Buset 99 kayak as malus.
But you know, before because they have gone wrong. So I wish the best for you, Crema, but I also wish the best for Cerberus here because they basically only have 2 rounds of margin of error to kind of remain in this tournament, really. As a whole, right? They're already on that lower bracket, and Order seem to be the ones that are pulling the strings here. It seems like Cerberus is just on strings right now, right? They're the Pinocchio in this, and it seems that Order does not want to let them free.
You're right, and what I really like is the fact that on Order,
Gua udah nggak perlu fokus gamenya ini.
Entire team in there,
Ada aja loh.
Slogging them across the finish line. Every single player's delivering. Every single player's having a standout round, and every single player, if they're not killing, is setting up kills with some immaculate utility usage. For me, Maple is that guy. The amount of thoughts accompanied by the shells from Disco, I think it's instant kills 2 players, but it's set up another 5 or 6 kills.
Yeah, IDW as well. You know, plenty full of daggers, flashes, no commands, all of that.
Hello, Asteris. I'm your big fan from Canada. Tens bojong gede. Gak kena waras.
Confidence booster.
Tens bojong gede
As we approach
anjing.
this pistol round, it seems as now Cerberus on the defense, it's time for them to react to the shenanigans Order is up to, and they are acting nicely. They put in themselves on top in numbers, but the fact that they're so spread out Order means that Cerberus have made the wrong decision, right? They've headed towards the B site. They've been completely baited. Loki now has to fend off of the 2 in that A site. Now they've realized where the meat and potatoes of this fight is, but there's still a minute to work with on the clock. On rotation, Texter will get caught off, but the fact that Loki is low has to fall back from that fight. Layla also shut down. This is very much doable for the Order side.
The one thing that does go in favor of Cerberus right now is Order don't have any other utility. It's all used.
And Maple pushes, and knows exactly where Loki is, because he's being tracked. And RDW is with him. Unfortunately, the spike is planted beneath though, so not exactly for them. So if Cerberus get themselves close, it could be doable. Maple tries to go all the way around, but cannot. Cerberus double their round score, Crema. Sounds impressive.
Every victory as it comes, Pavlos. And for Cerberus hitting 2, yeah, it must leave it's a bittersweet round for them. But what it does do,
Nah gitu
does
dong, join membership
so
Rizky
it does
Akmal
give them
babi.
that chance. And of course, the strongest fortresses are built on the
TS tadi kalah taktik Kak.
I don't think it gets more bloody than this.
Kalah nembak juga sih. Gak cuma taktik.
Could be confidence booster, could be more to come from Cerberus. We definitely want to see more of them, don't we? Right? We don't want this to be the end of the tournament, or the end of the run.
Zainal Arifin, thank you 5.000.
Very likable players.
Mantap.
Very likable community. And now, coming into this one.
Ayo mana.
At least on this round is on the back, but it's a good change of pace, really. Seeing Cerberus now performing, now in comfort, on the defense as well. How far can they go is the big question. God. Wrong ski. Okay, well, let's turn it around. Prove us wrong. Drive-by by Maple. Disco actually opens things up himself. It's Order and top in numbers. Disco as well on the Sheriff. This is incredible. This is absolutely incredible.
Klasik. Itu dong bercepat.
I need to be held. I think I'm gonna faint. This is not real. What we're seeing today, what we're seeing right now from Order is not real.
Akashi's desperately trying to find some form of vision to help him, but it's just not enough, Pavlos. 12-2.
The hell
is the pedestal Order look down to the hounds from, and with Cerberus currently with the best fight they can muster, Stingers, Bulldogs, Spectres, it's not a pretty sight at all. Furthermore, there's very little utility to assist them in what's going to have to be a monumental endeavor to shut down Order.
Emang 58 menit. Ada join lagi tuh.
We'll see history, Pavlos.
Reza.
we're witnessing
Let's
history.
savor it.
Is this the start of OCE
Anjir.
domination?
The Order
Kejam kah?
Dynasty.
The Order Dynasty.
Hey,
Oh, that's got a ring to
I
it.
can get behind that.
Yeah. I'm sure Komodo and Conky will agree.
Yeah.
That does have a nice ring to it.
Kajia, welcome to
Meanwhile,
membership.
since
Join lagi,
Cersei
tambah 2
team has
menit
had
lagi.
presence at the highest of calibers at play.
GG cuy.
And so far, it's definitely proving to be worthy of such a position. But of course, let's talk about this round in particular because it very much could be the last one of this series. It seems to be a very quick one
Biar
because Disco is
persentase
opening
jodohku
like a
meningkat
god.
bang. Oke,
Stinger
itu
close by.
tujuannya kah?
This is Layla perhaps to keep things under lock and key for his team, but no, not quite. Wrongski in mid, shutting things down.
Whoa.
Now joining up with the rest of the
Owen.
team to go for this
Owen
fight
beda.
on the B site.
Owen yang berapa
It's
gitu?
all on Akashi, 1 versus 3. Spotted out through the smoke, taking so much damage.
Owen tambah 40 menit.
And goodbye,
Sebuah jam gede tambah 2 menit.
It may be goodbye
Anjir.
Cerberus, but hair
Tim
low
ZTR
to Aussie
tambah 15 menit.
Titans.
Ayo.
Shutting out Cerberus
Ayo
in a
Raka.
fashion,
Itu.
showing us that actually this
Berarti
team still has life in them.
GG order. Kita nggak peduli sama order ya. Dari Kezia 2 menit.
What a performance by
Owen
Right,
40.
incredible stuff. I think we're seeing
Tes
yourself,
bujang
new
gede
players
2
kind of
menit
coming alive.
44.
We're seeing a lot of
Yang
elevations to their
44.
play, but I feel
Totalnya
Cerberus
sama
also may
Dim
have
ZTR
fallen
tambah
far, but I think
15.
the analyst desk can definitely break this down for us because
59.
you know there are some things to break down.
Order! Order, I say, in the courtroom.
Anjir,
Yes,
nambah
it's a
lagi
hammer
aja.
because it's a little janky.
Tambah
There you
20
go.
menit.
She's
Thank
doing
you,
it just for
Owen.
you. Just like Order did. 2-0
Kerja
the
kerja.
victory.
Kasbon banyak gini Kasbon. Kasbon banyak cuy. Tambah 20 menit lagi berarti 79 59. Iya, 79 menit. Welcome semuanya. Bocil klaim mana? Respect ke Owen. 1 jam 18 menit. Oh 78 emang. Ya udah 78. Ah ya bener dong. RIP ini SUBATHON. Anjir enggak kelar ciot. Next. Alter ego. Alter ego lawan siapa? MITH ya? Made in Thailand. Aman cuy. Waduh. Ini harusnya bisa sih ya, sih. Bisa banget anjir. Tuh. Oddsnya MITH lebih gede. Jadi total kasbon berapa? Bang Kaco cek. Bang Dre, Bang sponsor, thank you. Tambah 20 menit lagi. Ayo kerja moderator. Siapa lagi tuh? Buset. Waltzfell. Welcome to membership. Tambah lagi 15 menit. Ayo berapa? Ayo kerja. Ayo Raka kerja. Emang kenapa? Welcome cuy. Yang dapat gift member dari Owen atau Dre, jangan lupa terima kasih ya. Anjing Owen. Thank you Owen. Ronaldo kalah saing kah? Anjing. Thank you Owen, respect Owen, respect. O7. Aduh. Welcome. Anjing lama gini ya. Kasbon berapa jadinya? Raka. Harus jujur ya. Gak bisa habis. Tuh. Sampai keluar urat tuh CR anjir. Uratnya sampai keluar. Ini lama banget ya. Halo Bang Poleng. Wah, lama banget anjing. Kelar anjing. Lama-lama kesel cok. Gue takut pita suaranya udah nggak ada anjir. Bang CR minum Bang CR, aku aja udah minum nih. Gila dia yang ngomong gua yang haus cok. Moderator lagi pusing. Udah tak kasbonnya sejam aja lah ya. Sejam deal nggak guys? Yang join membership tadi totalnya sejam deal nggak? Sejam. Oh enggak ya. Oh 2 jam ya. 2 jam 42 menit. Oke. 2 jam 42 menit. Oke, aman ya 2 jam ya. Anjir 2 jam. Ini enggak kelar-kelar on cuy. 32 tambah 8.
They're running through. Sonar up. Dome is close, they don't know.
Oh my god, he gets flashed! The team flash! Magnum's in the smoke here, 10
Oh my god!
Magnum's got no HP, not like this! Sentinels!
Karena flash itulah Doma langsung dikeluarin guys, karena flash itu. Doma langsung dikeluarin dari Fnatic. Tim flash soalnya. Thank you donasinya Bang Swat Visit. Aduh, kering ya, tenggorokan. Kesel gitu anjing. Anjir lama lagi Lama cok. Capek gua ketawa sumpah. Ketawa. Tanda tuh nyonyo. Iya, Kak Catherine di sini nyonyo. Jakarta cuy, Jakarta cuy. Ini di mana cuy? Oh, ini ya, Kuningan ya? Oh, sih. Ya, dia gendut banget, kenapa ya? Itu air terus yang disebut. Bisa gini gua anjing dengernya. Ada versi rapnya tadi. Nyonyo. Gitu ada rapnya dia. Duit cuy. Collab anjing. Anjing. Welcome ke Alvara. Anjing. Bisa ada suara snoring coba. Siapa yang ngorok anjing? Thank you Agi. Ada suara ngorok cok. Udah habis cuy. Udah habis. Sikok bagi dua. Ini baru cuy. Sikok bagi dua. Sikok bagi dua. Anjay. Ini kata Aceh di mananya? Enggak Aceh kan. Sikok bagi dua. Sikok bagi dua. Oke donasinya Bang Sikok.
Point as well. This is where things start to get very dangerous. Incredibly dangerous, but still Forsaken performing under the pressure to get to aims. The reset. Absolutely ridiculous. And what a play! 4 kills for the final blow.
Momen sedih guys yang tadi.
Has been willing to go toe-to-toe with anyone in the tournament.
Yeah, he really has. Kush has
Bunyi laler anjing.
Clearly see it reflected on the statistics.
Oh nyamuk.
You know, he's not such of a standout player when it comes to players like Kaduri, for example, right? When you look at his run in like the stages 1 and 2, it kind of doesn't speak so many volumes, right, in that kind of way.
I mean, when you look at Kush, it's I think he's a very versatile player. He's a player that's not afraid to go aggressive while playing the initiative role. And I believe I was talking to the VCT APAC
Tadi
stage
sedih
2,
sih.
where Kush
Yang
is
Breeze
just able
tadi
to play an
kita
initiator
mencoba
and
untuk
use
melupakan
the
yang Breeze
abilities,
ya.
kinda like how
Aman ya yang Breeze ya. Mudah-mudahan
pop
kita
your
nggak
utils
ingat
and
yang
just
Breeze.
walk out with it, which is honestly what I want to see more players.
Kejadian
or
yang
if they
Breeze
do more of.
pakai
On
Vandal
the other
Prelude.
side, for Kadum, I think he does great in
Agent
terms of frags
dia.
and picking up kills, but the problem is sometimes he just doesn't get that support from his team and he has to pick up that slack. So it's still a team game. You need your teammates to really back you up.
Two examples there for you. Push, kind of like what we saw from Red on the battle stage, right? Using the utility in a different way.
Waktunya basmi cuy. Purge kah, the Purge. Anjing ini alarm bahaya cuy, sumpah. Mending tutup pintu dah, tutup pintu.
Front of the rest of order, then you start to see some of the cracks there with the squad. Pretty good time. Made in Thailand or Alter Ego. Who you going with?
Tutup pintu. Wah, ini malam pembersihan cuy. Malam pembersihan.
It might appear different on the ground.
Anjing serem cuy, malam pembersihan.
But I think I'm going to go with Alter Ego on this one because they look
Emang ada bang ini?
than Made in Thailand.
Personally, for me, Alter Ego as well, just because Alter Ego had to go through it was that it didn't really look as strong as they did. But now with this, he has been a little bit shaky. And I don't know, it's hard for me to
Orang lagi mau kunci rumah dia malah bangun rumah. Malah benerin rumah, cok. Lagi ada alarm put malah. Wah. Anjir, ini alarm yang ini serem. Suara ini serem sih. Malam pembersihan. Ketua lu pada nih. Ketua lu pada. Oh ini alarmnya nggak habis anjir. Aman ya. Kita fokus nonton dulu cuy. Alter Ego nih, Indopret. Oke? Fokus nonton dulu ya,
So they need to put in some pressure at least, but he finds one.
Play split. We just keep getting rid of split. Yeah, we know it's going away later on. It's gonna get out of the map.
Kisi momento kayak tadi. Habis anjir. Baru mau kepiting. Aman cuy. Rata kiri 2-0 kah? Iya nih. Skema rata kiri 2-0 berarti AI 2-0. Oke. Aman cuy, fokus cuy. Rata kiri biasanya kalau ini kan rata kiri 2-0. Kalau ini apanya rata kiri cuy? Aman. Toleransi cuy, toleransi. Bisa ada kucing mau berantem, Cok.
Pulang marah.
Kucingnya kepanasan. Anjing banget, kucingnya kepanasan, Cok. Aman cuy, toleransi cuy, di sini cuy. Aman. Ini gimana nontonnya, Cok? Udah kah? Mau fokus nonton, media share-nya mau dimatiin apa gimana, guys? Dimatiin dulu kali ya. Wah, fokus nonton nih, nggak fokus nonton nih. Fokus nonton ya. Media share nanti.
And all we can say is we don't want either of these teams
Thank
to
you.
go home. Thailand's last hope.
Donasinya, thank you semuanya yang udah donasi. Jangan matiin, enggak gua matiin sih. Aman. Enggak gua matiin cuy. Tapi nanti ya media share.
Udah mulai guys. Fokus. Suara game mana?
Kenapa Bang Dre?
Siapa sih?
Bang Dre apa? Bang Dre di mana?
Kalau senekan minum kan kayak
Bang Dre Saweria ya?
Gua kalau senekan nonton ASMR kayak bunyinya glok-glok gitu kayak.
Bang Dre di Saweria bukan?
Apa sih? Kok jorok?
Bang Dre di mana?
Kadang gua entah gue yang bego apa virus gue yang bego sih gue nggak ngerti.
Bang Dre di Saweria atau di Sosiabas? Biar gue cek. Bisa di setting sih. Bisa di.
Kenapa gue?
Saweria sama Sosiabas.
As it is just down to Kush. A 1 versus 5, it would be an immaculate ace if he could somehow bring this one back. Two players tucked in toward the Cubby Kadum. Just outside of it, he finds the first one, but not the second. Alone feels the three, and pistol round to myth.
Crazy stuff from Alone feels there. You know, just even in that position, Alone could, Kush,
there's
just so much for him to overwhelm.
Yang berapa aja?
Ini ada nih. Bokep emang goblok dasar.
Ada yang 200.000 nih yang ketiga bukan?
Really well. There was a forward member from Alter Ego there that just didn't quite get spotted early on.
Gue cari ya di YouTube ya, ASMR bokep nggak bakal ada.
Bisa ASMR bokep coba. Fokus ya, Bang Dre nanti ada nih. Ada abis. Nanti ini kita putar ya. Sama Saweria 2 kali, oke aman Bang Dre, ada. Saweria 2 kali. 200.000. Yang di Saweria 200.000 kan?
Udah ada anak sayang.
200.000, 300.000 sama 200.000. Oke, bener nggak? Berarti total 700.000. 700.000 ya, Bang Dre totalnya. Ada sih. Mana. Kita fokus dulu nonton.
Iri, bilang bos. Hai.
Nah ini masuk. Ini Mursid.
Bon Jovi berjuara. Bapak Jokowi.
Ini masuk sendiri.
Kok jumping anjing.
Ini Mursid, Cok.
Cim banget.
Ini Mursid real.
Cim anjing banget.
Matiin dulu, Cok.
Nggak
bisa dimatiin.
Kok jumping.
Gua nggak nyalain. Tahu-tahu dia
Lada Oh, sorry. Let us speak up, blow your mind. Let it go, here we go. Lada
Gak bisa dimatiin Bang Dre, sumpah gak bisa dimatiin kalau udah keputar.
Vandal there for one.
Tadi dia antri kayaknya berarti.
And again, we're getting this separation from the Alter Ego forces really spreading down the map. We do see.
Wah, anjing celaka nih Alter Ego cok.
Already down the bottom of mid. Little does he know, there's a lot of members here and he's taken down.
Yeah, a little too far there. He did get the guiding light out to get some information, but Adrian King at least will be afforded a later trade in the position.
Wait, fokus dong.
They did spot out his camera through the garage. Once more, it's Myth slowing down the time.
Lompat nih.
Day where it's going to be Del B keeping a firm eye.
He's going to see if he can find
Delby balik.
Waduh, yang ketiga sih agak berat tuh untuk kontrol spraynya. Mursid bang. Ada Mursid nggak keluar dong Mursid loh. Astaga.
It's all going to depend on how quickly they went just there. You can see that the utility was ready, but now Kadoom inside that dark cover. It's all going to be left on the beta, the newest member of this squad.
Gara-gara Mursid guys.
Very strong and concise
Mursid
retake
mau
here.
diem coy.
The 2-on-3.
Yep, dropping the pistol, making sure that your first entry into this series needs to be on that bonus, and they do so, surviving with 3.
Mursid buff kah? Oh Mursid buff. Buff dari Mursid akhirnya selesai cuy.
Just from both sides, but it really is going to be a test for me to see if
Di buff cuy
when it is the full guns right there on this defensive side. We've already seen the tendency from them to spread very thin across the map and really get some quick rotations. A lot of this information early has been on Noxy, either sending the Trailblazer or a guiding light down mid. So if they
berarti
continue to
siapa
do
sudah
that,
ya,
you know a team
tinggal
like Myth is going to realize it,
Ria,
set
Bang
up
Dre.
something different and punish it.
The classic for Haven, so spread thin across those 3 sites. Super important for the defenders to get as much control as they can without overextending, as you mentioned. And this time again, it's going to be a similar setup to what we saw in the pistol. Kush leaving his utility down and just sitting watching towards that garage position. A little bit further control towards B, but once again, it's a heavy A lane.
There was a bit of a sewers peak from Max Lovya. Currently do have Delby still sitting around the A side again. I mentioned these shifts from Alter Ego. They are very loving, very quick in rotating around the map to make sure they've got forces there to contest with Myth nice and early. And this is a bit of a risky and ambitious play from Noxy. By himself in the garage, flashed off the line as well. Still manages to find Kadoom, looking for some more. Traded out by Alone Fills. Still going to see more battles be fought around the map. Garage is still a hotly contested area at the moment. Kush going back in. Will he be expecting Congarad? He's like,
Mediasen nggak masuk SUBATHON.
And another one for Alter Ego. Certainly setting themselves up to equalize here for the 2-2.
Great trades, great repositioning from the Indonesian side. Looking fantastic here. As it's just onto the remaining 2 members, rather, from Made in Thailand. A little bit split, creeping up mid. Also with that spike in towards C Garage. Beta jumping up into the window. It looks like they are pretty keen to try and set their sights towards B here. Xlavia will be taken. And it's going to be the Paranoia out onto that site now. But again, they're still so split. Alone Phil still watching, still waiting. But where are they going to be going for it in here? CT is going to be taken down with the dark cover. There's the peak. Alone Phil gets another. It's going to be a solo play. No, they're still so split. There's still no time. Exactly right, Komodo Kush. He could end it all here, but no. He manages to just slip through the cracks, and Kush is going to rotate all the way around into A-Link.
That's actually a massive from Alone Fields. If Beta brought the spike in towards the C site, he would have had to contend with the traps that Kush had laid there. But now a 2 versus 4 situation. Maybe Caster cursed it when I said it a little bit earlier. Alone Fields, Beta.
Sniper itu sebenarnya nggak jelek sih.
The A-Link, Kush has done well to rotate around the other side, but he's
like
a book.
Kushi.
That is your head-to-head
matchup
in Kush. Once more, again, there is a reason why there is such a focus on this man. They completely avoided him for so long. They know that C is his territory, and they spent so much time clearing out the B and the A site to manage to even get towards that position, and still they were fearful. They just slipped through, but a big brain rotation secures the 3K and the 1v2 clutch, going the way of the man with the cam.
Oh, well, a bit of back and forth in that round, that is for certain, but well pieced out by a couple of individuals in that round. At the end of the day, you're going to remember Kush for finding that round, making a little bit better for AE on this defensive side as well. We're getting into the territory of ultimates now. He's picked up that neural theft alongside Delby. The electric fingers there are the overdrive if they potentially want to. Not really around for that, but look at this aggression down the sewers at the moment. Baylor with a stinger of all weapons to start things off, and it's just absolutely chaotic around the lobby at the moment. Christmas lights in the kill feed, looking for
Masuk dong.
more. Ultimates around everywhere, but no entry just yet in toward the A site. Wanna-Fly, he whiffs it out onto a drinking. So does Beta.
Gila Adrian.
Just onto a lone
Kena
field.
stun aja masih bunuh loh.
Reveal him as well. Kush, Noxy looking to close down the round, and they're going to swing together.
Cakep cuy.
Noxy gets it done. So much utilized in the early stages of that round. A complete and utter contest for a main. Long sewers all taken.
Anjing Adrian.
I think that was two.
Bisa
rolling,
bunuh
no,
dua
just the
kena
one
stun
rolling
cok.
thunder
Kena
rather, but
ulti.
also a Hunter's Fury as well. Just everything being sent out to contest for this space, and it was well held in the end by Alter Ego. They are starting very nicely here and do appear to have some decent responses, at least to Myth's aggression. And they are going to be taking the lead here early on Haven 3-2 again for everyone at home. A little bit more of an attacker's-sided map, but it has been very close down to the wire for a lot of these rounds. But as we can see now, Alter Ego, they've got 4 of their ultimates ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, and on the back of that as well, you know, 2 utilized in the last round for Myth. You don't always
MTH
have them.
hobi
You can't
banget.
always rely upon them to try and hold things down. But for Alter Ego, picking things up here,
gitu, Cok.
as you mentioned, the 4
Hobi
ultimates
banget
definitely
dia
going to be
nge-pick
an assist in
Heaven.
toward this next round. Garage control. Once again, going to be established for Myth here. No overpeak down A long from Delby. Happy enough to just play Guardian there for now. And again, we're really starting to see AE love the spread nature around this map. These defaults play on the back of what information they can with use utility. Figure out what Myth's game plan is. Get that early rotation if they possibly can. And then it's just anyone's game from there because these rounds have been pretty chaotic so far.
Yeah, definitely that passive route so far. They were punished a few rounds ago. Noxy try and take that
Bisa ada kucing mau berantem.
looking great holding this
Mau berak tuh kayak kucing dia.
held by a jet, but as the new meta does start to shift, Neon becomes the regularity. They are going to walk their way back towards C, but there is already plenty of information
Ayo.
to be picked up from Alter Ego.
Dikandangin.
They have the spot, and Kush
Cuek.
drop those cages. Doesn't quite finish.
Hampir,
Now the
hampir.
orbital strike, that's going to be engaged. That
Hampir,
will keep them
Cok.
at bay. The tripwire has been popped, but Beta, he is straight out of there on the flank. It's going to be Delby, and he is behind all the members of Made in Thailand here. Beta will go down. They're locked in. It is just like claustrophobia inside the C-long position here for Myth. 8 seconds. There's just nothing they can do. Spike is dropped long, and now it's just determined on when Alter Ego want to pull the pin on this round. Kush gets a little bit too far down, but now they're going to be dying after time here. Adrian King looks like he's going to close it alongside Noxy, and Alter Ego will go into the 4th round here.
45 seconds left on the clock before the first casualty is found. Myth losing that one, immediately booking it over towards the C site, and that's where the entrapment was already there.
Nice, let's go! Alter Ego, jaya, jaya, jaya.
Dropping down that orbital strike, and everyone needs a little bit of a settle down here. Myth calling the audible, calling for the timeout.
So much utility expended again. Just the utility they tried to send in here to get that offense, thinking that they knew exactly where Kush was. But that's the thing about Kush, right? He changes up his presets every single time. Cypher, an agent that's been around since the inception of the game and tested and
Konsisten
turned
yuk, AE
until
yuk.
we started to see some alternatives. We got the Killjoy and we got
Kalau
the
AE
Chamber.
menang berarti
Kush
ketemu
keeping that
Onyx ya guys.
consistency. He must have
Ya,
everything
tetap
in his
aja
mind,
Indo harus
knowing
ada yang
where to
gugur,
send it all, and
cok.
the way he manages to play
Ya
around
sih?
that C-site and garage is just immaculate.
And just the layering of utility again from Alter Ego there, right?
Ini
You got the
kayak mulai
information off the
ketar-ketir
opening pick. You had the
nampaknya,
Trailblazer early on to try and see what Myth were doing. Didn't really
Busuk
pick anything
ini,
up, so they
anjir.
sent in some extra info. And as soon as they found out what Myth were looking to do, not only
Busuk
was it that
ya?
orbital
Kayak
strike
gitu.
that they dropped down to buy a couple of seconds of time, the Sky Smoke with the Incendiary technically meant that Myth couldn't push in even if they wanted to try and contest against the 4 members of Alter Ego were there. So in the new round with the timeout expiring, it's going to be
Itu apa
the
tadi?
half buy to come through for Myth.
Gila.
See what they're gonna be
Kata
able to
gua
do
ya?
Ego
against
kalau
the big
seandainya
guns of
musuhnya
Alter
nggak ada
Ego.
duit,
5
dia mau main
Vandals, all the
agresif ya.
utility you could possibly want.
Ya,
They're definitely
biar nggak
looking to try and
kacang-colong ya.
establish a bit of economy here.
It should be a much quieter round, maybe something quicker towards A. That's exactly what's going to
Gila
be popped, and
Reconnya
it will
di
be
atas
the
tuh.
overdrive to
Wah,
come in.
keren sih.
But he's caught the tripwire. It's Kush again.
Mampus, mampus, mana
He
trapnya?
doesn't know where to go at all here, Kadoom.
Gila
Kush
yang
has just been
mecahin
sitting,
trap
chilling
pakai ulti
up
gak?
inside heaven. And they're going to be waiting
Nah,
for that.
ultinya
Thunder that
Neon
Adrian
masih
King held on
kepake,
into the
nah.
previous round. Now Kush spots out
Soalnya
one
dia
only.
Masih
Power
Richard.
Down. The overdrive still looking to go further, but in the end, yes, he
Ah,
burns it.
iya kan.
And Adrian King gets a couple.
Habis,
And
anjing.
Slobia also there. Wannafly gets one more.
Nice.
Does some further damage, but
Nggak mungkin
unfortunately,
dong.
Beta, 5 points of HP. I will
Nggak
admit,
mungkin, nggak
Alter
mungkin.
Ego have lost potentially a little bit too much here, but now that spike is dropped, and they are absolutely everywhere. Creeping just on the other side of that dark cover now, but he's just got so much to do. Round should very much be done here, but that's an incredible shot. Does he have another?
ngeri
Does he
sumpah
have
demi Tuhan.
another? Not quite. Adrian
Gila,
King
ngeri,
didn't
Cok.
want to reload and had to get the job done with the classic again.
Sakit
Alter
loh.
Ego lost.
Nggak mungkin dong.
A big plan of
Nah, ada
action for
kan
Myth
dari
in
mana
that
oleh?
round.
Ya,
A
udah
quick
lama
one
lah.
toward the A site. Beta even using from the shadows to
Kalau
get in there
ingat-ingat
nice
sih
and early.
lupa
A
ya,
rolling
tinggal
So
thunder
guys,
established onto
dia
the side. But
ngilu-ngilu
you
gimana
look at the
gitu.
execution, you look at the spread of utility here, and you look in the 1 versus 2 situation, right? We see a couple of times Omens, they love to hold their ultimate to be able to pick up the spike. You know, the quick denial, the cancellation of it. Grab that spike, go to the other side of the map, whatever. Wasn't the case here, but it looks very, very close. Very plausible for him. 5 HP, gets the first headshot. Doesn't happen in the end, and this is where Myth finally have their guns back.
One thing I want to pick up as
Mom
well for
ice
Myth is their
cream.
kill disparity, right? Alone Phil sitting so far up the top, whereas Alter Ego all spread out very nicely. Everyone picking up the pieces and doing a good job as a unit. And now that A main control, they've
Udah
got
dapat
absolutely
net
all of it. We
control,
already see Del B tucked up in the cubby and straight into A main as well is going to be Axlavia.
Dicek sih, kelihatan. Menang dong.
Smoke-nya
Chad
susah
Brim
oleh.
does manage to take him down, and that's going to be Chamber out of the map for the round. Sky Smoke to keep him in, and they're happy with that. They
Menang
walk straight
anjir.
out.
They've got complete A control, complete right side of the map right now, pushing towards lobby, forcing Myth, tunneling them over toward the C site. And you know who sits there? You know who is the
That's your
mastermind
boy,
of this
Kush.
site right now? That's Kush, and he's sitting at the back of the plat. That's where everything is going to kind of be pincered over towards him at the moment, but he's going to sit pretty. The
Woi,
concussion will expire.
anjing
He's
ngeceknya
being seen
loncat.
at the moment, but look at his
Wah, busuk
reposition.
dong, Kush.
Lots of utility.
Wah,
Heading
udah.
on in towards the side. It's going to be one for Noxy before being traded on through.
follow
Now
up-nya
finally
bagus,
Kush is
anjing.
here to hold down the fort.
Noxy
It is his
itu.
own
Flash lagi,
kingdom,
flash
the
lagi.
C site. 2-player advantage for
Habis ya
AE.
flashnya ya.
Where do
Masih
they
ada
go
dia.
from here, though? So
Gila.
much time that they do not have
Noxy
that is
itu
kind of
flash
required
belakang
from here.
set,
25
Kush
seconds
jadi
now.
nggak mati.
Spike dropped in an achievable position, but it's basically just waiting to see if
Nggak
a
ada yang
misstep
lihat.
will come
Nggak
through
ada yang
from
lihat.
the side of Alter
Satu
Ego.
orang di
Kush, he's
situ.
already looking, he's already trying to find, but Congrad
Ah, iya.
is going to get his head
Gila,
ripped off
Kush.
by Kush as a response, only finding one, and now that's
Nggak
all the
mungkin
time
dong.
that is just no
Udah
longer
3
there,
pick.
as it is going to be alone feels taken by
Berarti satu
Axlavia,
IRL
and Alter
stream,
Ego
satu.
triple the scoreline of Made in
Ya,
Thailand right
sebisanya
now.
lah.
I love to see this repetition come through from Alter Ego as well. It was something that they love to do. A side, long control, get Delby there, get Axlavia there, make sure they've got a little bit of a contest around this A side early on, because that's where Myth predominantly love to take these first
Nice,
challenges.
Alter Ego, Jaya, Jaya, Jaya.
Scoreboard tells all the stories that you really need, right? Wannafly, where is he? Kadum, quiet. Beta had that big moment as well, which took up a
Alter Ego kan
bunch
juara
of his,
2 ya
5 kills too.
di
Kadum running out of the
Jalan
overdrive
Indo
as well
kan?
on that A side. Imagine if he had it, it didn't have to go for
PWL
it. He
juga juara
potentially
2
could have
di
found that
Indo
kill
waktu
in the
itu
nick
kan.
of time, but I
Bantai
love
MIT
this. A
kok, tenang
complete
kok.
change from Myth once again. They did it with those pistols over towards A.
Jadi,
Potentially got them close towards it.
teorinya
Now they just need
mirip
that
lah.
extra little mile, and that might actually come in the form of getting a plant with everyone still alive.
Nonton
Gonna be a
Guard
5-on-5 retake,
Sentinel,
the El
kayaknya
Clasico
nonton
on a
sih.
map like Haven. Sometimes it's A, sometimes it's C. But how is it going to go in this occurrence? Look at the lean that they've got right now, keeping a firm focus on that flank. Only the one member.
Oh.
He's very, very far forward, but he did have that rendezvous. A quick snap of the fingers will get him back. And now Adrian King wants to start to send some utility down, and there it is.
Wah, anjing busuk
Absolutely
dong.
everything. The relay bolt is there, but it's
Bagus
still going to be
banget
this
anjir.
awkward contest. Look
Dia
now at Kadum
tersok.
moving back into the
Habis.
garage. He might find the time. It's
Nah.
Conqueror gets
Half
another,
defused.
and there is Kadum inside the garage with Del B.
Defuse,
Trying
defuse,
to defuse. Guess who it is? It's
Gila,
Axlavia,
itu
and he also
smoke-nya
knows the defusal
belum
around
tentu
for AE.
paling
The body blocking.
retard sih sumpah.
It was immaculate from Myth, but it just falls by the
Turunnya
wayside,
salah
doesn't it?
cepet
Alter
juga
Ego
kan,
in the
smoke-nya
sky,
juga
smoke,
gampang.
sending everything, finding
Smoke-nya
those
bentuknya
distractions.
tuh lama.
The flash, Noxy, you think that he's going to push
Udah
Lama,
gitu kayak
tebel.
kesannya kan lo dimasukin ke smoke itu kayak debu gitu loh guys.
Iya, nggak langsung kelihatan.
But in the end,
Yeah.
the chaos, the confusion,
Kayak Viper
I think
gitu.
is the words used in that round. Everybody distracted a little bit with the objective, and that was what Alter Ego were very focused on, getting that diffuse there. And they've swindled this half, haven't they? 7-2. There's that flash down mid that I mentioned early. Noxy loves to do this to find a little bit of control, and that's exactly, again, what AE are doing. They've got full lobby precedence.
It's lucky sevens for Alter Ego right now. 7-7-7. And a couple more in the rounds and the scoreboard as well. Every
Dicari
single
trapnya di
member doing
mana
what
kawan
they
katanya.
need to
Nggak
close
ketemu
this.
kawan.
Kush once again has had his camera destroyed, but
Oh, dia mau bacain trap-trap doang ya, habis itu mau rehit tuh
control
kayak.
here made in Thailand, but they've been kept back. And look again where Axe Lovia
Ya
is.
karena dia A-nya selalu nggak bisa dikontes sama dia.
Economy has been kept quite honest, but they're gonna keep their focus
Neon.
on B again, who has been holding this line. He's gonna be punished.
Aduh, kalah cok.
Congaret alone feels they get the job done, and now that spike is going to be barreling its way. But look how quickly Noxy and Adrian King are here. Can they hold it? Can they swing it?
Anjing.
Not quite. Wanafly
Aduh, dia pakai lompat, dia pengen hindarin si stun.
Hindarin stunnya ya.
in this position. There's one cushion.
4 lawan 2 kah? Mantap, kill 2-2, 4 lawan 2 menang cuy.
He can
satu orang dua nabung jadi.
When you think that maybe Myth have an in, when you think that maybe they have a chance to get in toward the round to close it down, getting those first 2 picks over towards long, Delby playing spot.
Orang-orang kayak gini tuh harus
Axelovic tucked in the corner to try and get a trade, maybe the first kill in the round.
Gila.
The rest of the team, Noxy push ever so handsome.
Satu orang 2 kill anjing.
And it's another one over towards Alter Ego, and
Padahal
remember
cuma
that
main di
timeout
situ
has
doang ya,
been
musuhnya
expired
nyamperin
from
mereka
Myth.
semua.
8-2 at the moment. We do indeed get a pause from Alter Ego.
Lihat aja killnya tuh. 9-8, 7-7.
It's another 2-on-4. I guess that's another thing that we've been seeing through a lot of these series, right? Where teams will potentially make an overstep or, you know, get a little bit thrown off. Post plant settling in. That's where Bleed, I suppose, so far in the course of this competition, have set themselves above, right? They've got lengthy experience. They all look very well drilled, and I know their coaching staff extends quite well. They've got, you know, the imported coach, the extensive analyst team as well.
Sekarang kelihatan sih lebih kayak
the
connect.
rest, I guess, of some of these teams in the competition have been struggling in these post-plant positions, and Myth was a perfect example there. Alter Ego had no business winning out that round, but you know, I've got to admit, man, the consistency once again lining up those kills on the opposing side. Everyone's got it all going for them. Kush, you know, just sitting above the rest. LB has done his job every single round, holding on to A long.
Anjing 8-2 aja AE
ngepost by the Indonesian side.
And you got to remember as well, this is Haven. It's not often that you see the defensive side be this potent, this powerful. Alter Ego are not here to party. They are here to focus up and continue a lower bracket run to go back and say that, yes, we might be in the lower bracket right now, but we are an Indonesian powerhouse. We are here to contest with the region's best.
The after party always feels better when you get the dub, right? So there's that orbital strike moving in towards Sewers. Alone Feels will be tagged, and I'm sure he was heard from that B-link, or A-link position rather as well.
Kau itu coach pokoknya sekarang. Dia tahu gue
They are
coach
still
di
giving this
TSM
real estate
deh.
away. Alter Ego, there is a pool in the back.
Bagus anjing.
But they're not going to have much time to sun themselves up. Rotation starts to come
Coach
through. Kush is still
TSM cewek
focusing,
tapi si Reto.
keeping his position away. But now as they get into heaven, we do have to be careful and watch what this is going to be looking like, because it's going to be a very, very, very quick return. And the Rolling Thunder comes out. It's time.
Another 5 versus 5, and everybody's throwing the kitchen
Gila, bagus banget ini.
He doesn't know who to shoot. Now he does, because he's found 2. Alone Feels at least in for 1 on the trade, and a big reveal onto Delby. But they tap onto what the defuse. It's not even a tap here, Kogi. It's a half tick. It's halfway there from Noxy, doing it all with Delby as well, and nothing can come through for Myth. A flank from Wanafly, a bit too far gone, and yes, he has the consolation of 1 frag, but the round, it goes to Alter Ego once more.
Once again, made in Thailand, you know, a little bit
Tapi harus kayak gitu. Kalau Noxy tadi nggak langsung ambil keputusan dia nge-flash loncat, timing dia off pasti. Nungguin teman off itu. Gila, bagus banget sih.
Everything being done at the right time, and even the guiding light to go under heaven to completely blind the enemy members. It was just, again, absolute perfection from AE. Everyone on the same plane.
And this is the one thing that I keep giving credit to AE for, right? The layering of utility, the calculations that they're able to go in with, and just the sheer impact that Noxy is having right now as well, right, on this guy. The info early on in the rounds, the retakes are looking absolutely brutal from Alter Ego. Myth, yeah, they've shown that they can get into these sites, but the post plants are looking pretty much 0% at the moment, and now we have something different. It's a B-side pop.
And one of those, haven't seen one of them in this entirety of the map. Kadoom does manage to hold down. They need this one desperately. Round number 12, last of the half. Wanafly in position. Does he get 1? Does he get 2? He will. Delby has been able to respond. That spike does get planted. 2-on-4.
Oh, we've seen this before.
They need to hold this one. You cannot be having this response again. Wanafly, perfect position. And he does punish Kush, so this one should be done.
Gak apa-apa, 9-3 udah oke lah.
Secured. But Adrian King, will he have a sand for it? Not quite. Ooh, the paranoia does come out, keeps him alive for a little bit longer, but Congared will close the door. And Myth, a well-needed third.
Conky, you a man that believes in superstition?
No.
Good, because it's 9-3, and some people may be a believer of that one right now. But here, Alter Ego still coming out firmly with the lead. You got to give credit over towards Myth for changing it up in that last round there to secure their third on the board. But I got to say, you know, for what it's worth, all of their showcases of getting in towards these sites with some great early utility usage, it almost feels like that was the full entrapment to come down from Alter Ego's design, right? They're pulling Myth in, they're letting them into these sites because they are so confident in going in for these retakes.
You're just seeing it on your screen now, right? You know, every single time. Myth, they got the first two. Like, that's the craziest thing, right? To only have a response at the very, very end. Because this is where they look really, really strong against Team Secret, right? This is where they came out absolutely swinging. Overall, it's just really not happening for them at this point in time. Made in Thailand have been struggling the whole way through. Alter Ego not relying on any one member either, right? Yeah, everyone has been pulling their weight. Everyone has been doing their part and fitting their roles as they kind of stand.
So how do things change going into this this switch up at the half? You can see that everyone on Alter Ego is very tight-knit in this unit. 10 for 2 of them, 9 for 2, and then Axlov, you're just there on 7, but his assists are on 9. He's absolutely doing what he needs to do as the Brimstone here. Flip it over towards Myth, and it sells a little bit of a different story, right? More spread of nature. Again, I make mention, they've got in towards these sites a lot, but they haven't been able to close it down. So switching it up into this defensive side, are we going to see, you know, pretty copy-paste, right? We know that Kadum loves to do what Del B was just doing over towards the A side of the map. Changing it up though, a little bit spread from the humble beginnings of this pistol round right now. A big grouping for Alter Ego by design over to the A site, a contest against Alone Fills. And if they're able to waltz over him, if they're able to establish themselves as pistol and find double digits early, it's going to be a mountain to climb for Myth.
Already, you know, leaning into Alone Fills, who was clutching out so many of those big rounds that we remember in the big overtime against Fancy on Ascent. And then also thinking
Enable tuh nggak akan main, guys.
Versus Team Secret, 26-13. He pulled away on this Neon. But I'm loving this approach.
Gua nggak tahu kenapa nggak diupdate.
Put it away, right? We've got the chamber holding down towards the C position in Wannafly. Does manage to get one. Rendezvous out. And he will have a little bit of a peek further down. Dark cover to support. And that has actually started to pull away a little bit of this rotation here. We did have 3 at the start on that B site, allowing them to play some reactive Valorant to what they get thrown at them. So Alter Ego are going to reposition now down towards A, and it's only Alone Fills tucked into cubby for the time being, and they've already pinged over towards the site.
It's been a hot minute since Alter Ego have had to play against
Gila, dia langsung rotate 4 biji
here, right?
di A,
Losing
cok.
the first member being Brimstone in the smokes means it's going to look a little bit more wary going in towards this A site. You've already got these rotations here for Myth. Kadum to start off the party as well as Beta, and it's looking like a massive shutdown at the moment. There it is from Myth. Everybody getting a piece of the pie.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
I like apple crumble pie. Let's go with that one.
It's pretty good. But what's not good is winning 2 pistols and only having 4 rounds.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
Kayaknya enable
need to see something
jadi
more
ini
from
deh,
Myth.
apa
They need
namanya?
to keep kicking from here.
Analis
It is
gitu.
going to be that respectful round from Alter Ego. Only looking to hold on to a little bit of extra utility, maybe enough to kind of send their way in. Del B's got a couple of relay bolts, it looks like. But of course, it can't just be the pistol and then the next.
Mati smokernya malah.
Waited a long time before Myth had the confidence to pick up another, and again, you know, coming out on this opening map pick, they need strength behind them. It's their selection. They know they're good at Haven. They were able to drop a Titan in Team Secret. Keep mentioning it because it was such a good map.
Yeah.
But Alter Ego, they're just looking hot right now, and it's going to be a straight-on barrel up towards this B side. Spike's going to be planted. 5v5 situation.
Oh, here we go. Conga Red is going to be able to find Noxy with the aftershock, going to tap immediately onto the defuse as well. Wannafly starting to get it towards half, and it's just, I guess, a credit towards AE to get the plant, but that's really it in this round. Just such a stampede to come through from Myth. 5 alive.
Flawless.
Tails a, maybe a strong bonus round. Stronger could be the name of the game if they, you know, upgrade a couple of guns here, but they're happy to do so. I think some corner cutting still may need to happen over on the side of Myth, right? This defensive side can be tricky business. Great side of AE. Now we're waiting to see if their guns are going to be able to steer them the right way.
And that was well played. You're always going to like to see a round like that where, you know, made in Thailand, they allow for the plant, they give that respect, and then retake is 5. You know, allowing a little bit of extra cash to go into the pocket of Alter Ego, but at the exact same time, not losing anything on their arsenal. So at least they can play the bonus nice and strong. Some damage exchange. Adrian King, he's the man to get it done. It is only a Marshall being taken out of the hands of Wannafly, but will they pick up the pace from here? It does appear to be so.
Adrian udah ngomong nih.
Step is tempted by Beta.
Dapat timing gua katanya.
Aduh, he's straight up there. already onto the site, and that has
Gledek, bro,
completely
gledek.
sent the side of Made in Thailand away.
Yep.
They're going to play this retake in full, but Kush, he's already out the window.
Getting very, very similar vibes at the moment between the match that we saw against Bleed.
Let's
and also Ego.
go!
Again, both pistols went over toward the opponent, this time it
Kush
being
dapat
Myth.
timing nih.
And then, they
Yeah.
fell shy, right? 13 to 10 in the end. Here,
Nggak
they've
ada
got
trap,
more
nice.
rounds to play
Kush
with
dapat
than they did
timing.
in that series. And
Masih
now
dapat ini.
they're looking to achieve double digits. Myth, though,
Apa
they
ya
still
orang?
want to play for this retake. And just look at the force that
Kata
Alter
Kush,
Ego
baitam,
have
baitam buat gue,
behind the
baitam,
side,
baitam,
playing
baitam.
over towards long.
Tungguin gue.
A tap on towards the defuse for Shore and Kadoom. Now starting to go for it fully, but no one's looking at Kush right
Oh,
now.
Molly,
And
let
Incendiary
up.
is going to be burning Kadoom. Everybody falling
Aduh.
away. Kush will lose his life
Wah,
as the
gila,
first
nice
casualty
try,
for Alter Ego, but
Kan
surviving
ada
with 4,
spray, coba kalau dia
you're still
reset
pretty
dapat
chuffed
itu.
with that.
And he's got the Vandal as well to take away for Myth, so it's not all bad on both sides. Alter Ego
Land
getting
up,
to 10
lagi,
is certainly a
land
scary
up.
prospect, but losing your bonus is only one step. Made in Thailand still do have another opportunity to bring this one back. We have to see it, right? It's elimination. Thailand's last team in this competition. It's going to be the last time. Oh, never mind. Xerxia, of course. I was just thinking that right now. Xerxia is already all the way in champs alongside Paper X. But is it going to be that second Thai side to join them? You know, at this point in time, it's looking like potentially not, but there is still plenty rather of that series left.
Kalian yang kuat Xerxia
Also got some
doang.
banger series across
Harusnya
the
iya.
course of tomorrow as well as we start to edge our way towards that semi-final stage.
I almost feel like the attacker side was maybe not enough from Myth coming in towards this series as well, right? We saw how many rounds they were able to get in a row over against Team Secret. All of them when the side was switched, in fact.
Ya, ngapain tuh?
7
Oh, nunggu
in a row. And
kamera.
here, well, they didn't get 7 on that attacker side. Alter Ego starting off that gun round, that bonus round rather, I should say, going their way. And I do love the fact that Wannafly has an operator posted on a
Aduh,
pretty
kecolongan.
precarious line from the C site. It would
Yes.
need a pretty quick swing from a Dragon King to be able to find the first frag here. And once more, I may mention a couple of rounds ago, right? Kadoom loves to be able to push down a long. He's done that here. He does have alone fills to play
Ya,
spotter
boleh
for him as
ekspektasi
well.
dia
But
punya
just this
WP.
patience from Myth, a bit of garage control for the opponents in Alter Ego. Finally starting to send a little bit of
Hanya
information
diri,
down
tapi kayaknya dia
sewers
mau
from
kecil
Alter
dah.
Ego. But
Mau
again, the
defect
returning
doang.
base said by alone fills sending that drone down long.
Yeah, well, Kadoom,
Udah pada ketarik sih, cuman garasnya dijagain, Cok.
Kush, he did destroy it, so
At least dapat satu cabut ini
reposition
Wannafly.
accordingly. Now back into the sewers, but
Ah,
it looks
kena
like it is
timing
going
dia.
to be once again.
Untung
Nah,
aja.
pas banget, untung aja tiba-tiba dia nggak
ready
pick
for this
C.
one. The answer so far is no, but never mind. Beta, he's going to respond, and that's a massive pick here onto Adrian King. How quickly
Ayo line up lagi,
are they going to
ayo.
try and
Oh, they're
reapproach
doing it
this
again.
one here? Yep, again.
Nggak ada
all the way
molly ya?
down to
Aduh,
long.
nggak ada molly.
Do they have much for the post plant? Not really. It's all just going to be around that play. Do they do the ring around the Rosie
They
in
don't
towards
have it
the
this time.
garden? Exactly. Doesn't appear that there will be all members of Myth making their way
Anjing.
in. Kadoom! The rogue spray straight through that dark cover, and now it's the utility. Now it's that tap, the attempt to try and
Mampus
find it.
dibalas.
Push. Great response. Doesn't need eyes. Doesn't
Dalam
need the
setengah.
jam.
Nice.
Demon in
Woo.
his own right. And so is all the rest of Alter Ego.
Rata gak?
Kadoom.
Satu lagi.
He gets it down to the one-on-one though. Does he have any more? It's
masih
Neon
bisa
versus
kedip
Neon,
dikit.
and the shoulder can come out, but who?
Udah
It's
Aduh,
It's Kadoom in this time.
Kurang
He does do the
nyangkut
fake, he
dia,
gets the sell, but he's going to
nyangkut.
look into the face of adversity and get the job done.
Aduh,
Here,
nyangkut,
and they have a 6th round,
cok,
Komodo.
gigolnya.
So close for Alter
Bukan
Ego to
nyangkut
be able
gak
to
sih,
find
tapi
that
dia
one again,
nggak
relinquishing
kemundur gitu.
themselves from the side, playing
sih nggak ada
passive.
yang
Ya
lawan
antara
ya.
nyangkut kok nggak pencet S lah pokoknya.
Spray down
Iya.
where Myth can
Tanggung,
get on
Kayaknya
top of
pencet
the
S
defuse.
sih, itu bukan nyangkut.
Realizing
Tanggung
that as well,
banget.
going for the challenge
Kalau nggak dia
early,
bisa
everybody sending
swing itu,
themselves
dia
in.
mau
Almost
swing
feels like
sebenarnya.
sacrificial lambs here, but in the end of the
Kayaknya
one
S-nya
versus
nggak
one,
terlalu
we have a little
belakang
bit
gitu.
of Neon diff
Enggak,
coming into
SA-nya
the
lah,
action.
apalah itu.
The double jump spot to come out from Del B, and on the
Aduh,
third time
sayang
around,
banget,
Doom
Ronnya.
says no. Myth. The gun round back in toward it. We've got another one here to
Mampus.
witness. And
Oh,
it's
Del
actually
B.
Del B to get a little bit of a wallbang on towards Alone Fills.
That was on the exit.
Aduh,
Trying to get
di-flash.
out of the garage straight away. Now that's a great
Ay,
flash,
anjing.
but Congo
Ngeri
Red
itu
does
segaris
receive
cok.
at least one. Adrian King good for the trade.
Itu
That does put Alter Ego into the
hampir
advantage, and
segaris.
now when you're on the defender's side at a man disadvantage, you know, 3 to 4 here, there's just so much area of the map to control. Gonna leave just Beta. Solo C,
mau
now
fake
they
kayaknya.
try to change and adjust this lean.
Iya, mau
Kadoom
fake.
into sewers.
This could be
Aduh,
one of the
busuk
far away.
dong.
Has to go his way. Any errors here?
Ya.
Noxie's caught sleeping. That's a
Ya,
bit
bengong dia.
unfortunate to come through and equalize this thing
Gila,
up. But
dia
again,
mau
you know,
fake
when
lagi
you've got so many players on
nada-nandain
this defensive
map.
side, there are
Itu
so
ada
many
titik-titik
gaps, and
di
now
map,
Dragon
cok.
King setting up the Rolling Thunder toward the seaside. Do Myth look to
Ada
get a
orang di
contest
side.
early on? It's Beta, the closest soldier
Awas
here.
Adrian timing.
Paranoia could buy some time for sure, but I think they have to go for a bit of a retake. The plant is open this time on the other side of the site. You're expecting
Bisa
more
menang,
again.
ada Molly.
Slavia with the incendiary
Mampus.
grenade,
3 lawan 3
drinking
lagi.
an early aftershock to buy some
Apa sih?
time. 3 versus 3.
Sayang dong.
Gak bisa
Aduh, sayang
aftershock
banget.
juga, gak bisa
Perfect
aftershock juga.
Bit of patience
Nggak
waiting
tahu
for
ya ada
that
Molly ya.
retake to come on in.
AWP
Now
lagi.
3 members on towards this side. That dark cover still has some time. They know exactly where the spike is this time over towards
Kadum
left.
sendiri
Kadoom
nggak
is
bisa
hungry.
ngapa-ngapain.
Kadoom is keen. At least he will
Smoke's
be able
about
to
to
find
fade.
one. Now they're playing up high, down low, but no dark cover to
Push.
be thrown
Udah,
up.
mau ngapain
He's
AWP?
taken now. Kush and
Divvis ya
Slavia.
divvis aja
It's
kocak.
all on the Wanna-Fly. He does manage to find one, but Kush gets the swing.
Hampir
That
takut
is a
gua
massive,
aja kalau ngomong kayak gitu.
Punisher, exactly right. Trades back and forth. And once
Takut
again,
busuk,
it's
guys.
all reliable in Kush to take them up to 11. Only 2 more needed in this map.
The big difference in that end situation as well was the fact that AE had 2 soldiers alive. They were able to swing together. It was only last time that it was the 1-on-1, and it went the
Padahal
way
dari
of Myth. So
kill,
numbers advantage goes their way. And
TH
look at the
tuh gila
scary
loh.
territory
Killnya.
we're in right now, Conky. Look how many
2
ultimates are
digit
here, all
semua.
1 away.
Tinggian
If anyone is a math
MWTH
enthusiast
tapi
at home,
ronnya jauh banget.
Myth have more kills than Alter Ego.
Yeah, but let's
Tidur
do it
nggak
up
tahu
right
kemana.
now.
5 less rounds.
And look at the money here. They've gone for a bit of an eco. They have to cut some corners
Kasian,
again, like I was mentioning
Delo.
earlier, to keep Alter Ego from getting that 12th round. That
Udah
map
lebih
point.
buta 2 kali, lama banget tuh,
Sent in the
Iya,
overdrive,
udah pasrah
lost
dia
his
tuh,
life.
mampus.
A great shot from Del B makes things even more difficult now for Myth, and the information on the back of the Seekers means the jig is up. All of the Myth members are going to be known. Beta, somehow he's able to get at least the right click out. Doesn't really work. Alone feels is the one to get a frag back from Myth. A player disadvantage for them going in towards this retake, and an awkward shot out from a Drenking. Doesn't really matter. Noxy does as well, and there is that 12 for AE.
A Stinger's not exactly the weapon you want in a retake, right? So we do give them the benefit of the doubt in that round, just the gentle buy, knowing that they have to face down for this overtime. 6 rounds away,
Welcome to
they
membership
need to make it
Rafki
happen. And
Putra.
again, you know, just going back to that further point about the kill disparity, they're not converting their rounds. They are taking it down to these clutch positions, but that is where AE have just been so much better. They've had a phenomenal attack ever since we swapped at the half. And they've just been consistent again. You know, I keep making mention to this guy in Push and how many times he's won a clutch moment.
And I think I gotta use the word a little bit
Rafki yang tadi
disappointed
kayaknya.
from Myth, right? Both pistols going their way, only able to get another 4 rounds on the back of that. It's a bit awkward for them, but a change of pace.
There's
in this
Kadoom.
round, right? Kadoom down
12-6
again. We've seen this
AE
time and time,
12
but he finds the
Musuh
opener,
6.
and it's an
Ada yang
unanswered
tahu?
opener from AE.
I am a 3-map enthusiast, Komodo.
Udah jauh
I want
kah?
to see it get all the way there and
Kedengeran nama
Kadoom,
orang A-nya dia
wanna
naruh
take
trap
that
ya
real estate
kemungkinan
early
kecil tuh,
on is
sopanya
a
langsung
good,
rotate tuh.
I suppose
Lah,
start.
balik
but
lagi
there's
apa dah?
so much ahead. It's a definitely
Kayaknya langsung
stormy
2.
path for them to walk through. Be vigilant.
Ketawa nama Neonnya.
Creeping.
Neonnya dapat
Rodrigo
banyak banget
trying
ini
again
kocak.
for this seaside approach. Beta has managed to spot him. Relay bolt towards the
Aduh,
back of the
palanya
site.
hitam,
That
pas
makes it
banget sama
awkward. He
stun.
does get that shrouded step
Aduh,
out. But
warna
is it
play,
far enough? Yes,
next
it
banget
is.
sih gua.
He manages to creep just his way through, and now Kush tucked in on the other side of the
Gak
side.
boleh
But
masuk ke
Moxie,
sini
they're
sih,
gonna
warna
send
play.
him straight through, but Punish
Oke,
alone feels
ketahuan
conqueror and
kamu.
getting a couple. But once
Ketahuan
again,
kamu.
Mampus, mati nih, posisi mati nih.
Dapat 1 lagi dia.
Bisa bunuh lagi.
And he's certainly meeting someone somewhere, but
1v1.
Kush, he can get that plant. What's the 1v1 clutch come down to?
And the information
Silong
that
ada
Kush got off
trap,
his ultimate is now
yeah.
null and void because Wanafly has repositioned. And look at the wraparound. Kush is looking over toward the defensive spawn, but you're exactly right here, Conky. The trap gives up all the information for Kush. How does he play on the back of this though? Does he go for the early challenge?
Menang
Wanafly,
Kush ini
50
nih
HP.
harusnya.
Gila! His head absolutely destroyed. A
Gila, lu
chance,
bisa
a
apa jadi
fresh of
Kush?
breath there,
Anjir, kalau kayak gitu.
sorely needed, given to Myth.
Oh my god, Sentinels of
Lu jadi
Light
Kush.
in that round. It's one
Bisa
where you
apa,
get to
anjir,
see
kayak
the
gitu?
big brains battle it out with their
Anjing,
utility.
Moriak,
Wanafly straight
Moriak
into
juga
the
nggak
head
bisa,
of Kush. I'm
anjing.
getting out of there. I'm going all the way round long. But then Kush says,
Itu
bro, I've got my
bener-bener
tripwire
dibanting
down.
itu.
He has to take the fight. And in the
Itu
end, he does manage to
langsung
get
klik
away
pala,
with
anjir.
it. Incredible stuff here from
Bantingnya
Wanafly.
langsung pala,
He's a
Cok.
player that we
Anjir,
constantly
ini
talk
orang
about
sakit
on this
banget
side
ya
of Myth
Wanafly.
that we need
Sakit
to
dah.
see perform.
Well,
And a clutch like that is exactly
He's a
what
player
they
that's
need.
been highlighted in one of our
Masa
matchups in the
iya,
series
coy?
before, right?
Udah nge-jinx.
Predominantly, you see him on the Killjoy putting up some things. You know, the clutch
Come on,
potential
nggak bisa apa-apa,
was a
bro.
statistic that we mentioned earlier on in the
Mesin
tournament as well. And this is why
menggunakan
the
kus.
clutches
Masa iya?
calm and collected.
It's another timeout. Would appear. Another time to think, work out exactly what the go is. It's the most opportune time to do it. you know, Alter Ego not want to have issues with closing out a map. Because being ahead so early means that at least by dragging that one forward, you know, taking that momentum, if you let Myth even get up to 10 rounds, that's enough to kind of throw themselves into that next map, right? You do not want the snowball effect or the catapult to give them any form.
Ini momen
a team like Alter Ego, again,
momen
they're a
Wanafly
state
kah?
team. They need to prove this contest in Indonesia of who is going to be the best. And yeah,
not only were double digits here projecting Myth's chances, you know, in the next map, but they still
Menurut
have
lo
some to play here.
dari dulu ya,
Getting double
semua ya?
digits, you're 2 away from AE. You reset their economy, and you're potentially finding the cursed word in OT.
I love overtime. What do you mean?
Good Valorant.
Well, it's where the best Valorant is found. We've had 2 overtime extraordinaires so far in this competition, both of which were yesterday. Our casters were sending shills throughout the studio.
Oh, look at this from Wanafly, straight down, has to rendezvous out. We've seen Beta.
Dia telat flashnya.
Stepped out last time, but look at this immediately. Dalby blind. Somehow Beta still finds that.
Wah, di delay bagus banget.
Looking at the wrong way.
Kongaret.
Going a little bit ham with the newest addition here for the side.
Rusak kanan Kongaret itu.
It does look like they have a pretty good lockdown. The awareness factor around the C site is sublime.
Massive, massive play there from Beta
Rusak
again.
kanan Kongaret,
Newest
ulti
addition
dia.
and being able to slot into a roster, playing on
Jadi,
that controller
nggak
role
mati
can be
Beta,
so challenging.
Soalnya mereka
he's done it
selalu
fantastically here
ngekontrol
on the Omen.
Omen, jadi
He does
Omennya
still
selalu
have
dapetin.
the, you know, from the shadows available, haven't needed to be utilized just yet.
It's one of those interesting ults on the defensive side, right? It's very situational and not one that has too much of an impact.
Maybe for some info here and there, that's
yeah,
about
and it also
really.
depends if you've got like a very quick play happening, you can quickly get behind your opponents. It's generally more so of a readable play, but in situations it definitely can work.
Yeah, absolutely. But now it's finally back down to those sheriffs, right? We already saw the previous round where we had to see Kush adopt exactly that. They took a risk, they took a gamble, they bought into the 4 Vandals. And, you know, Myth did drop down to just sort of a couple of members, but at least their money is still nice. It doesn't matter if they lose the round, the game is done. So now they've got 4 more left, and an opening pick onto Delby is a great start.
Opening pick to Delby. But the thing I'm seeing right now is when we've got guns next for AE, regardless of outcome here, if they win, done and dusted, right? But the death of Axelovia and Noxy gives ultimates.
Iya,
That's
ketahuan
an
ya.
That's
Dia
Seekers.
kalau
That's
TP
information and
gede,
damage.
anjir.
And Ulti
Iya,
Ego
dijagain
dua terus
to
anjir.
close out
Di
this map
flash.
of their opponents.
Di smoke. Di aftershock. Nge-pick. Lihat nih.
Noxy dapat 1 dah.
From Noxy, he's managed to get 1 and still alive.
Dia udah dapat 2 dia.
Lovely, lovely work here, but Wanafly at least is there. There is that post plan from Axelovia. The incendiary goes down, but so does he.
Jangan
He's
dong.
going to be a 9th here for Made in Thailand.
Jangan.
Only 3
Masa iya gue yang
Really
main
stepped
tos
up
guys.
for this
Jangan.
defensive side. Multi-kill upon multi-kill, time and time again. You got starts from
Busuk
Beta,
dong.
finishes from Wanafly. Where was this on that attacker's side? You know, you're kind of feeling a little bit absent there.
Yeah, look, attack side chamber can be challenging, right? I suppose.
Dia
You
nggak
know,
ada pos
it obviously
lagi ya,
is a little
ya?
bit more of that momentum base. You're really relying on a member
Dia,
like
seingat
Kadum.
gue pas
We've spoken
82
about how
dia
good he
pause.
was again
Ada
going
lagi
back
nggak
to
dia
that
pause
series
guys?
earlier in the
Oh
week.
tadi dia
We
pause
saw him
pause
drop
lagi ya?
almost 30 in 13-6 scoreline, right? That's crazy stuff. So we are starting to see a little bit of a catch on these frags now and a catch on the rounds, starting to equalize. But I guess the main thing is right. You know, you can't criticize Kadum over the top. You've got the rest of the team stepping up when they need him.
Pos ya,
It just would have
aduh,
propelled them a
busuk
little bit
dong.
further forward. It needs to be all members
Hanya
firing on all
digangguin kayak
cylinders,
gitu.
and at least we are seeing that in this match right now.
1 is the magic number right now for AE. That is all they need to pick up this map and have a little bit of a pause before we get into the next of Fracture. As I mentioned, a couple of ults to be able to play with in this new round, and they have managed to gain A long control. They can extend that down in towards sewers before setting it up. But I have my focus on Wanafly again. He's pushed down C long, so any rotation that AE would want to do, they currently cannot. There goes that Trailblazer. Here's the Seekers. This is setting up for an A-sided pop.
Di delay.
Available, but you know,
Busuk nih.
Lonefield's rather not exactly in the best position. He's going to push forward and he's punished. Delby Noxy another, and this could potentially be where it all falls down.
3-5.
Wanafly does
Let's
have that
go.
tour de force available. They're starting to wrap in, but once again, look at Kush and his positioning. He's all the way around. Great paranoia, and there's Kongaret to enter in now. The orbital strike goes down. Can he find Kongaret with 3?
bisa
It might
bunuh
have just been enough to drag them back into this round, but Noxy, he says no
Dia tahu.
for now.
Aduh, dia
Nose
tahu
pushes
lagi.
on the line. Noxy.
Astagfirullahaladzim, ya Allah.
Gonna be enough. Noxy with 3, but Beta says, get out of my sight, and he will close the 10th round here for Made in Thailand.
Congress and Beta to bring that one back. 2 members getting all of the kills, the clutch to come through for Myth, and when you think the maelstrom of an attack can come through to close out the game for Alter Ego, it's not over just yet. Ladies and gentlemen, you mentioned double digits would be the number that we needed to see from Myth. Well, they've got it. How much gas do they still have in that tank?
This play from Congored, I mean, right, you know, the paranoia comes out from Beta, and Congored is just a, you know, iron head just straight through into that side without thinking. No think, just go, just shoot.
To take what we saw earlier from Dagon, hammer in that round. He has absolutely
let's go. Jaya.
Oh, they got to be really to step up as a breach, right? You know, it's such a big thing quite often, sitting back behind the team, setting them up, not doing the fragging, but this time Congored, he is straight out, and Alter Ego, they're throwing it all back to this quick, aggressive play, and Beta, he's back at the side, the relay bolt might catch, but Alone Feels this time, the Hunter's Fury gets it done, Wannafly, he's down long already, now they're rolling thunder. It's Wannafly and Congored to drop. I'm getting too excited. It's only an eco round, but it's an eco round that will take them to 12-11. We're going to have an all-out brawl to see whether or not we go to that blessed overtime.
Superstitious 9-3 curse. I think there's some people that are going to make an argument that it possibly could be a real thing in Valorant, but you've got to give a firm handshake over towards Myth. They are keeping themselves alive in this game.
Ayo dong, turun lagi.
From Alter Ego as well, right? Because the Myth members are just doing absolutely what they need to do, and this is the truth of it, right? This is the last round in regulation, round number 24. We've got the guns all coming through. Those abilities, a couple of ults for sure as well. Still can't believe so many assists from Axlovia, but regardless, Tour de Force out from Wannafly, no longer pushing down C1, taking a different angle towards
Nggak masalah. Mau dia kejar 11 pun, yang penting 13-11. It's okay.
He's waiting for a chance for victory.
Wah, gila ngeri banget nih orang, sumpah. Noxy.
There it is. A little bit more of an ultimate to come on through.
Nice, LB!
Look at this position. This time round, he's had enough. But Beta, he might have been having enough of his own, but he's going to get punished, going to get taken. They're not thinking. Tunnel vision.
Wah, si Axel smoke telat banget anjrit. Tapi itu salah Axel sih menurut gue sih. Pasti si Noxy nyangkanya itu City-nya ada smoke dah. Gue pikir si Axel
awareness-nya dulu lah,
Drone thrown on through, no ults for Myth to be
able to main langsung kayak gitulah.
This drone, it's not going to be able to find it.
Nice Molly. Nah, itu kan ujung-ujungnya nggak post plan tuh. Jangan berpaku dengan post plan, santai aja. Here.
Still,
okay, comms.
They have to go now.
Contact, bantuin Kus.
They might just very well be
Kus
able to
kalau mati bahaya nih.
Smith get an absolute track on, but this
Kus
is such
dapat.
a bold position from Kush, but he's been taken, he's been found, and now that post plant, there's none of the utility, there is no incendiary, there's nothing to throw them off. This is a fuel, but Axlovia, he gets one, but it's not enough. To be just enough time for Congored to take it to overtime from 12-6 to 12-12. This is Valorant, this is APAC, and this is the last chance qualifier.
Kush had the right idea to not peek in towards the fast lane. I saw Alone Feels, I saw Kadoom waiting, trying to entrap him, trying to entice him for a peek. And in the end, he still manages to lose out that duel, unfortunately. And Myth, they love these challenges when the plant is there, when the defuse has to come, get it towards half, rely on your teammates to find the frags. You have to have confidence, you have to have trust. And that's exactly what all 5 members of both of these squadrons do have right now. And for Camp AE, you had the 9-3 lead. It's now on to overtime. You need to bring out everything here to get this map.
Tidur kah, guys? Time to sleep kah?
Both of these teams need to just keep their composure as best as possible from now. All it takes is 2. A minor mistake could throw them into disarray. Alter Ego surely starting to question themselves, a little bit of tilt starting to set in. And Noxy still to be this confident to go back to the old works of pushing down mid, as what we did see so much earlier in the match.
Changing it up though, right? Pushing down with his own body this time instead of a trailblazer or a guiding light. Usually what Myth were expecting. Information they don't really care about giving on over.
Kush already all the way down C long. Should be a massive position for Alter Ego to kind of bounce off of, but already Kadoom creeping in. Will he get spotted? That information from the guiding light might be enough, but maybe not enough to let them know Kadoom's position. He might get all the way through here, Komodo. There's no one looking at all straight around this position. Kadoom, there's one. Alone feels another. Kadoom, he's completely decimated. This A site, there's nobody home. And the defense from Kush and Del B, there is no way they can get their way back into this here. And Alone feels has the flank.
Kadoom has been a little quiet. We've questioned him, but this time he was the instigator. And the rest of his team are going to be the ones to close this down from 9 to 3 to take the lead here into overtime to Kush. A 1 versus 4.
Iya, kayak yang gak dikasih info gitu ya, temennya dia ya.
Kalau mau, nggak tahu sih. Kalau lebih baik
how do you even path yourself back into this round? The navigation around the side to find 3 individual jewels and then potentially contest against that flank that's going to be coming out. It's near nigh impossible right now, and there it is as well. Kadoom for the 3K, 13 for Mid.
Trapnya kan di garat satu nih, garat satu. B-nya kayak gitu, oke. Dia dogi. Udah ditandain kan sama temennya dia dari Ali.
Iya, dia doginya gede ya.
Pusing Wan. Mau nangis gituan, anjir masa iya? Bukan. Enggak. Itu salah. Salah apa sih namanya?
Gue jadi orang masih marah gitu loh.
Dia dogi ke depan B. Kalau flash nyaru. Tadi dia nggak flash depan B kan? Anggap kena depan B. Kalau di Alin juga kena, ini kayak nggak pasti gitu nggak? Keren dah, dia yang itu menurut pendapat gua aja. Tapi mereka yang
Nice. Adrian kayak lintas sebenarnya nggak bisa
Oke, gara-gara buff ini menang cuy.
Suara hilang, lu hilang ke suara.
Itu buffnya. Buff cuy. Iya nggak beres-beres cuy.
There is more to find. He can now rearrange around towards the side. So many members, so many angles to work well, and it's just not going to be enough.
Let's go.
Tapi Adrian kayak lintas di Sumbada tadi.
Both of these sides so able to get it done. We were wondering yesterday with all that overtime that was happening, Monkey, we were missing out on being able to be behind the mic in that, but here and now, these teams are certainly delivering. Overtime is just such a fascinating affair when we're getting towards so neck and neck with these teams, and I do really wonder how far are we going to be able to go? What differences are we going to be able to see in these rounds between these teams? The operator is out for Delby on
Thank you, Owen. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go, focus. Gak bisa dikecilin suara media share-nya. Serius.
Utilizing it.
Itu udah auto dari sana cuy.
Watching in towards that garage position will be spotted. There it is. The Jika is up now.
Oh, bocil marah, bocil emosian.
Could mean everything here. Komodo Kush though, his position also fantastic. He's got this control time and time again.
Iya, enggak.
Just a complete and utter standstill for Myth here. They don't know where to go.
Peek in and how do you do into
kalau trap kayak gini masih masuk akal. Ini masih bisa dikontrol sama si. Nah, ini maksud gua. Nah, dia dogi depan B. Tapi garasinya ntar di flash.
Myth, they are very silent. This is the calm
before
the storm.
Dia nggak kena timing. Ini udah bagus nih, udah cakep nih. Belajar dari kesalahan langsung nih.
They've seen it now.
Langsung tahu.
There's the speed. Straight into the side. Kadoom. There's the opener. Will he have any
more?
Relay goes through. He's close. He's got one. And a second in the round as well. But Noxy can at least respond. He gives some
udah benar
life
tuh antisipasinya tuh.
Alter Ego. It's been the trade back and forth of these attackers.
Nggak ada hahaha jadi kalah tuh. Siapa? Bocil marah-marah.
Having a look down sewers will be alone. Feels can call that that's clear. But all 3 members moving through this position now. Del B. He's going to have to be quick. The flashpoint will keep him at bay for just a second. Now it's that guiding light. It's gonna go low, and will it be enough? No, Beta punishes one.
Noxy yang mati ya.
Kush is only good for one.
Anjing, gua kira
he's gonna secure round number 14.
Gua kira Beta lo yang mati lo.
One away from denying
Beta yang bunuh, hoki banget.
Gua rasa lu bener sih, ini time out beneran cuma selebrasi guys. Itu cuma satu ini.
Sabar cuy.
Masih punya 6 orang buat main-main lo.
Cuy, lihat tuh cuy. Wah, masa iya ini yang diingatin? Ini nggak fokus nih. Ini nggak fokus nih.
Ini ujian berat banget.
Beta hoki banget anjing. Dari kemarin lawan Fancy bisa.
Sampai masuk mulu.
Memang mampu mendapatkan 1 kill, tapi dia sudah tertekan low HP dan Asteris.
Even if it's just something like having a drink,
Asteris.
looking away from the mono for a few seconds, right?
Asteris.
Bit of a conversation with the guys,
Enak gitu
keeping
ya.
that mental set.
Kalau nama gue disebut gitu ya, nickname gue ya.
Levels the head. Make sure the right decisions
Asteris.
occur. They're moving back onto what is now, I suppose, considered for the game at least the easier defender's side. That's where all the rounds have been found.
Tarik napas, santai. Nggak ngaruh. Mau menangnya 16-14 juga nggak ngaruh. Yang penting bikin ini seri dulu. Pikirin mau kemana. Santai. Ayo sama-sama mau kemana? Yuk kita kontrol A dulu, ganggu kita langsung rush C, bisa. Tuh udah ditandain tuh C-nya tuh. Oke ya, kasih utility dulu, bikin A-nya tuh rame, kita langsung gas A C-nya tuh. Tuh. Bener nih, udah ditandain cuy.
Are we going to see Myth close down the map of their own choosing here and now? Or do we have another round of OT in us? Out towards the A lobby. Again, such a prestigious position to try and get
barusan mau hihihaha batuk anjing.
It feels like
could be such a big duel here. You can see the lineup of the Flash here. They're just waiting to see if anything will be spotted off the back.
Sabar.
3 members inside main. Just holding patience. A minute 15 now left on the clock. They're just going to continue to buy that time. They don't need to overinvest, right? They're playing that defensive side. Now they've got
ini bagus nih, Dia nahan A-nya, ganggu garage-nya, nyari trap C, ketahuan di atas, digangguin. 2, udah ketahuan 2, di flash, nice. Tarik, yuk, bisa yuk, langsung. Oh, mau double fake kah? Kalau double fake, bagus sih, double fake bagus. Oke. Ini lucu nih, ini bagus nih, sumpah. Kayaknya nahan, dicek, A-nya nggak dapat info nih, Ini bisa nih waktunya.
Well done. But you
Kan jadi bertanya-tanya kan, A-nya nggak dapat info. Ini bisa nih digeprek nih. Shotnya busuk. Shot. Dulu. Nice. Gitu. Itu dia. Bagus. Woi. Udah gigi mata lu, belum kelar kocak. Ini baru alter ego, ini baru pemikirannya matang. Ini baru planningnya tuh perfect. Ini baru keren anjir, 100% perfect. Udah santai, main komunikasi, jangan ada yang bandel, biarin aja Beta yang nyari. Oke dia nyari, hap, rata, udah 14 sama. Nah ini nih baru nih. Iya lucu buat MITH kocak. Salah ngomong. Di sini salah ngomong digiring-giring cok. Wajar anjing. Kalau ngomong digiring cok. Orang ngomong nggak lengkap kayak digiring. Beliau-beliau ini loh. Online aja bang kacau. Enggak lah. Gue mah, gue tau diri. Nggak main di APAC, nggak main di LCQ mah. Udah diem aja sih gue mah. Gue usah komen lah, gue nikmati aja lah. Gue nikmati aja deh. Ntar tinggal tunggu hihiha, hihiha, itu aja lah. Hihiha, hihiha.
the A side really just being the only thing to happen throughout the course of this OT so far. So I think we're in need of a bit of a change of pace. And Myth, they might be feeling the same way. In towards the garage, the guiding light for some info from Noxy once more. They sold. They don't have anyone down C long at the moment. They don't know if someone like Kush is going to be pushed down there. It is a big tendency.
Back to basics. Really,
Anjir, game 1 aja udah setengah 5, Cok.
Adopting this more passive route that they were taking at the start. Now Kadum, Myth, getting position. Push. He has crossed the site, but will get out at the right time. Max Lovia gets it inside the smoke, but there we go. Alone feels with a response. They still cannot overlook this CT position, but Wanna flies in. It's not enough. Noxy, he will punish. Now, maybe enough time to get the spike planted, but Noxy, he's still kicking. He's still pushing. He's still fighting, and he has dropped the spike in the process. Congaret has to do it all in a 1v2 situation. Can he find a third? No, not quite.
Gila. Itu udah off guard loh. Tapi bisa bunuh anjir. Keren. Ini baru
But the fact that it was one at a time going in towards the crosshairs of Noxy. If Alone Feels wins that duel in garage, none of that potentially happens. But this is the first time that we've actually seen Alter Ego be able to get the first way ahead. It's always been Myth, and AE has come from behind. This time, they've got that foot forward, they've got that mile, they've got that leap, and they just need to make sure that they are able to get to the other side.
Noxy almost at 30, right on the sky. Congaret at 30 on the breach. Like, that's insane, right? To see these two. Well, look at this.
Wah, digas sih. Wah, buta. Wah, 2 orang ke-scan. Menangin, Push. Nice, masih bisa. 2 lawan 1. Winnable banget. Kush soalnya ini Kush ya. Kush. Main berdua lu ya, makan tuh. Hah? Kush masih bisa nih. Ada kamera, anti push B.
Chaos, sheer and utter brilliance from lots of members.
Dan kebuka, bikin musuhnya galau. Offline kebuka, oke. Oke, bisa pick 1 dulu. Gila, gokil cuy. Dibilang winnable cuy. Dibilang winnable. Gokil, Cok. Ini baru. Ini baru AE. Ya, winnable ya di sini. Yang penting percaya teman. Mantap cuy. Dah. Setengah-setengah dulu ya. Jangan sampai full lagunya soalnya. Kalau mau full tunggu AE menang ya. Tunggu AE GG baru bisa full. Setengah dulu cicil. Baru menang 1 map tadi kan. Ini kok ada versi beda lagi anjing. Wih,
ego emang suka ngikut gini kayak kredit.
Babi, tondaton. Trompet cuy, ada trompet cuy. Emang lu bisa nonton full? Gak tahu. Misalnya map 2 langsung 2-0 bisa lah. Ah ya, beli kopi cuy. Oke Bang Bus. Beli kopi cuy. Mantap guys. Gak apa-apa, aman-aman. Kata Bang Bus, setengah dulu. Kalau misalnya AE udah menang 2-0 baru full. Kayaknya gitu deh. Aman cuy, aman cuy.
Lihat, anjing. Allah, ya Allah, ya Allah. Astaga, ya Allah, apa itu? Ya
Itu kenapa sih Jagung anjing? Jagung kenapa itu? Nipu anjing. Sabar. Ini jatuhnya apa ya? Oh, sin. Oh, ini. Oke, aman. Aman cuy. Salah anjir. Aman cuy. Ayo. Map 2 lebih fokus lagi. It's okay. Map picknya bisa sih. Bang, sekarang streaming kok nggak pakai topi lagi. Aduh. Udah lama itu. Bang Kaco, Valorantnya banyak. Iya, ini Valorant yang ini. Ini yang buat join. Yang buat turnamen yang dipakai di LCQ ini nih, yang ini nih. Ini nih harusnya nih. Coba join nggak guys? Mau lihat spoiler nggak sih? Lihat skor langsung? Janganlah. Emang Bang Kaco ikut LCQ kan sama kliennya kocak. Champion ada. Agil kenapa sih itu? Agil kenapa itu kocak? Teng geter gitu anjir. Guys, gua jam 5:30 off ya. Setengah enam gue off ya. Lanjut lagi habis latihan, oke? Nanti jamnya gue pause. Oke guys, aman ya, aman. Deng. Latihan cuy. Gua latihan lawan ini cok, lawan siapa tadi tuh namanya? Damwon. Nanti kita bantai Damwon, oke? Damwon kita bantai. Korea. Live latihan lah, enggak. Kalau misalnya di donate 50 juta baru. Kalau 50 juta live latihan. Sebelum latihan Kasbon masukin dulu aja, oke. Nanti Kasbon gue masukin langsung ke timer, tapi yang Saweria gue biarin dulu aja ya. Kita nggak pernah latihan sama Indo kocak.
Janji deh.
Rindu yang tak pernah begitu hebatnya. Aku mencintaimu lebih dari yang kau tahu, meski kau takkan pernah tahu.
Oh parah, Owen. Ketahuan dong. It's okay. Rusman sudah bahagia, guys. Besok gua ketemu Rusman ya. Besok gua ketemu Rusman siang. Tapi besok Rusman ngajakin ketemu besok, cuy. Ngajakin Pandora. Itu ada yang main nggak sih?
Another myth game. We need to change their name. It's no longer made in Thailand. It's minutes in 2 hours because they continue to push it over and over again.
Oke, IRL.
Big brains here.
Ini
This is really big brains. But speaking of big brains, I think Fracture is
tapi
the
ada
place
Onyx
where
besok
big
sama
brains
Boom.
have to come through. This is AE's
Boom gak bisa
place.
nonton sih.
And when you
Latihan
think
cok.
about, as I mentioned over,
Gue cuma pergi bentar doang, siang doang. Siang.
Because we see Wannafly doing that,
Jam
they
6
got
balik.
so many picks watching the flanks or watching the anti-flanks, and the same thing is actually done by Kush as well. So the question is, who will outflank who?
Besok kita ketemu Rusman ya.
For Alter Ego, and I think if Myth were to win the previous map, they'd be in trouble, and I think they'd be in trouble.
IRL tuh gimana sih caranya? IRL gimana caranya cuy? Lu aktifin Discord kan?
Stuff. Anyway, no. The reason why I
sih
think
IRL tuh?
really strong on this one is
Nggak paham deh.
clearly the history, right? The strongest team
Discord
in this region
aktifin.
is Paper X, right?
Yes.
Undoubtedly. Grand
Oh
final.
pakai HP bisa?
Alter Ego beat them on.
Oh ya udah, pakai HP aja.
Ooh, the deep cut.
So we're looking at a team
Tapi
that is
jamnya
actually
gimana
very strong at this.
jalaninnya?
Macro
Jamnya?
player-wise, they can actually do quite a bit. The only thing I may be concerned of is a little bit their downsides that they brought.
Jalanin waktunya gimana cuy?
In regards to fragging. But I think
Ya Ibrahimovic tiba-tiba main ini jadi analis Valorant.
Tash, I'm gonna toss a tougher one to you.
Oh, no.
Who is a player that you need to
Iki.
see step up for both these
Nih.
squads?
For both of these squads, I personally think that
Oh gini aja, paling gampang ya. Misalnya gue streamnya lewat HP. Misalnya gue nge-streamnya sejam, ya udah tinggal potong sejam gitu doang. Kenapa ribet ya? Hidup gak usah dibawa ribet lah, nikmati aja ya nggak sih? Ya nggak sih? Manual aja. Ya gampang kok. Bisa. Ini Rizky Akmal nih bikin lama nih, anjir Rizky Akmal. Rizky Akmal kita bungkam gak guys? Dia yang bikin ribet cuy. Rizky Akmal. Ya udah loh bang, gak usah dipotong yuk.
Everyone needs to kind of like find our equal balance in weight. We don't want to have those university moments where we're having projects, right? And one person's doing all the work, and then you just want to say like,
Well, to be fair, it wasn't Kush the one that was getting all the kills.
Lagi-lagi Rizky Akmal. Rindu yang tak pernah. Aduh. Owen bisa-bisanya ngedonetnya yang kayak gitu loh. Kasian loh Rusman loh. F for respect guys.
Actually, it kind of felt like there were moments that he did quite a bit, but you know, as a very influential role in the team.
Anjay, tumben lu tumben bijak Rizky Akmal. Giliran TO cepet lu. Giliran like males. Bisa aja lu keong.
What Tash was saying is that they need to do it quicker.
All right, well there you have it. Couple of thoughts here from our analysis desk.
Giliran nyuruh like lama lu Rizky. Kalau ada cewek kenceng tuh halo. Kenceng tuh modus ya. Ngegombalin.
And I love that stat from Pavlos. Paper X failed by Alter Ego on this map of Fracture. And Fracture's become one of the most exciting maps in this whole region, right? As it's just been super electric with the different agent compositions that we are.
Rindu yang tak pernah
course of this competition with their victory against Fancy United, but you kind of behind Fancy United against Paper X and
Ay cuy, map kedua cuy.
on the fact that they you know, bet the better opponents there.
Tapi gimana kocak? Wah nipu anjing. Oke udah nggak nobar lagi cuy. Wah nafsi sih sendiri-sendiri terus loh. Kayak Discord berdua nobar kagak ada gunanya anjir. Kita sendiri ya udah biasa cuy, sendiri cuy. Tadi Bang Bus suruh ini ya. Kopi ya? Kopi apa ya? Kan kopi cuy. Tanggung gitu aja.
Did see back on Haven.
Ntar gue storyin aja deh, gue beli kopinya, ntar gue storyin aja ya, aman ya. Ngopi cuy. Kalian biasanya kalau ngopi, kopi apa yang enak? Kan kalau misalnya ngopi, kopi apa yang enak? Ada asap rukuk kah?
I mean, if your alter ego, why would you change from a composition that you were being able to kind of, you know, tackle against Paper Rex, even if it did take you a little bit of OT to get that victory?
Less coffee punya
in the
boom
high
dong.
of map number 1, momentum abounding here. Will it be able to carry
Tergantung
them
cuy
over?
ada dapet atau
It is
enggak.
their map pick here. They want to close this series down. Elimination.
Less coffee emang enak ya?
It's something that you have to also remember.
Kopi punyanya boom kan?
2-0 for Alter Ego would be quite a
Kopi kanan,
statement to
kopi red
take
dong, kocak.
over Made in Thailand. I think we'll relatively split across the board on who was going to be taking this one through, just
Asap
knowing
rukuk lagi ada
how much
nggak?
potential both of these rosters do have.
Ayo
And now
cuy,
he's gonna be
fokus cuy.
quick in towards main.
Ah,
It does
ini
look
malas
like
nih
LB
gua
is
nih.
gonna be stunned up, but it's very quick.
Ada suara in-game, lama suara in-game
Everyone was
lama.
stunned up, but now it's
Santai
Axel.
dong.
Yeah, can he hold this line? There's one, there's two, but not quite a third.
Makan
Vader
tuh, kena
gets the
double tap
response
ya.
now to 3-on-3, but look how quickly they are here. Komodo, Adrian King already finding something. Kush Kadoom back and forth, but it's Kush. He closes, and
Mainnya
it was the
cepet ya
man
tadi
whose
gua lihat
name
tadi.
we kept on mentioning.
Ini yang
with the
kita
2K.
butuhkan, main cepat ya guys ya.
Here for Alter Ego.
Quick one for Myth, quick opening for Kadoom, but shut down. You know, not too far ahead of his teammates as well, but these frenzies can sometimes get a lot of damage out quick, and it's there for the opener, it's there for the closure. Kush, as you mentioned, the 2 kills in the round of the closing one as well to get the
Kush
pistol back over
ganteng.
the side of AE. And they're going to be purchasing up into the Spectres and a Bulldog as well for Kush. Get that distance out with the rifle.
Menurut lo Kush ganteng, Cok?
I mean, no plan for Myth. They're not going to
Nggak,
be
kata
over-investing
caster kalau dia
themselves
ngekill
towards this
banyak,
one.
terus
Need to make sure
ganteng.
they at least do get on the right foot when they do have their rifles back in towards their possession in that third round in that bonus. But I am kind of going to be, you know, wondering, are we going to have any orb farmers in this series? It's something that I always like to see. It's something, you know, RDW.
Yes,
likes
correct.
to do.
Hey, your bias is showing again, my friend.
It's leaking out a little
Fake
bit.
Australian fan, as the desk would say. But no, look, it's just been such a treat to watch so much good Valorant from all across APAC. Relatively stock standard round here, you know, just dancing around arcade, putting the pennies into the slot machine.
Banyakin ngeflank.
Tibek.
Nah, itu baru.
Nicely, exactly how
Alter
you
Ego,
want to find it.
Jaya.
Relatively strong. Only just Kush, maybe throwing something in, a little bit extra. Okay, they're just going to juggle it around. And that's absolutely fine.
Kemarin AE lawan Cerberus.
This is the round.
Ngelakuin
Need to see Myth get off in the get-go. You know, we saw a big comeback from them in map number 1. But if they're able to take a lead here or keep it hotly contested, might be able to close it out and get it in toward the next one.
Jaya.
Nothing really too hard to write home about in that previous round. And I do expect Myth to slow it down for the beginnings right now. 0 point down and destroyed. A big grouping out over at the bridge for a potential dish push. You'll have to contest Max Lovia over towards drop at the moment. AE going to be pushing themselves in toward the A holes to see if they can get some information for themselves as well.
Gua kalau ada makanan sebaskom kayak gua makan juga.
As Myth push through towards dish.
There's that orb will be gathered by the old man in Conga Red, slowly edging in towards that rolling thunder. But it's a very, very slow approach. As you mentioned, dish control is established, still a little while away from Wanaflight, who's just trying to hope to find a flank, get that information as best as he can. They are waiting. Still, there it is. Fast lane straight out. He's spraying, but unfortunately not quite connecting as quickly as he can. Del B's just going to completely get out of there. And it looks like it's going to be the old classic
stres, Bang. Emang
5v5
iya? Kalau
retake
banyak
here
makan
on
ada stres.
Fracture. There's the flank from Wanafly. He's been punished.
Jatanya
Also getting
jatuh
another
gak sih?
3-on-5.
Wanafly banyakin
They've
nembak
got the
ke
plant down,
Aneng.
they've got Conga Red up in a drop. He does have the aftershock to deny the plant as well. A big shot out from Malone Fills, but an immediate trade from Noxy, and Beta has to be the one to go multi with Conga Red here. That's exactly
Lu
what
ngomong
is
mampus sih
happening.
jadi rata kan?
Itu kan gua ngomongin mampus kok. Wah, giring mulu loh nafsi lo
And
anjing.
that's exactly what you want to be seeing from Made in Thailand, right?
Iya, lu ngomong mampus ke MITH kan?
Iya.
Marah dia. Apa sih?
It's a scary one, you know, like
marah
ultimately,
dia?
if you do see this go to a third map, that's like
Kan
a
lu bilang
Clash of
mampus ke
Titans
MITH.
game that we get to
Rindu
see.
yang
Something
tak
very similar to,
pernah.
I believe yesterday, when it was kind of one of those maps where, okay, it's going to be 2-0 very quickly.
Let's
But
go,
then
Alter
going
Ego,
to
Jaya,
overtime
Jaya,
before, really
Jaya.
good
Masih
duel
menang
back
cuy,
and forth, and
2-1.
yeah, look how close now we do see a bunch of these members on Made in Thailand close to their ultimates.
Oke, diam, kata Bayu Oka, diam.
You've also got Conga Red to the Rolling Thunder, but if they're dead, they're not going to be able to use these ultimates here because it's a fast round from AE already with Haste. Smith starting to get a little bit of a comeback here, but these shots over at the bridge looking to pull those struts down from under their feet, and it's Wanafly. 1 versus 3 position known, and it's these situations where, what do we always say, Mitch? You don't win a 1 versus 3, you lose a 3 versus 1.
Exactly right. And look at this. It's like a conga line. All keeping their eyes firmly on the prize, which is going to be that spike. Just a little peep back from Noxy checking out the dish. So a minute left on the clock. I feel like this is just going to be a slow one. It's more of those rounds where you start to talk. It's like, what's for dinner?
Well, the fact that Myth has managed to get close to what a couple of these ultimates, keeping themselves honest with that economy, means that we'll be able to see something potentially in that next round for them as well. If Wanafly is able to get 1 or 2 here, maybe it makes it very interesting.
Hang
There is
on.
that first one. The other member was low, but Adrenaline King's going to be there to close that one down. And AE, we're not going to see an
Teori
equalization
diam,
just yet. They will hold on
AE
towards
menang
this
round
lead
guys.
now, but this
Apakah diam
round
lagi?
really, you know, for Myth,
Kita coba diam lagi ya. Satu round kalau AE menang, gue diam terus deh.
It's
itu off
on a
stream.
map like Fracture. It's not like most maps where you can just go and get your 1 safe orb. You can get 2 here, potential goal for around a bit of a jog. So you could get that 2 at a force, and we could have something of a comparable buy.
I think that's exactly what they're going to do here. Utilize
Coba ya.
those ultimates as best as they can. Maybe toss
Kan
around
pause
a
nih.
vandal between
Gua
the
coba
couple of
diam ya.
members who can afford. The rest of it, you know, just making sure they've got enough utility to fight the good fight. But it's going to be a timeout. Very early on called. Good opportunity to do it. You know, after
Nafsi anjing ngedefen terus,
battle
cok.
back, 6 rounds
Wah,
consecutive to take it to overtime in the previous, they can show
Gue
that
cabut
they've got
dari
stability.
Discord
So
aja udah amat.
good time to do it early.
It would be a bold move
Ngobar
for
tuh
them if
sendiri,
they
kocak.
do go for the force here as well.
Dari
Kadoom
Devon
does have
aja
the
terus.
overdrive, so that's at least one weapon you
Nonton
can get
apa
there
sih?
to assist as well. He doesn't have the money to be able to purchase over to one of the teammates, but as I mentioned, if Wanafly gets the 2 at a force,
Wajar.
it is like a Whitlam Samper purchase to get out here, but it potentially could
Rindu
work. It'll
yang
be able
tak
to play with the
pernah.
economy of AE,
Oke, teori
and
diam.
maybe they themselves are closer towards a party mix by as well.
So it is going to be potentially a bit of a butts over towards B right now. Dropping some utility down.
Alter
making
Ego,
sure that
Jaya,
there is the
Jaya,
flank covered.
Jaya.
As we will see it be dropped over by Wanafly. Just that trademark. So they've kept their cash honest. It's just that Guardian, so it's just going to be an all-out brawl towards this tree area. And they're going very, very quick. Rolling Thunder's going to be sent out as well, but it actually does catch Kadoom in the process. But no one's home, Komodo. They've left this completely open. Now it's just going to be on to see if the push straight through. Kadoom gets one, drops straight down, but that relay ball might have gone a little bit too far. But Kadoom, he's done more. Is that 3? How have you just done this, Kadoom, right now? Little lightning girl making it look great here. 4K for Kadoom. And that is absolute insanity, Komodo.
He's just made a mockery of AE in this one. Those fingers almost magnetized over towards AE. And now that Noxy has revealed himself, are we going to see Kadoom be able to pick up the ace? He's still got a little bit of charge, but he's nowhere near the fight right now.
Nggak ngaruh teori diam. Tai. Ngaruh
Through for Myth.
Kadoom will go kaboom.
Ngaruh,
It was a
kocak.
little bit quieter in the earlier stages of the
Siapa yang
previous
suruh
map
diam
as well.
tadi?
Only really sort of
Nyuruh diam kita
electrifying in
bungkam
the
cuy.
last kinda
Tadi yang nyuruh
overtime,
teori
really.
diam
I felt like it
siapa?
was all the way until
Siapa
there before it
orangnya?
really did start, but how he managed to actually
Saya
find the
udah
space
diam
to the
aja sampai
isolation.
kelar. Tadi
A little bit
siapa?
of a throw off for Alter Ego
Bungkam,
there, right?
cuy.
The pinch should have been straight away, but to be able to pick up 4 off the back of this overdrive.
Gak ngaruh, mau diam mau apa kayak gak ngaruh kocak.
And exactly why Fracture's exciting.
Just the micro play in that as well, right? Throwing out the relay bolts, disarming the first opponent and focusing, shifting over towards another one because he heard the move. Absolutely insanity to come out from him. And he's even continuing in toward this next round, right? A quick one over towards the A side. No business to be dealt with AE. They are punishing them down, putting them into their grave. Tie things up 3-3. Kush and Noxy. See what you can do in this round.
Just damage, really all you can hope for in a round like this, right? Sky Smoke's still down. Try and isolate that space further. Kush spotting. Once again, it's really kind of one of these rounds where the mistakes need to be made by made in Thailand, but Noxy does have a sixth sense here. Will he clear deep enough? That's
banget anjir, udah padahal udah ketahuan gitu. Masih aja berdiri di situ. Banyakin.
Side in Myth, Wannafire to close though, so it's not going to be too dire. Because if we check the
siapa jadinya, guys?
bank account of Myth, I think
Rizky Akmal kah?
bad into this next. Yeah, it's looking
iya, Rizky Akmal. Oke. Rizky provokator. Rizky kata Basipo Racing. Bungkam aja, oke. Rizky sama Doge kita bungkam ya biar adil. Karena Doge juga fitnah. Doge kena juga.
But I'm very glad, you know, we haven't seen Myth kind of roll over in this map. We saw some absence from them over in the first one of Haven. And we're 6 rounds in, we're tied on up.
Rindu yang tak pernah begitu hebatnya aku.
What is he even doing right now, Conky? He's smurfing on them.
Someone come and collect they mans, because he is absolutely popping off in the server right now. Already straight in that control, straight towards the door, and he might be looking for a little bit too much. Kush will punish, and Kush is a man that is a punishing player. This time obviously on the KO, fragment goes to the wrong spot, but the orbital strike, it is right. And Kush will be unfortunately, it's all left onto him.
Wah, udah kena sunstrike masih aja hidup itu. Wah, nggak wajar gitu kok ngaret. Udah kena sunstrike, di molly. Masih bisa bunuh satu. Ada aja hokinya kok ngaret.
12 and 6 and doing exactly what your duelist needs you to do.
Yeah, he's woke up. He was a little bit sleepy in the first map, but now he is absolutely here. He has arrived, taking charge, and really holding W. No, I mentioned smurfing. He's surfing around the map with this Neon right now, and it's forced that economy into the bin for AE. They have to go in towards the eco right now and look to change things up. The orbital strike in that previous round exercise.
Siapa yang ditibek, guys? Tadi nggak lihat. Ada yang ditibek kah?
Wasn't a trade to come out from Hunger Red. Then
siapa yang tibek? Nge-tibek siapa? Mampus dibalas. Aduh.
This time, you know, we've got
nggak ada follow up
player using the overdrive, but yeah, Kadum showed how he.
Siapa yang nibek? MTH kan nibek siapa? Terus ditibek ama?
Fortunately, not really a whole much is being done. Again, Kadum taken low. Same with Beta, but Noxy can really just hope for maybe a frag or two. They are still setting their sights towards this A low car.
Gua tinggal malah kalah anjing. Iya Dayu.
Bite off a little bit too much.
Nggak ada kamu. Wah, Noxy digituin cuy. Itu namanya tibek tapi sopan. Kadum. Itu kadum tibek tapi sopan.
Sometimes they do go awry, but we deal with it. We live and we learn.
Itu ya, tibek tapi sopan dengan gaya Messi atau gaya ini Tokichi zigzag sek anjay. Tokichi, ada yang tahu Tokichi nggak guys? Tokichi skillnya zigzag.
You do have that resurrection for alone fills. You can get your buddy back up. You can really look to keep on running on through in towards this map. And you know, Myth hasn't had any shutdown.
Yang nggak tahu Tokichi dibungkam.
Right? Why change it if it's still
Siapa yang nggak tahu Tokichi?
Crema and obviously Pavlos' stat book. I don't think anything in accounts for this one so far that what we're seeing. An exciting start from Myth, 5-3, forcing Alter Ego into the timeout so far. It's just always a crazy thing to witness, right?
Bocah Tamiya. Dulu Tamiya bagus tahu, sumpah. Tamiya seru cuy.
With such a crazy comeback. We're starting to see some really good signs
of life from Myth.
They're playing the attacker side right correctly.
Caca lagi jadi pelindung viewer. Caca lagi mode Guardian Angel dia.
Look to take some further control of arcade or dish on that defense.
Caca nggak suka lagi main mode bungkam, guys.
You can never count out
jadi Guardian Angel dia.
He's got to make sure he one step ahead.
Siapa yang mau dilindungi sama Caca? Masuk Discord. Khusus pernikahan, ayo.
Bit of a slower start for Myth in this
Halo,
round. Two to
Mas
force
Dim.
popped as well. I believe that might have been for
Jamuluddin mau, Kevinio,
charging on through, does
Rai
have a field
Bintang,
to protect himself.
Dwi
Ultimate
Mahardika,
into the
Martabak,
full execution.
Flying
So,
Dutchman.
a slow start, but a
Caca
quicker
pilih
pump
Caca.
in towards
Siapa
the side.
calonnya?
We've seen that nobody is home. There's that info for Kadum.
Caca mau lindungi
a
siapa?
challenge though? He's been pretty pristine in this matchup so far, but maybe relying upon his teammates ain't a bad idea.
Yeah, maybe best to fall away in this point in time. Del B has been dealt with by Wannafly, so that's a better response now.
Anjing kalau cewek
sitting up in
kencang
the
lu pada.
tower.
What the fuck man, this guy?
Nicely
This
done,
guy
but he
cheater
has to
anjing.
find more
Gua ada
push.
friendly
Not too far
report
away.
kah guys?
Second,
Report kah?
quite the
Ini orang
third.
report
Push will
kah?
respond.
Siapa
Now it's this
setuju?
2 versus 2 in the lone fields.
Tajam
He's
kita
below in
report.
the tunnel. The orbital strike is ready. Beta, that's going to buy them so much time as
Ada
that is
setuju
going to be the
kadang kita
resurrection
report
as
nggak?
well. But Noxy moves forward. Alone fields, however, is going to be
Report
the
kah?
starlet in this round on the stage. Resurrection and punishment denial.
Oh, chill man,
Yeah,
man,
starting to find a
chill.
pep in their step again that we saw Kadum really be
Report
able to
cuy,
elevate
udah
for them,
udah
right?
gua
We're
report.
figuring out Myth
Ininya
that
IG-nya.
a bit of aggression, some
IG-nya
quick
udah gua
plays
report ya.
are kind of alter ego's kryptonite at the moment. Cut their cape down for size and you'll definitely be able to just roll over them.
Weh, Rizky Akmal, dari kemana aja baru kelihatan? Rizky Akmal kemana aja? Kok baru kelihatan? Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A scrappy buy to come through, a bulldog for Delby for sure. The Stingers in the mix as well.
Dikasih
You really
moderator
need to see
baru nongol
just this
kocak.
balancing on this defensive side. You need to see them get something happening.
Rizky
soon
Akmal
because
lagi ini ya,
apart from this
nanya
round, there's only 2 more to go.
jodoh sama ini ya, sama netbot ya.
Time to think, time to shine at this point. Just using what they can. All kind of tucked up, waiting to see if anything aggressive
Emang ada yang
will come
tahu
through. You know, I
IG-nya
love this approach,
Kadum?
right?
Gua aja nggak tahu.
It's the perfect time to do it.
Mas
Turn
Nanda
it in.
kapan turnamen lagi nih?
Wait to see
Nggak ada
how
Mas
Alter
Dim.
Ego react. They know
Nganggur
they're not
setahun.
gonna have much to throw at them, and that's
Nggak
exactly
ngapa-ngapain
right.
Cok, nggak ada turnamen.
Still full reign of this A, but they're gonna walk in to this B for free again.
Rizky Akmal dikasih jabatan moderator tapi dia baru join guys. Kita bungkam kah?
Investment of that stack, and for Myth over towards B, nothing to be revealed on any information. And when do you look to just relinquish over from A, right? When do you look to rotate towards B where the hit is? It's now, with all that utility happening, with a complete option of the site from where Beta wants to get that plant down. It's going to be very difficult for a retake success here for AE.
Aduh tidak, nggak apa-apa terwakilkan God Famous. Iya Mas Dim. Gua aja yang jadi moderator. Wow. Bentar lagi ada yang halo tuh. Halo Kak, tanda seru jodoh. Lagi udah makan belum?
Another looks good, but
it's completely
clean and mean, really, again for Made in Thailand. There's just nothing that Alter Ego can do in these last few rounds, and they came out swinging, right? There was some really good signs that we did see from Alter Ego early, but there's just not been anything.
Yeah.
Binatang.
Well, what was the statistic you made?
Ada orang binatang kayak kalian ya.
Like 15 and 5, 2, 15 and 2. Big numbers. It was
the start of a round?
Yes, yeah.
So, like, when Kadum gets rolling and gets this kind of pace set, and that's exactly what we're seeing, right? 15 to 7.
Yeah.
10 rounds, Komodo. It's a crazy sort of stat to be thinking about, and we do see it regularly. Like, there's been a lot of individuals that have been stepping up in the LCQ, and it's, you know, potentially the last Valorant event for them of the year. So the time to do it.
That's it, isn't it? This elimination match holds a lot of weight for the next few months, that's for certain. And Alter Ego, I mean, they had so many chances to finish off map number 1.
Pawangnya lagi nonton Bang Kaco juga, mampus. Siapa tadi yang coba tanda seru jodoh? Siapa? Ayo, yang tanda seru jodoh, yang tiba-tiba halo, ayo. Pawangnya nonton. Mampus, siapa tadi? Bayu Oka. Pawangnya Kak Karina, ini namanya Bayu Oka, Doge, Kakak Pradipta.
Because we've seen that coin flip didn't go their way twice now. This time they're actually going to be there for the fight.
I've just loved this
Rizky Akmal
as well, just like Cuddle Buddies, sticking as a unit right before they get into this offense, because now it's the pincer approach, and guess who's at the lead?
Pawangnya.
It's Kadum. Wall goes down, and maybe there is just enough time. Kush, he's the punisher, he is the man that looks to deny. And is there going to be any more from him? Noxy, they managed to at least stop the plant for now. Wannafly gets a response back to a 4v4.
Orang udah punya orang, masa direbut paksa, Cok. Itu kan punya orang, kocak. Jangan direbut paksa.
non-debater, however.
Nice.
Alter Ego have been awoken from their
Let's go, ambil
slumber.
5.
They are back in the latter stages of the first half.
It's one back over when Myth gets in towards the round.
Aku trauma sama nama Rizky.
Even though it looks like Myth have complete control of the site, they're ready to establish
Rizky
that
Akmal,
plan.
tolong
Sage Wall goes
mundur.
up with the fact that there is a
Rizky
Brimstone
Akmal
Skysmoke as
mundur.
well, but the immediate break for that
Rahmat
from
Rizky
AE,
juga
the
mundur.
immediate play to stop the plant from going down, to take the fight towards Myth before they can really get comfortable and play for a post with the weapons in hand. They finally get the
Bayu Oka Rizky mundur.
with a round.
Marcel Rizky mundur.
In a row from Myth. We
Apa
move into
lagi?
the last round of our half, and it's going quick again. And
Doge Rizky juga mundur.
For Noxy at the very beginning, it's a bit of neon diff once more for Kadoom, but finally Noxy looking for more, a bit of a leg. He's punished down on the end of that one. Alone feels.
Wih, ada Dina, bentar lagi ada tanda seru jodoh Miss Pudina atau halo Miss Pudina atau nanyain udah makan belum Miss Pudina, bentar lagi nih. Fokus ke gamenya kocak, oke.
Back to an advantage going the way for
Ini 3-4 situasi sekarang. Wanna Fly berada di drop.
Again on fracture.
Gus Babang Ganteng lagi mantek ke arah man. Apakah dia akan bisa membunuh? Kok membunuh sih bahasanya? Mendapatkan kill terhadap Alone Fields.
But you know, at a time like this, he's waiting to get out those heals, making sure that he can still play with the
alay anjing healing.
Kadoom gonna be his buddy. You do also see
a
bit of a tuck.
Aduh, Babangkus miss the shot, man. Babangkus ngedelay menggunakan fragment. Ya, Babangkus. Astaga. It's okay. Nice try. 2 lawan 4 winnable. Smoke drop. Oke, nice. Molly. Galau sih Molly side. Kayak gitu, nggak tahu apa yang kena. Nice, Adrian.
Massive kills, looking for the fourth, and he's got them all with headshots. That is immaculate to come down from the breach of AE.
The man, the myth, the legend, Adrian King, living up to his name. As the rest of
Wih, anjok. 2 lawan 4 winnable. Udah cuy. Nanti kita lanjutin lagi lagunya kalau misalnya AE udah nutup map 2 ya. Baru jam 5, setengah jam lagi aku lanjut lagi ntar malam habis latihan. Gak ada absen, nanti absennya kocak. Gila Adrian itu gokil banget. Gokil coy, Adrian coy.
Well, I want to remind you as well for the AE fans out there that we had a comeback in the last map from Myth. Right? Affair at the half
Adrian
right now,
pakai
leading the charge.
gaya warna ini. Oke, kita pakai langsung. Teori gaya. Kita obok-obok Damon ya. Nanti latihan. Aku nggak pernah disebut. Oke, Lukman.
Myth really putting the power down on toward him, but finally that
Miss
needs to be
Pudina tadi udah di
confidence to
absen
get him
kocak.
back into this game.
Bottom of the scoreboard to middle of the pack for such an impact round, a swing round moment here. Because sure, a half ends. The economy resets. We look to now the pistols, but taking those last 2 rounds, we see 11 and 12 picked up by Alter Ego.
Lagunya enak kan? Ada Iqbal dah.
And kind of set that focus.
Mana aja lu Bal?
Mana
emang ada Ior kocak?
In a moment like that, especially after closing out that overtime previously too.
Stark difference in this pistol round as well. Myth putting 4 players over towards this A site and just leaving Alone Fills over towards B tower with the shorty.
Kalau sekarang dia udah dia
udah
bisa semua agent cok, bagus anjir. Dia nilai plus dia tuh aimnya sakit. Terus sekarang dia tuh udah banyak agent yang bisa dipakai. Dia bagus. Sumpah. Adrian tuh kayak jadi
That's exactly what we
player
saw
gitu.
Kadum do to cushion that
Dia
final
bisa
round before Adrian King stepped up.
Fleksibel,
Now they're just
aim
gonna waltz and skip
sakit.
and jump over
Anjir.
towards B, and there's a bit of a different approach here. Alone Phil's just chilling. Of course, with that shorty up inside the tower.
Kesel ya, kesel aja wanna fly.
Now coming through, Noxy is going to be that linchpin, but as soon as they
Waduh,
destroy
ini
that
busuk nih, guys.
trademark here,
Busuk
Komodo,
nih.
they're going to just be barreling.
Ah,
and there's
ya
gonna be one
Allah.
at least for Alone Phil's.
Bisa, tadi padahal tembakan pertama ke Kus bisa jadi kena itu Delby. IGLAE Adrian. Pas banget lagi Adrian IGLA.
Sama yang namanya Mursid Traumaga, Carina.
Sama yang namanya Mursid Trauma nggak Carina tuh, Carina. Ini kenapa tiba-tiba ada love flow sama Udina? Wah, kocak nih beliau.
I was gonna say they actually burnt a smoke from the side of mid
Ada
from
emot
Beta
love-nya,
to
kocak.
hide that trademark on the flank, so they managed to get through
Menang ya,
completely
cuy?
clean. But
Wih,
who
menang,
cares
cuy?
when Kush is hitting frags like that, right? Nice little 3K. He's really been stepping up as well. This time on the KO, such an
Fokus
important
ya,
role
fokus,
to be
fokus,
made. But I
fokus
think
game-nya.
Tash sort of mentioned it quite well. Not only one person can do the assignment, right? Everyone else needs to step up. You can't
Fokus,
be
fokus.
handing two different parts.
Fokus
over.
dong,
So we are
like-nya
gonna hope that we do
jadiin
see
1000 dong,
especially
like-nya.
Del B. He is the one that needs to be creating this space.
Kata Bang Sipur Racing, bungkam kah Rizky Akmal udah lah nggak datang. Kalinya datang malah FNSD ke Pudina. Pada barbar semua viewermu coy. Iya kak.
They've got themselves the purchase coming in towards this new round.
Nggak wajar gini anjir. Rizky
Rizky
Akmal datang-datang telat.
Following the leader play from Myth as well, and Noxy, oh, he's pulled away his rendezvous. I thought he was actually going to go for the fight. Maybe they saw him on the radar, but regardless, everybody of AE is together.
Teng, Ah, tidak untuk kedua kalinya ya. Banyak belajar dari kesalahan kocak. Orang tadi nggak kena masih dicoba lagi. Nice, mantap alter ego. Jaya, Jaya, Jaya. FLP siapa sih?
So that's the thing I want to emphasize, right?
FLP itu artis kah?
Get in the first half in a very quick succession. We saw AE have a decent start, tied 3 apiece. We saw them get the last 2. So in the end of that, really the containment that we got from Myth was in the middle of the pack where a pistol in that second round there ties us up. And like that, AE are back in towards this game. It's very, very close.
Nggak tahu kocak anjing, demi apapun gua nggak tahu kocak.
Right now is where's Delby? You know, and
bisa dibilang sok nggak tahu. Gua nggak tahu. Ngedit waktu timer Subathon yang nggak ngerti, apalagi Eva LP siapa itu. Weh, Kadum report kah guys? Kadum mau di report nggak coy? Report kah? Wah, report cuy. Kadum report cuy.
Just a bonus, right? But you still got to hit those shots. Kadum.
Report. Report cuy.
Is it K for confident? As it seems
Kadum
like
report.
it right now.
I think it's K for King.
Where's that Ronsky ball?
Report ya.
He's been sipping.
Wah, itu nggak wajar tuh.
Oh, that's empty.
Mau bikin
whole thing, a 4K laser beaming out with the van.
Kadum namanya. Kadum Rizky Kadum Akmal. Oh, ini nih Kadum nih anjing.
That's what you want to see, right? For the first time round to come through for Myth, you want to be able to see them secure it. Exactly right. A clean cut one. Finally, they get
Aku
to make sure the Sands control is theirs. They only have to contest with Wanna-Fly on the back of the side, and he's actually been taken down. So now once they get the info that it's fully clear, they can get the plant, and it comes down toward the defense of the post plant.
That's big from Del B, you know, finally leaning into that role, taking down a very, very beneficial member in Wanna-Fly already. Makes it for a really challenging 5v4 on the retake here. There's a member towards the rope here. Congrad, how much time will he have to buy?
Well, the biggest
Rolling Thunder available.
The biggest thing is the Rolling Thunder in this round as well. That comes out for the side of AE on a drinking. You know, you still got 5 members alive.
Ini harusnya bagus nih. Ada Molly kah, Molly?
That is going to hit all 4 members here as well. How do you get back into water? A tap, an actual stick on toward the defuse. He just wants to get his heart. He's actually put his wall there.
Wall! Itu ada wall! Allah, ada wall.
Put that vertical wall. He did. I just got a glimpse of it. That is massive.
Gila, oh wall Wallnya tebel banget, cok. Wallnya lapis 4. Berapa lapis? 4. Bukan ratusan lagi, anjir. 4. Ada 3 orang yang nembakin tuh wall. 3 doang yang hancur, anjir.
Wow, 200.000 dari Xdelenix pesan ngopi ngap.
Oh, Kak Dela. Thank you, Kak Dela. Ngopi cuy. Kopi apa yang enak cuy? Kopi apa yang enak? Ada asap kuku gak? Kopi yang enak apa? Thank you Kak Dela. Kak Dela itu yang punya hazard guys. Makasih banyak Kak Dela donasinya. Thank you, semoga berkah. Oh, langsung jodoh Kak Dela, dia habis nikah. Dia baru nikah, kocak. Jodoh Kak Dela, maksud anjir. Hari-hari kalau ada nama cewek langsung jodoh kocak. Nah, ini yang jodoh Kak Dela nih mau dibungkam apa enggak? Kalau bungkam ketik 1 Kak Dela. Kita langsung bungkam ini. Orang habis nikah masih ayo jodoh-jodoh. Kak Dela ketik 1 kalau mau dibungkam dia. Namanya Mapskun. Tadi aku lihat. Mana itu? Hilang gitu anjir.
In the food, but in the Valorant as well. And it does look like the heat is going to be turned up because a lot of
electricity. Kak Dela ketik 1 mana dia? Tersangka mana cuy?
Possession right now, it's Kadum. We've already seen what he's able to do with the overdrive. When will
langsung Rizky Akmal bagus, kerja bagus.
See a world in which an entry is
Oh,
found.
kamu jodoh-jodoh aja, orang habis nikah jodoh kocak beliau. Udah Kak Dela aman ya. Aman.
Sit in spawn and wait. All the times I've been commentating a game of this nature.
Banyakin jodoh. Orang mah cek ombak dulu gitu. Cek ombak dulu santai. Ini udah ada pawangnya, udah nikah. Apa single baru? Tanda seru jodoh, main jodoh baik lu. Orang cek ombak dulu cuy.
He's going to be sitting there with the shorty. We've got a couple of buckies as well, just the one, sorry for Wannafly, but also with the headhunter, few bullets in the chamber.
Aduh, kena shotgun kan?
Anjir,
yang kena Adrian lagi. Busuk. Mampus kena tuh, makan tuh supres, ha?
Kadum's classic is a little bit stronger, and this is falling apart. This is crumbling. Conga Red with 2, and he might be the saving grace in this round for Myth. Now it's just down to Noxy. Alone feels a tap on toward the resurrection. There's that Bucky in the shots. He's bringing him in. He's reeling him in, and there's the kill. It's a thrifty to come through for Myth.
That was definitely Blair's Mega Death Sauce or something along the lines. The spice was high, the Scovilles were pumping, and Myth, they can handle their heat as they take 10 rounds here. Excellent.
Anggap aja Ron itu nggak ada ya. Anggap aja Ron itu nggak ada.
To deny Alter Ego's potential momentum and
nggak aja Ron itu nggak ada.
Okay. It melts the snow.
10 rounds on the board. Another gun round to come through. You were thinking about the potential reset on that round on the half-by. It should have been a shoe-in for the 9th for Alter Ego. Myth making you eat your words there. And a new, fresh round presented. A bit of pace for Noxy in towards A main. And that much information is going to be sending Beta back, but he's fancy for the frag. He's going to be losing it right now. An opening advantage for AE unanswered. And I don't think Alone Fills is going to be able to get the resurrection just yet. He's on the other side of the map. This is where AE start to encapsulate around this A side.
It's a hard spot as well, especially with Conga Red going down, and Kadum's going to have to do some rotation.
Adu mekanik itu.
Noxy with a third. And the round
Barusan adu
is
mekanik.
in its own right. Do we even want to try a resurrection here? Maybe. Just maybe. There is a world where it could be done. And Wannafly, he's pretty good at Valorant, right? So bring him back into the server to give it a crack.
Mau dicoba cuy.
Walking straight through that defender's sided spawn will be at least tied up by the fault line. Now up to the rope. Have a bit of a spot around. All 3 members are on this side. Komodo only one sitting back, and there is one underneath hiding as well. Flashpoint will come out now. A peek.
Harusnya ini dari posisi 3 lawan 2 menang orang harusnya AE menang. Posisinya udah bagus banget, nice. Let's go.
Nicely done from Alter Ego.
There may have been a world in there for Myth if they get the opening kill. They make it very fast. They do have that wall that they could potentially block off the A main position with as well, but irrespective, the round is over towards Ego.
Gua tuh kalau misalnya moderator gua yang PP warna kuning tulisan Navi ini kalau dia udah ngechat gua kayak tahu siapa udah wanti-wanti pasti wanita anjing sumpah. Siapa lagi sih? Dia jeli aja gitu matanya anjir. Tentang grill. Tiba-tiba sekalinya ngechat. Halo Kak, Salken ya. Geli gitu nggak sih guys? Banyak stinger. Wah anjing Alone Field.
He's been quiet all game.
Ayo Delby masuk side. Nice. Aduh, bisa miss. Itu kalau dia Delby bunuh Wanafai udah pasti menang anjir. 100%.
A scrappy purchase to come through from Myth yet again with everything that we've seen previous couple of rounds.
Delby siapa sih?
Make it work. The stinger of Kadum able to get that first frag, draw some rotations, draw attention away from
Wanafai. Miss lagi tembakan first shotnya.
The ultimate as well, but it's alone feels right. Doubling down at that door position, really making it difficult for AE to get a sense, to get a grasp on that round. And now we're looking at this purchase. If this force doesn't go their way, AE
udah ketinggalan zaman kocak. Tiba-tiba halo Kak udah dari tadi. Udah banyak yang halo, udah banyak yang tanda seru juga. Oh bener-bener kelabang semuanya. Angga, coba live chat ada filter anti kelabang ya. Kalau ada filter anti kelabang.
And just once more Kadum keeping his focus over towards main Del B. Will he start to put the accelerator down? Just to play around, have a bit of a spot. There is 3 members here for Myth to defend if they do choose to do so, but they're actually going to rotate around and head over back towards B.
Upin mau ngalahin Udil Surmemeo kah? Upin. Karena Upin promosi channel ya. Bang Kaco ini kenapa komennya? Aku nggak tahu Kak Sarah. Di sini aku aja yang punya channel geleng-geleng dong bisanya. Waduh busuk kah? Mampus lu, mampus. Ya Allah. Ya Allah ada aja rezekinya Alone Field. Pintar lu Karuang, welcome to membership.
They've found the map point here.
Map point.
Pokoknya Kak Zara hati-hati aja ya di sini kelabangnya rada banyak.
After this one, which of course is going to be bind if it does get collected here
Jadi
by
pinter-pinter jaga diri.
certainly made a great
Ini dalam
case.
bentuk
They must have a good lawyer because it's looking like here. But Alter Ego, they're going to take the time. Maybe another pause.
Dalam bentuk untuk hati-hati untuk bisa jaga diri baik-baik, oke? Not live chat.
Made in Thailand was really stepping up, and I can't criticize Del B here either, right?
He
has been creating that space. But Axe Lovia, such a player that we're so used to seeing put up big numbers in a map like this, and he just haven't. The Chad Brimstone has not been there for the side of Alter Ego.
You got to think about it as well. Map number 1 going in towards overtime. Map number 2 very closely contested, lots of times here and there. Series, you know, the deserving third map that will be bind should shape up if we do get it to be quite a fun one, of course, but this one isn't over just yet. 3 rounds in a row for AE is what they do have to find, and maybe if you are Noxy, if you are Kush, you know, you're trying to figure out how to get your boys back in towards this server. You got to figure out how you're going to navigate yourself around these 3 rounds, because you see what Myth has been doing, right? Even with the scrappy purchase, they're getting away with a little bit of cheesy action. They're finding these shorty kills, they're finding these bucky frags as well, and they're just making it work with what they have been delivered. And right now, when they've got the better guns, it's looking even cleaner.
They're playing exactly how Fracture requires them to, with confidence, playing it concise. Now it's going to be that strangle. Look at this. Alone feels the only one by himself, but Myth, 4 members are here, Komodo. It is going to be an absolute brawl in just a few moments right now. Noxy is not too far away from a peak. Look at this position. Vader as well. There it is. The rolling thunder. It is going to quite catch Del B. He's straight into the side, and that overdrive is here. He's moving quickly. The Congo Wanafly up top. They need to punish him quickly if they want a chance in this one, unless they're going to bind right now. Damage has been dealt, but he is still alive. A man of stone, the wall of Date University. intensity right now as he will collect 3 and a closeout made in Thailand. They're taking it to bind.
An absolute shutdown.
Gila, untung map 1 menang loh AE loh.
Kalau
map 1 kalah wah, anjir busuk dong game.
But it is Wonderfly. The wings have been spread over that A side. He is.
Tadi ada yang ngeklip gak Adrian? Yang Adrian bagus cok. Yang Adrian kayak gini. Yang Adrian keren banget sumpah. Tiba-tiba match fun. Nah, gue kan udah range. Lah. Teng 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 tereng teng tereng tereng teng 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 teng. Oke, bridge. Oke, bridge practice. Tweng tweng tweng. Ih, gila udah kayak Adrian gak sih? Iya gak sih? Udah kayak Adrian cuy. Kayak gaya sekarang kita. Nggak ada yang buta. Wah nipu juga. Gigi cuy. Mirip lah. Orang pernah setim kok. Ex-teammate cuy.
10.000 dari Om Peter. Pesan, kok pollingnya AE Jaya Jaya Jaya, Dek Nanda udah resmi join KGP kah? KGP Jaya Jaya Jaya.
Kasbon berapa? Kasbon? Gue masukin dulu dah Kasbon dah. Kasbon masukin dulu cuy. Gue mau off stream dulu. Nanti lanjut malam ya. Kasbon. KGP bisa nya KGP di sini kocak 2 jam 48. 2 jam 48. Enggak ada KGP kocak. 2 jam 48. 2 jam 48 berapa menit cuy? Kok 40 jam lagi anjir? Emang ya? Emang 40 jam ya? 2 jam itu 2 jam 2 jam berapa cuy? 2 jam 120 menit. 120 tambah 48. 168 ya, 168 ya. 168 ya, oke. 168 menit. Ya kan? 168. Oke. Nih. Dari 40 tambah nih. Set. Dah 43 jam. Hapus kasbonnya kocak. Kasbon hapus. Bisa begini loh. Hapus. Udah nggak ada kasbon ya. Yeah, boy. DM dulu lah. Abis DM gue off ya. Gue latihan dulu cuy. Nanti malam lanjut lagi ya. Abis DM gue off. Kalian bisa nonton di Napski. Coba kita cek ya. Siapa lagi yang live? Ada Napski, ada. Nanti gue post. Tenang aja, ada Napski, ada. Nih kalau mau nonton orang main Pak Valo nih, ada Nuan, Komai. Ini Wilson live stream. Ada Wilson, ada Bang Brando, nih. Kalau mau nonton watch party ada Bang Brando. Ada Bang Diki. Ada ya. Ada Valorant Esport Indonesia. Aman J. Wih. Inikah waktunya cosplay jadi Adrian? Ini deh cuy. Sengaja dikasih map ini. Yang cewek bang. Anjay. Adrian tadi pala pada gitu cuy. Kok nggak ada palanya? Nah, satu. Banyakin ngepick gua. Ada lagi? Ayo sini mampir. Yang cewek siapa ya? Yang cewek nih Vina, Nafski. Ada lagi? Ada cok, gak ada cewek cok. YouTube nggak bisa ini anjir, nggak bisa. Ini ada meoncit nih cewek nih. Nggak bisa raid anjir. Gimana cara raid? Gimana emang? Cara raidnya Raka? Wah, ini bukan nih, real kah?
10.000 dari Om Peter. Pesan, maaf ya adik-adik, Dek Nanda Om pinjem dulu 3 jam.
Woi!
Nanti lanjut stream lagi kok.
Tara bisa minjem. Bisa Om Peter merajalela di sini anjir. Peter harus mana ya kocak? Mana berhoax anjir. Katen cuy. Gila, bantingan gua liat enggak guys? Cuma nggak bisa jadi admin gue ya? Bohong gini anjir. Skin harganya sama, Adrian beli segitu, gue juga beli segitu, tapi kok nembaknya nggak ke Adrian ya? Kayak ini skin gua. Bohong anjing. Baglah. Oh, tipis lah, mirip lah. Mirip cok. Woi. Apa sih, gue baru hidup, sabar nape bewan. Nah ayo kayak gitu enak, sabar, tunggu siap dulu, orang belum ngomong-ngomong udah di ayo peng. Di studio lu bisa Bang Kaco kayaknya, cobain aja Red. Kalau nggak bisa ya udah, gimana caranya, yang pasti caranya gimana, coba kita coba deh abis ini deh. Coba. Kayak gimana? YouTube Studio. Ini YouTube Studio nih. Terus? YouTube Studio terus mana? Kocak. Mana Raid mana Raid? Edit. Customization. Ini. Customization. Tempat live ini, edit ini. Apa sih di live lu? Oh ini edit, customization, terus nomor. Oh, terus mana? Ini kenapa aku cinta ke Tokopedia kocak? Oh ini ad. You don't have any privilege. Hah? Bisa? Oh kalau ini nggak bisa tandanya. Oh, setting. Permission. Ah, nggak tahu ah. Oh, yang nerima harus setting juga. Salah. Gak bisa cuy.
10 kills remaining.
Anjing udah 10 kill remaining aja. Kill masih 7. Ada Alik Bang Kaco. Dia moderator di channel gua. Alik siapa kalau cewek kenceng lu kocak. Dah. Guys. Oke, see you nanti malam habis latihan, oke? Kita off stream dulu. Ini gue post dulu, oke? Gue post dulu 4333 ya, 4333. Kok jadi 4333 sih? Tadi 40. Oke guys, stop dulu ya. Stream lagi jam 10-an, kelar latihan langsung stream, oke? Aman ya? Gue stop dulu sekarang, gue pause nih. Berapa sih? Biar Afdol 35. Hap, nah, 34 jadi. Oke, udah gue pause. Aman ya? Aman ya semua ya? Sampai ketemu di live nanti malam. Oke guys, kita main nanti malam, oke? Kalau nggak ada orang, kita solo seperti biasa. Aman. Oke, thank you semuanya buat hari ini. Game horror, nggak ada temen, cok. Bye, 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 bye.